If you're looking to improve your understanding of natural law, morality, symbolism, the trivium and quadrivium, hermeticism, mind control, the occult, the language of the birds, green language, the ancient Egyptian mythos, and or the mystery traditions, then make sure to visit and listen to the Cubbyhole podcast, where these critical topics are unveiled, discussed, and tested. All can be found at cubbyhole.com, which is also where you can find news of major event gatherings and the great works of Douglas and Brandon Martin and myself, Nate Cow.
Salutations to all the true seekers of the world and those who seek the profound wisdom of natural law and the occult. As we gather in the embrace of this hidden knowledge, today our journey transcends the realms of the arcane, the natural law, and steps boldly into the heart of humanity's struggle. We delve into the profound connection between the occult, natural law, and the pivotal endeavor to end the chains of slavery. The occult, my dear seekers, is not just the realm of esoteric symbols, but also the repository of liberation's secret whispers. It was through the hidden pathways of the mystical insight that many champions of justice unearthed the courage to challenge the shackles that bound their fellow beings. The enigmatic energies that flow through the universe carry the echoes of freedom's cry. And then there is the natural law, the cosmic cadence that dictates the equality and rights of every being. It is within these universal rhythms that the indomitable spirit of humanity asserts itself, proclaiming that no law of man can long endure if it opposes the natural edicts of justice and freedom. The intertwining of the occult, natural law, and the struggle to end slavery cannot be overlooked. It was the profound understanding of the interconnectedness that emboldens abolitionists to rise against the darkness of oppression. The symbols of the occult became rallying cries for the oppressed, while the principles of natural law fueled the fires of change. The great quest to end slavery is not just a battle waged in the physical realm, but also a triumph of the spirit, informed by the eternal truths that transcend time and space. As we study the arcane and the universal rhythms, let us not forget that these are not merely pursuits of the mind, but catalysts for transformation, for breaking chains, and for building a more just world. As Manly P. Hall once illuminated, symbolism is the language of the mysteries. In that language, abolitionists communicated the urgency for change, heralding a new era where the occult's hidden wisdom and natural law's unwavering principle merged to shatter the bonds of enslavement. In the tapestry woven by the occult, natural law, and the fight to end slavery, we find a testament to humanity's potential to transform itself. Let us honor the struggles of the past, drawing inspiration from the profound unity of these forces, and continue our journey towards a world where all are free and bound only to the eternal truths and natural law that guides us. With that being said, I want to give a personal thank you to all of the spiritual warriors who are battling currently to help end unnecessary suffering and slavery. And if you're interested in finding any more of my work, you can go to seedtruth.com. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Seed 5 Metamorphosis Conference. How is everybody doing out there today? I hope everybody is super excited for this event. I've been hard at work with many great producers and truth seekers to get this together. We are finally here to metamorphosize and bring you some great critical knowledge from all over the globe. How's everybody doing out there? Let's get some chats going. Let's get some people in the chat saying some stuff. and make sure you're sharing this across multiple platforms. I hope everybody is excited for the speakers that we have. We have an immense amount of great topics. I'm so excited to hear all these speakers. The first up will be Indica Martin. She is my beloved aunt. She is also an independent author of the book Give to Nature and Nature Will Give to You. And this is available if you guys are interested in her book at all. It's a children's book with great in-depth knowledge about natural law in a very simple form, a symbolic fashion with great illustrations and simple narration for it. It is really amazing. I give these books out as much as possible, and I highly recommend that if you have children or even you're just a beginner or initiate into the mysteries, to get this book. It is really, really awesome. And yes, it is the fall equinox. So many blessings on this great energetic shift. Hopefully we're all getting in tune with our spiritual nature, our higher self, aligning to nature, and really communicating with the one great spirit, because that's what we're here to do. We're really here to end slavery. That's our purpose. And that's what this conference is all about. So yeah, I'll give a little background before we get started here. The S.E.E.D conference was inspired from many different truth seekers and truth speakers out there, one of which is Mark Passio, which I have to give my personal thank you to for kicking me in the ass and getting me going on this journey. Even though I did come from a background of, just rebellion in general, and some of you may know my background. But yeah, it was really the Freedom or the Free Your Mind conference in Philadelphia. I believe it was 2015 that really got me inspired to put this conference together. I'm very happy that it's come this far. We started out doing this conference in a barn on a farm out in the middle of nowhere. And it was super, super cold the first time that we did it. I think it was like 33 degrees or 37, something around that. And we had to, close this barn off with all these sheets of plastics, and we just really powered through it, and it was the first time that we ever did that with some of my other family members who help organize and support that, such as Nate Cap, who will be speaking here today, and Douglas Martin. So yeah, it's just a very interesting journey that we went on to come here and be here for you today. Now, spreading this knowledge across the world online, this is really, really, really epic. And another part of the S.E.E.D conference is that a lot of people ask me, what does the acronym stand for, S.E.E.D? Well, it really stands for whatever your spirit can invoke out of it. It's kind of not meant to stand for anything. It's supposed to be kind of ambiguous or mysterious, but there have been many different acronyms that we associated to it. One is studying, enlightening, education, and discernment was one of the original ones. And, I like that one. That's a good one. So if you can come up with any others, you're welcome to share them in the chat. We can play around with the word seed. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to plant seeds of truth into the subconscious mind of each and every individual. We're trying to change the fundamental false dogmatic beliefs and axiomatic beliefs that people have so that they can get in touch with their true nature. And these ideas are nothing new. Nothing is new under the sun. And that old adage means that truth has always been here with us and will always be with us. And it's our personal responsibility to align ourselves to the will of the one great spirit, to nature itself, natural law principles, and it is our personal responsibility to end slavery, each and every one of us. That's what we're really here to do. And that's why we're spreading the seeds across the world as far and wide as possible. So make sure that if you enjoy the content here, I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that you may not agree with. Make sure that you share some of this content. A lot of people have put a lot of work into these presentations that we're about to see. And yeah, I'm sure there's going to be something here for everybody, whether you're a conspiratorial person all the way up to the academic and scholarly individual. There's going to be something here because we're going to be diving deep into the occult world. We're going to be diving into esotericism. We're going to be diving into history, freedom, liberty, symbolism, just any kind of topic you can think of: anthropology, eschatology, philosophy. I get into philosophy a lot. It's going to be really, really amazing. Yeah, let's get this transmuted. That's right. Let's do this. So, without further ado, let's get into the presentation. Indica's presentation is called Parenting, a Hero's Journey. I hope everybody is ready for this. She does amazing work. She's a beautiful individual, and you can support some of her work at givetonaturebbook.com. That is her website. So without any more waits, let's do this. Bring on this first presentation.
Good day to everyone in nature. My name is Indica Indy Martin. And first, I'd like to give a sincere, heartfelt thank you to Brandon Martin for creating and hosting today's Seed 5 Metamorphosis. Secondly, I would like to thank everyone who has supported me through my journey of my children's book, which covers the principles and laws of nature, called Give to Nature and Nature Will Give to You. The topic of my presentation today is called Parenting, the Hero's Journey. During the first part of my presentation, I'll be going over the hero's journey, and then I'll be going down a different path, and where I actually had a dream and witnessed a caring, loving mother teaching the laws of nature to her son, and they were actually having a lot of fun learning together. It is so important to know deeply that we are all heroes, setting out on a quest, transforming ourselves while desperately trying to get to our inner consciousness. The hero's myth, or journey, was made popular by the author Joseph Campbell. Campbell explores the theory that mythological narratives frequently share a fundamental structure. The similarities of these myths brought Campbell to write his book, in which he details the structure of the monomyth. He recalls the motif of the archetypal narrative, the hero's adventure, in a well-known passage from the introduction to The Hero with 1,000 Faces. Part 1, Call to Adventure. Number 1, the ordinary world. The main protagonist is introduced in their normal lifestyle. Number 2, the call to adventure. The hero is given a task and finds a problem they must solve. This task usually invites the hero on a journey away from their normal way of life. Number 3, refusal. The hero does not accept the task. The hero often dwells on reasons they should remain at home and experiences a loss of confidence. Part 2, initiation. Number 4, mentor, helper. A new or exciting character becomes known to the hero as an expert of the task given in the call to adventure. Number 5, crossing the threshold. The hero, mentor, and possibly others cross the line between their normal realm and the one where their tasks await. Number 6, tests, allies, and enemies. The party of characters often encounter challenges, such as puzzles they must solve, people they must help, or even some they must fight. Part 3, Transformation. Number 7, Approach. The hero approaches their battle to complete their task. The hero struggles with the enormity of the task. The hero and others accompanying them prepare for the final struggle. Number 8, Ordeal. The final struggle. The hero loses something: their life, their weapon, their mentor, the battle, but returns stronger. Number 9, Treasure. The hero receives a precious treasure, such as a weapon, valuable information, a kiss, or acclaim. Part 4, Hero's Return. Number 10, The Road Back. A summary of events that happen as the hero and company return home to ensure the normal world is all right. Number 11, Growth. The hero begins to become accepting of their travels and growth, accepting their new wisdom and strength. Others ease them into this process. Number 12, Reward. The hero returns home in their normal but now changed world. The hero takes the reward back home and finally accomplishes their task. They assume a new role in their normal world. You know, most humans totally relied on their parents to show them the answers, but often we or most people didn't receive the guidance or the truth that we were all looking for. Personally, when I looked at my parents and then looked at who guided them, I felt there was something very unbalanced here. However, at the time, I just didn't possess, nor did I was shown any kind of knowledge at a young age, so I could better understand. In today's world, it doesn't have to be that way anymore, because we do have the ability to find the answers and teach and share information with children much easier than ever before. Parenting, to me, is a very transformational journey, and it is just as intense and challenging as childhood is to children. In every new encounter for any parent and for a child, it is to step into a very vast and mysterious unknown. In many ways, parenting is the same as being on the hero's journey. A major part of the hero's journey is doing the shadow work, which is typically very uncomfortable, however, rewarding in the end. So, is there a certain person or one that needs to be on a hero's journey? Well, it could be categorized in many different ways. And today we are talking about parenting, but any one person can be on a hero's journey. Depends on what they do and what they're working towards. But it could be affiliated with teaching or mentoring or researching and many more. The mythic hero is the archetype for this journey, okay? Leaving or being forced out of the familiar, out of the comfort zone, traveling through uncharted territories and meeting and being challenged by unimagined forces, being more vulnerable than ever, and having our hearts broken wide open, right? It's because of these experiences that transforms us. What it does is it reaches deep inside of us. We're able to uncover those truths and strengths that were there all along, but mostly hidden by our habits and a need for security and fitting into our good old conditioning. So now we are going to transition into my dream. Observing the dream, I saw a mom and her son spending time together. And the mom was giving encouragement to him by, giving that time and attention and teaching morals and values. And she was also showing him nature's laws, which is the foundation that brings the energy field that nurtures their time together, makes them close, has that mother-son bond that is worth a lifetime. Hope you enjoy.
Since we've went over the book a few times now, let's have some fun.
Okay.
So I brought this whiteboard so we can kind of go over some of the things that we talked about in the book. Remember, when we're done, I am going to take you to go get a banana split. Can you remember the first law of nature?
Mental? Mind? Mentalism.
That's right. So mentalism is about our thoughts and our ideas and how it's all connected. Just like these trees are all connected. There's a root system that connects them all. So, do you know the second law of nature? It is correspondence. So, for example, if I am confused, there will be confusion all around me. It is really important for us to work on ourselves, isn't it?
Right.
We are doing so good today. Next is the third energy in nature, which is what?
Vibration.
Yes, that's right.
It's like everything's vibrating around me right now.
Yep, all of the trees and even the place where you are sitting, that tree stump is vibrating right now.
Wow.
Next is number 4.
Oh,
It's nature's.
I have to write.
Oh, you're writing vibration. Yes. Good job.
Beep.
Next is number 4. Is nature's law of what?
Rhythm.
That's right.
Everything is always moving like the moon, right?
Yes, the moon has a 28-day cycle every single month.
Or it's like the sun that rises every morning and sets at night.
That's right. Give me a high five on that one. All right.
Ow.
Okay. The next, or the 5th law, is polarity.
Oh, I gotta write out rhythm, Mom.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Good job. Okay, so back on that 5th law, it's polarity. So, everything in our world has opposites. The same as when we went camping and we woke up and it was daylight, and then when we went to bed at night, it was night out.
Wow. Yeah, it's just like the happy girl on the playground and the sad boy in my class.
Absolutely. So reading and learning will have a positive effect on how you think versus when you are playing games on a video game.
Well, I guess so.
You're not really learning anything. Okay, so let's keep it going. You are doing great. Now that we're on the home stretch and you're almost there, let's talk about the 6th law of nature. It is about consequences. And
Yeah.
you know this one?
Yeah, cause and effect, Mom.
Good
Yeah.
job. You got it.
Mm-hmm. Wow, remember when I touched the bug zapper when I knew not to? I got shocked. And I was sucking on the finger and it really burned and I was hurt and I fell asleep and I was sleeping and it was hurting. And
Okay,
really
okay.
bad.
I remember that. Yeah, this is a great example of cause and effect. Very good example. So if you know something isn't right or if someone's going to get hurt, you really shouldn't do it. Okay?
Okay, Mom. You know, I didn't mean to touch
You
it.
just were curious. I understand. The next is the 7th law in nature. Can you guess it?
I think it's gender. I'm male, you're female, and that's a gender, so.
You got it.
Remember when Dad planted flowers in the garden, Mom? Well, there's a female flower just like in everything in nature. Just like that leaf.
Exactly. So moving on, the next topic is about spending enough time together. And it's really important that we are spending time together in nature right now. So we need to learn about what's important with information, like everything that we have talked about all day.
I can't remember.
That's okay. That's okay.
I accidentally.
We'll go over again soon. But the word is care.
Oh, that was an easy word.
You're fine. You did such a great job today.
I think I know what it means, though, Mom.
What?
The word care. It's about when you care about something, Mom. Right, Mom?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. So now you can understand why we talk about important things over and over again.
Why don't we talk about this in school? Is it important?
Well, see, schools teach the same subjects, but it's really up to me or your dad to teach you this information.
Yep.
You don't have to remember everything, but it is important to know where to find the right information.
Yep.
Can I have a hug?
No, you can't.
Oh, I just had the most wonderful dream. So it's really about consciousness of our own behaviors, right? And the state of consciousness that parents are predominantly in at home is the main teaching of consciousness. It's not taught in preschool or kindergarten or grade school. It's taught in the home. You know, when parents come home and they show no concern for how their children are doing or feeling, you know, the parents are only talking and focusing on their own day or problems. And that is the attention. And that's the only attention sometimes that children get. So many times, the presence of the child is never fully acknowledged in the household, which is very, very sad. Deep down inside, the child can feel that something very essential is missing, which makes them feel not important. This causes discomfort and confusion and a sense of lack and anger sometimes towards the parent, which often comes out when they reach the teenage years. Feeling unacknowledged, Children have to get attention by behaving irrationally, which is a way of telling parents that they feel as though they are not seen nor appreciated. Thank you all again, and hope you enjoyed this presentation. I am not an expert on any of the topics that I spoke about today, but I have done my research, and whatever resonated with my soul, I decided to talk about today. Our call to adventure brought us all here to the Seed 5 Metamorphosis, so we can learn and understand and grow with the hero's journey together. Thank you.
Well, how about that, guys? That was really creative and just very wholesome, wasn't it? She does such a great job. So much knowledge in such a short amount of time there. I'm very happy to be related to her and to support her endeavors at trying to bring this knowledge to progeny, because that is what it's really about. They are the next torchbearers, and we have to get this knowledge into the minds and hearts of the children. They are the ones who's going to have to deal with this world in the future, and that's why we fight so hard today, so that we can alleviate unnecessary suffering upon them in the future and make this journey a bit more easy for them, so they don't have to deal with all this baggage that we are bringing them with our own, trauma and just all the slavery in the world, the iniquities and inequities that we're all fighting against. I just think that was very beautiful. Thank you very much, Indica. And make sure to check out her website if you have not done so. I think it would be very worthwhile, especially if you have children or if you know people who have children. Get that book out there to people. I think that's a great idea. Every child should have this book in their homes, because we know that the public indoctrination system is not teaching our children the things that they need to know, like the objective sense of morality and natural law. So our next our next segment is going to be done by Dorian Greens. She is an independent dancer, artist, researcher, and natural healing advocate. She holds a master's degree in Asia and Pacific Studies and studied Chinese language, literature, and civilization at the University of Providence. Her work can be found at doriangreens.com. And her segment is called Metanoia. I think that's right. A dance film by herself. So this is just going to be a short segment where she is dancing symbolically. I hope you guys enjoy this. Well, that was absolutely gorgeous. And anybody familiar with any of the esoteric traditions should see the symbolic correlation in her amazing artistic dance there. I would highly recommend that everybody check out her work. You can find her work at the onegreatworknetwork.com and at her website, doriangreens.com, which should be in the chat. And if not, somebody can share it in the chat as well. Our next presenter is Brandon Spencer. He is also an independent researcher. He's a natural law advocate. He teaches a lot about tech. You can find a lot of his work at the onegreatworknetwork.com/Brandon-Spencer. And we can also get that in the chat as well. And his segment is going to be called That Everlasting Lamp. I'm really excited for Brandon's work. He's an up-and-comer. I really appreciate everything he's done. He actually put together some of the advertisements for the event. And yeah, I hope everybody's ready for this. Enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. I hope all is well, and I want to thank you for joining me at this special presentation for S.E.E.D 5. Before we jump in, I want to thank Brandon Martin. I want to thank all the individuals who have helped behind the scenes. I want to thank anyone who has helped, spread some health awareness and, just spread this information on S.E.E.D 5. And I want to thank all of the guests, all of the presenters. I love all of y'all's content. And it is a great honor, and it's a special thing for me just to be able to present for S.E.E.D 5. So I want to thank everyone. And I hope to inspire anyone listening. And, just it's all about spreading this information and trying to plant these seeds, because if we don't do that, then don't expect too much to change. So again, thank you. And I hope that everyone enjoys my presentation. The everlasting lamp. So again, like with a lot of my presentations, you will not be hearing anything new as far as this presentation right here. There is not enough time for me to go into everything in detail and to break things down within the small amount of time that is allowed for me to do. So I just want to always put this out there that there just is not enough time for me to go into all the details of everything that I would like to in this presentation. A lot of things have to get cut and left out. But unfortunately, that's just that's the situation given. There are links posted within the presentation by way of QR code. So if anyone wants to, dive deeper, when watching this on replay, you can always scan the QR code and, dive into greater detail. There's plenty of videos and books, and the QR codes can be scanned. And also too, I will use the words fire and light interchangeably a lot in this presentation. So just something that, I want you to be aware of. So my presentation is talking about symbolism. So let's get a good baseline on what I'm describing when I'm talking about the word symbolism. So what is a symbol, or what is symbolism? That's what I'm going to be discussing. And of course, fire symbolism. And mainly because this main element has always been something that has resonated within me. That internal fire, it was something that was sparked inside of me. It was like a hunger, a thirst. It was a thirst that I just couldn't get rid of. And this is what led me onto my journey. When that fire started to burn within me, and it started me down my journey. I had a thirst for knowledge, and a couple of years later, here I am trying to explain to people and trying to educate people on the importance of this fire symbolism. And of course, there are other elements out there. Just the fire symbolism is the one that I'm choosing to talk about. So I'm going to be describing fire symbolism within the mind, fire symbolism within the heart, fire symbolism within the realm of action. And of course, this would be in the manifestation of the hands, something that I've talked about many times before. And then the importance of protecting the flame and the importance of passing on this lantern, because that is a requirement also, is we have to make sure that we continue to pass on this knowledge. We have to continue to pass on these great gems of wisdom, this information, this truth, so that others can see, so that others can have that same clarity that we was given. We can't just think that, just because we know, it's all good. No, we have to be willing to put that information back out there for other generations and for other people. So let's start off with a quote from the great Manly P. Hall. "This ring of invisible flame is the eternal fire, the spark from the infinite will of birthless, deathless, and eternal center that includes within itself all that it has ever been, all that it is, and all that it ever shall be. This germ dwells in the state of eternity. For to this immortal spark, time is illusionary, and distance is non-existence. Joy and sorrow are unknown. For concerning its function and consciousness, all that can be said, it is, while other things come and go, it is." Another great quote. "According to Gnostic teaching, the world is a mixture of the seeds of light and of darkness. Though it is impossible to distinguish between them now, in all fullness of time, they will separate naturally as ordained." The great Gnostic teacher, Stephen A. Heller. So, what is a symbol? What is a symbol? We hear this term a lot. So the etymology of the word symbol, from Greek origin, sin or sun, together, or like, with. Then you have bowl, bowl. So you have sun and bowl, or sin and bowl. Bowl was meaning to cast, to throw, to put, or put in place. So you just combine those two words. So a clear meaning would be, a symbol is two things placed together to develop better clarity, meaning, or understanding by way of comparison. Because that's what you are doing, is you are comparing two things, and you're using a symbol as a representation of something else. Just like you can see in this depiction, the first vegetable, the carrot, it is a symbol that represents a number. So given the capacities of our thinking, we can compare and figure out what the number is by way of understanding what the symbol is and just using some logic. And symbols are not good. They are not evil. They're just simply a tool for one to understand a deeper meaning, a tool for us to understand ourselves, a tool for us to understand some deeper aspects of ourselves, to get back in touch with ourselves, get back in touch with things that may have been lost, things that may have become unknown or that we are ignorant to. Symbolism is a huge part of the conscious being's life. And as many great teachers said, man must live a symbolic life. Man must live a symbolic life. And if anyone has not checked out Nate Cap's Oculus presentation from Funnel 3. Great presentation. He breaks down symbolism very well, that most people should be able to understand it. And I highly encourage anyone to go out and check out that presentation. I watched it many, many times. So let's look at fire symbolism within the mind, because one of the things that fire was always symbolic of was truth, light, knowledge, information. And what good would humans be if we didn't have knowledge, if we didn't have that truth, if we didn't have that light, if we didn't have that vision, if we didn't have that clarity, if we didn't have that guidance? So the fire was always symbolic of that. Whenever you had an idea, you would have like a bulb illuminate within the mind. It represented the intellect, all of the thoughts, all of the intellectual programming, ideas that come, all of their mind chatter. Then you have the power and the energy, because ideas and thoughts create emotions that will eventually lead to action. So this is what gets the cogs, flowing. It's the energy. And then you also had the free will, being able to think, being able to use judgment, being able to use discernment. And then, of course, you have the fire symbolic as the savior, the protection, because to ancient man, fire was that protection. It was that savior figure. There's a reason why many traditions will go out and watch the birth of the sun, the rising of the sun. And then you also had it symbolic of the passing of traditions, especially the occult traditions, the traditions, the mystery traditions, the whole passing of the teachings. Either it may have been, the word of mouth, the passing of important knowledge, the passing of the lamp. And then, of course, you had it being a representative of man's inner illumination, because that's what man is here to do, illuminate. So let's look at the aspect, or the symbolic aspect, of truth, light, and knowledge, because not many people really take this as being important, because man is here to navigate. That's the reason why we have our neocortex. There's the reason why our minds, our brains, our physiological makeup is structured the way that it's structured. So we have this thing called the mind. It could be like a GPS system. We can use it to map out the objective world, to navigate, being able to remember, being able to recognize things, being able to recognize patterns, mapping out our environment. So we are here to navigate. Man is here to understand. That's a form of growth, knowing, knowledge, growing, being able to interpret that information through our senses, being able to, to actually filter that information. That's what it means to navigate. And we are here to harmonize with that which is the objective world, with truth. That's the whole importance of light. Without light, you would be running or bumping into things. If you ever try to navigate in a dark room, it is extremely hard. You're going to be falling over stuff, running into things. You can't see in darkness. It is extremely hard to navigate in darkness. We don't do well in darkness because you can't take in that external stimuli of information. Your sight can't take in the information. The only thing you can do is put your hands out. You can try to listen through external stimuli, but you can't take in that sensory, that vision, that light. So it can be processed in the back regions of the neocortex. Because that darkness is ignorance and fear. because that darkness is always there. It's just you can't take it in because you don't visibly have the light. You don't visibly have the knowledge. And the darkness is what we don't know or what we refuse to know, because it does come down to choice. So then we have use and abuse. You got the intellect, power, free will. You have the illuminating within, the choosing to use this knowledge, use this power for free will consent. You're not violating someone else's, free will choice. You're not violating someone else's rights. You're not stopping their progress, their conscious progress. You are helping others to see through these falsities. You are upholding the natural law. You are choosing right action over wrong. That's what grants the real power, not the illusionary power of hoarding the light, hoarding the knowledge, extinguishing the flame with ignorance, because sadly, ignorance and fear is what extinguishes that flame, is what extinguishes that inner light. Using light to create darkness, using obfuscation to create shadows, to create ignorance, resisting the laws of nature, thinking that you can become the arbiter of law, thinking that you can create law. This is a disease, intellect. One who's taken that power and associated with the ego, and now they're violating other people's free will. And then you have one of the oldest forms, the savior, the protection right here. Because the sun was the sun, the S-U-N was one of man's first savior symbols, way, way back then, when you just had light and darkness. Darkness was always associated with the predators, with evil. All of the animals who can see at night would come out to hunt. And man didn't have those skills. So man would always look toward the sun, the rising sun, as a symbol. We take so much of this for granted nowadays, but it's still ingrained in our psyche. Because people in today's day and age still take the sun as a savior symbol. We all do, because we need it to, to pretty much live, to stay warm. When the sun's out, usually we have, more happier, vibrant energy compared to when it's cold. And then we have the keeping and passing down of tradition. And I saw this symbolically represented in the legend of Prometheus, which I know a lot of people think that Prometheus is like a bad allegory, but I think it's more of a positive allegory. The importance of knowledge, the importance of passing of certain traditions, making sure that the knowledge stays alive, making sure that others can educate themselves. I think that's one of the best things that was taken out of the Prometheus story, because he was willing to steal fire from the gods. He was willing to give up his own personal sacrifices because he understood the importance of the knowledge, of passing this stuff down to others, even at the cost of death. And the depths that the initiate would endure trying to attain this knowledge. That's something that we also take for granted, In today's day, we have the technology, but ancient man didn't have these luxuries. Ancient man would actually have to travel across deserts, hundreds, thousands of miles to get this knowledge. They would literally have to face death and all of the conditions, all of the external environmental conditions that they would have to go through just to get this knowledge, just to get initiated, or just to get this manuscript. Ancient man understood the importance of knowledge and the impact it had on consciousness. Sadly, we ignore it. And that's why our inner illumination is not there. We are not as vibrant as we should be. We are not radiating as we should be. Carl Jung, the symbol for self is an idea of a totality that is not identical with the ego. It is consciousness, which is not our consciousness, a light which is not our light. Sigmund Freud. After all, we did not invent symbolism. It is a universal, age-old activity of the human imagination. I'm going to read that one again. Sigmund Freud. After all, we did not invent symbolism. It is a universal, age-old activity of the human imagination. Manly P. Hall. Symbolism is the language of the mysteries. By symbols, men have ever sought to communicate to each other those thoughts which transcend limitations of language. Which transcend limitations of language. All right, and as we look at the second part of the symbolic, because symbolism, we're going to be talking about within the heart. So, what were some of the symbolic aspects of fire within the heart? Of course, you had representing true care, comfort, warmth, security, love. It was the initiation force or initiating. You also had a representing of sacrifice, and then also growth. So these are the symbolic representations within the heart. True care and initiation. I know care is one of the, is one of the words that gets thrown around a lot. But when we're talking about true care, we are literally talking about the force that initiates. And true care is that initial spark that ignites that inner flame. It is that beginning. It's what creates, because true care is the driving force for conscious creation. Hell, again, conscious creation. True care can only create right moral action. So if you have that true care, then you'll be willing to sacrifice. You'll be willing to, lose some things, to give up for something that you truly do, care about. And think about it. Pretty much everything that we've ever wanted has involved some form of care. But true care is when you are willing to literally sacrifice and give up for something that is right, something that is good. Integrity is telling myself the truth, and honesty is telling the truth to others. Spencer Johnson. And sadly, in today's day and age, people have apathy for the truth. They'll say that they care for the truth. They'll say that they'll care for, what's really morally right. They'll say it with just words, but it's not backed up with true right action. So we have comfort, warmth, and security. This inner flame was a beacon guiding the soul on its journey. We always enjoy that time by the fire. And it's just like if you've ever gone to any campfire, just being around the fire, being by that fire, all of the warmth and comfort, it was a very kind of like loving feeling, a very caring feeling. You felt secure, you felt, as though you were not in danger. Fire or that light is what brings illumination, clarity, vision, true illumination. Heat, heat is another, concept that, that we have the capacity to understand, and how certain heat or certain variable, temperatures are going to have certain consequence depending on the health environment. And there are certain, emotional pleasures that can come with that, and then you have, have protection. These are some of the internal, emotional, symbolic resonances that were always associated, with the fire or the flame or held a torch. Because we all really seek that internal fulfillment. You can say it's coming from our lesser, like animalistic, health desires. That's fine, because desire was also one of the things that was associated with the fire symbol. Love and growth. We need to feed that inner flame and nourish it. That this inner light has no boundaries. There's nowhere it can't shine, no shadow it can't unveil, and no depth within our psyche it can't reach. This is the power of light, and the reason why this fire should burn bright within each of us. But you see, this love and growth has to come from something. It has to come from that aspect of true care. It has to come from that aspect of true care. Because we've seen how, certain groups or certain individuals can do some very immoral things based off of just eros. So you can't just have the eros form of love. You have to have the agape form of love, because that's what we are talking about. True care is agape, is true love. That's what leads you. That's what opens you up to growth. That's what opens you up to more abundance in information, in knowledge, in truth, in light. That's what feeds the flame. And this was always, symbolically represented by a lot of, her goddesses. You have Hathor, you have Freya, you have Demeter. Then you have like the archetype of the feminine goddess in the middle, Tyort. And then you just have the, like the embodiment of the feminine spirit, the feminine energy in the bottom right. Have the picture, have representing nature, because nature is always growing, is always giving its love, is always giving its abundance. It gets it from the sun. So again, you're still talking about energy, but we're talking about agape, growth, opening yourself up to take in, opening yourself up for that possibility to manifest and not cutting it off. And of course, sacrifice. You can't have fire without sacrificing something. You can't manifest fire without sacrificing something. So when starting and maintaining any fire, you will always need components. You need oxygen, heat, fuel. These are requirements. So to fuel the flames and to keep them alive, there are requirements. If these requirements go unmet, then don't expect that which will never manifest by law. So what is humanity sacrificing? Hell, again, are we bringing the right sacrifices to the altar? Talking symbolically, are we still, sacrificing our fellow brothers and sisters to whatever, wartime gods? You have the Aztec sacrifice god, which Tlachtoltec in the depiction. Are we still doing those war sacrifices? Or are we actually sacrificing the correct form of time and energy, her dedication to try to educate ourselves, to try to educate those around us, to try to educate the next generation, conscious parenting? Are we sacrificing our time here, just worrying about sports and pleasure and materialistic things? Or are we listening to those who made that great sacrifice, like the ones we see in the depiction, and there's so many other great teachers that have literally, made that dedication so that I'm able to take in new information and to learn, and so that anyone who's listening to this, hell, can learn. Because I'll tell you this: if a lot of these people didn't make that great, sacrifice, I wouldn't be here. You may not would even be here. Hell, I could still be asleep, still doing whatever stuff that is considered trendy. So I'm thankful that these individuals have made this sacrifice. So thankful that they made the sacrifice. And I would make that same sacrifice too. This is truth. When you sacrifice your life, you must make fullest use of your weaponry. It is false not to do so and to die with a weapon as yet undrawn. This is truth. When you sacrifice your life, you must make the fullest use of your weaponry. It is false not to do so and to die with a weaponry as yet undrawn. Miyamoto Musashi. All right, as we move on to the last aspect of it, fire symbolism of the hands. And this is one that I really want to focus on, and one that I really want to hammer on, because I think this is something that a lot of people can see in today's day and age, with all the tyranny going on, with all the loss of rights, with all the loss of freedom, and just all of the immoral things that we see being done by, the state worshipers, these big time corporations, and just a straight ignorance and, like immorality of things. So I would think that, most people by now would at least be somewhat able to see the physical signs. So I really want to hammer upon the fire symbolism of the hands. So one of the symbolic representations that fire, was associated with was consequence. Fire was always associated with consequence. Just like I was talking about earlier in the mythos of Prometheus. What was the consequences for what he did? Well, of course, he was imprisoned by Zeus, and he had a bird come out and, I want to say, eat out his liver. It wasn't liver; it was one of the organs. But explaining, how the consequences that come, with no matter whatever we do, consequences can be good, consequences can be bad. They don't always have to be associated with something that's negative. There is such good, thing as a positive, consequences. And hopefully some positive consequences can come from the C5, conference, just, seeing these presentations. So another thing that the fire was symbolically associated with was law. And yes, we're talking about natural law, and, sadly, it was associated with, man's law. It was also represented by chaos. Fire is that one thing that's always changing, can never really be controlled. And then, of course, you also have change, that one thing that people seem to fear, true change. Then we have the self-defense, the warrior style energy. This is something that seemed to be dead in a lot of people. People don't want to fight back. People don't want to say no. People don't want to use their voice. People don't want to use their fire, that raging fire, for positive right action, to stand up and say no, to say I have had enough, in that self-defense, masculine type form of energy. And then, of course, you have behavior. We've seen this being constructed and molded for generations now, molding people's behavior like putty. And of course, the human will and the human potential. So when we look at how consequence, law, chaos, just as the many great myths and legends and stories and fables try to teach man, there is a cause and effect force in creation. There is a cause and effect force in creation. There is, not I believe, there is a cause and effect like force in creation that is ingrained within the fabric of the threads of society. This is clear, like this is evident. Even mainstream mind control science even talks about this. But no matter what we do, we can never escape it. Can never escape it. There will always be consequences. We will always be governed by law. Everything in the physical world will always be governed by law. Law is what governs the physical manifestation. Law is what governs the spiritual manifestation. Law is what governs and controls everything. We will never be able to escape this. Even by trying to think you can escape this is what starts to cause chaos. That's what starts to cause internal contradiction, because deep down subconsciously, all of us know that we can never, ever escape law. Ayn Rand, you can avoid reality, but you can't avoid the consequences of avoiding reality. You can avoid reality, but you can't avoid the consequences of avoiding reality. And sadly, that's what we see too many people trying to do, trying to avoid the consequences of not only what they've done, but of this objective reality. And again, that's what the fire symbolically, represents. Because if you constantly if you touch a fire, what's going to be the consequences of that? Hopefully, your neocortex is going to alert you that, hey, that scathed you. That was hot. That was extremely hot. High temperatures. Don't do that. Hell again. Something should pop off in your brain. Don't do that. Hell again. A learning mechanism can be used for growth. So, hell again, this works the same way. Consequences, law, chaos. You touch a fire, you will be burned. You continue to fuck with natural law, unfortunately, the natural law express will come in and unfortunately run you over. That's just the way things operate within this manifestation. And this depiction right here is sadly the future of humanity right here. This beautiful image of Themis is sadly what the future of mankind is choosing. This important picture right here. So dwell on it, even though it may look like a terrible situation. Sadly, it's just the way of things. You shouldn't get mad. You shouldn't be happy of it. This is just the choosing or the outcome that humanity is choosing right here. But it's going to happen, unfortunately, by law if we continue to make this choice. Themis is eventually going to pay us a visit. And I'm talking in a symbolic, allegorical representation. I'm not talking as a physical deity. Symbolically, this is going to happen in some way or form. It may not happen overnight, but in some way, some form, this image, this depiction is going to come true. Unfortunately, because that's the consequences that we are choosing, unfortunately. And of course, we have change, change. How the phoenix was always symbolically represented with change, because fire is that one thing that constantly and always changes. If you ever view or, if you ever sat down and watched a fire, it never has it's pretty much like same shape. It's always dancing. It always has that fluidity. It can create just as it can destroy. And unfortunately, the mind and change doesn't really operate, as well. So whenever, we are faced with change, it always creates this uneasiness, this level of uncomfort, But that's us trying to help adapt to our environment, help adapt to something new and take that in, so we can add it to our mapping. We can add it to our worldview. We can add it to our way of life. But this change was always symbolically represented by the unknown or unconscious, that which we don't know, but that which we need to dive into and that which we need to explore. And it was by exploring the unknown, by jumping into that information about our own psyche, about our own self that we may not know, that we may feel uncomfortable with, then that's how we start to learn more and light that fire and make it conscious. And that's how we really start to create ourselves, by changing ourselves, because we've come to know, more about the self. So change should not be feared if it's right change, if it's correct change. But you see, they gotten us to kind of focus on change in the monetary system. Got any spare change? And then you also have the other linguistic form of when you say the word change, it still sounds symbolically like, or linguistically like the word change. Chains, changes in slave chains, shackle and feet change, metal change around your ankles. Now idiots are wearing chains around their necks. So it's going from a form of physical slavery to a form of mental, spiritual, psychological slavery. But we need to get back to that real alchemical change, that phoenix. That's where the change I'm really associating it with. True change, change that creates that force that makes you want to get up and do something. And then, of course, you have the self-defense, a warrior, masculine-like energy, something that a lot of people still don't want to associate with freedom. People still don't want to associate it with consciousness. People still don't want to associate its energy with growth. Without this warrior masculine-like energy, you would never, ever stand up for yourself. You would not say no. Self-defense is a form of self-care. Self-defense is a form of self-love. Self-defense is a form of self-respect. And just like fire was one of the tools of ancient man for self-defense, now we have firearms. And firearms are some of the best tools for self-defense. Of course, you should be using your voice. You should be using your words. You should be using non-verbal, body language to try to destabilize certain situations. But if that option fails, if the other option fails, and someone is aggressing on your body, on your rights and freedoms, then you have the right to exercise that natural law right. And a lot of people still don't want to accept this. Not accepting this means you're not operating holistically, not incorporating this masculine like energy, this self-defense energy, this warrior energy. It doesn't mean that you are overly aggressive. No, it's a defensive type energy. You know when to use it. You know when to say no. You know when to let it loose. You know when to open up the cage and deal with a certain situation, then you put it right back inside the cage. A lot of people fear this energy because they think that they are just going to let loose and they can't control it. Well, hell, again, accountability, being a fucking adult. A warrior knows how to use their tools. They know how to maintain their tools. Any idiot can own a firearm, but do you know how to maintain it? Are you responsible with it? Do you actually go out and practice with it? So how many people would be willing to make that ultimate sacrifice for freedom? What has happened to this warrior, rebellious energy? It has been squashed. It has literally been squashed within people. It has been squashed in a lot of men. Too many men. And we've seen this. Because it's past that time. Way past that time, man. It's been past that fucking time. Long gone past that time. Our behaviors are a reflection of our internal growth. If that internal flame has been suppressed or is running wild, expect to witness the manifestations outwardly. And this is the principle of correspondence. If our behaviors are still childlike, like underdeveloped, no sense of right and wrong, then we are going to manifest that outwardly. The principle of correspondence. Garbage in, garbage out. That's the trivium, And our behaviors can scar, they can consume, and they sure hell can suffocate, just as any fire can. So this is the dangers of our ignorance. This is the dangers of us creating unconsciously, because that's when we do start to scar. We do start to consume and suffocate others, just like any blazing fire would if it's not controlled or if it's overstimulated. So we're talking about the human will and the human potential, because we're not at the finish line yet, but man, it sure does feel like we are close there, with everything that's, taking place. And I always ask myself, like, man, like, is this the end game goal for man? Man has this capacity to create. It has so much potential, infinite amount of potential, an infinite amount of human will. So I always say, like, is this it? Because, to start any fire or create anything requires willpower. And the human will wants great and uplifting man to his highest of heights. Now we have fallen to the lowest of the low. And we see this in society, man. Like, it's so evident. It's like such potential has been squashed, but not yet fully quashed. So what will you do? What will humanity do? What will you do? What will you do to act? Will you act? Will you take action? The more individuals who sit back and do nothing, the more rights will be axed. The more rights will be axed. The more individuals sit back and do nothing, the more rights will be axed. So, hell, again, the human will and the human potential, are we just going to sit, continue to do nothing, sit back and get screwed over? So, the sacred lantern, the sacred lantern. I'm talking about symbolism, so why was the symbol of the lamp and the lantern so important? The flame has to be protected. The flame has to be protected. As we've seen throughout history, there are a lot of individuals who want to control knowledge, who want to hoard knowledge, and want to use knowledge for their own egoic purposes. So a moral, responsible, integrated, like individual who takes this task on should be willing to protect the flame, making sure that the knowledge doesn't fall into, her wrong hands. And then two, like just like with any fire, the other elements can come and squash the fire, can extinguish the fire. So just look at like the elements of air, symbolically represented, by the mind chatter, the intellect, all of these isms, all of these forms of thoughts that are, injected into our consciousness. All of these ideas, all of these negative thought forms that are literally projected and interjected into our consciousness, into our way of thinking, with all the ads, all of the going by quickly, technology. This is the winds of the intellect. How this is symbolically represented with air, and with just one strong gust of wind can blow out any flame. We see the elements of earth, and all of this pleasure and all of this, like material, just focus on how materialism, focus on whatever goods, focus on whatever role, how your job, how whatever egoic programming that you have attached with, with the car, the label, or the house, the sports team. We see people just stuck in that. And just like with the earth element, you can suffocate that fire. And then lastly, we have the symbolic representation of the waters, the emotional planes, which we see a lot of people just stuck in their hell emotions. They're not able to even take in, any information. They're stuck in fear. They are stuck in those emotional waters, and it's putting out their fire. So we can see these other elements, can easily put out any flame, symbolically and literally. So we have to be willing to protect this flame. We have to be willing to clean off that lantern. We have to be willing to, dust off. Because just like with any other light, it can become obscure. Dirt and debris and all other forms of, filth can get onto the lantern and block, degrade its vision, degrade its light, and obscure what can be seen and what is possible. So it makes it easier to pass that lamp on to the next capable individual. How honoring our ancestors and being grateful and thankful, because it will always remain a beacon for those with eyes to see. Because you can never, ever put out this lamp. You can never, ever put out this lantern, no matter how hard you try to, no matter how hard they try to. You can never really fully put out this sacred lantern, because it is that lantern of truth. It is that lantern of light. So in closing, I will leave it to the great Manly P. Hall. To repress rebellion is to maintain the status quo, a condition which binds the mortal creature to a state of intellectual or physical slavery. But it is impossible to chain man merely by slaving his body. The mind also must be held. And to accomplish this, fear is the accepted weapon. The common man must fear life, fear death, fear God, fear the devil, and fear most the overlords, the keepers of his destiny. Manly P. Hall. I want to thank everyone for sitting down and being present for this presentation. And again, I want to thank all of the wonderful individuals who have helped to put this magnificent event together. And I want to thank you as the viewer for sitting down and watching this presentation. I hope that there is just some food for thought to kind of spark some curiosity to try to get more people, looking into, what symbolism is and the importance of and the importance of, her symbolism in our consciousness and in our, her development. And I hope that the individuals were able to, our future individuals, can help watch this and pause it and check out some of the QR codes, because there are a lot of other great minds who have talked about symbolism. And, we really do need to get back to a symbolic life. So I thank you and enjoy the rest of this online conference and enjoy the rest of your day. Peace out.
Howdy, Brandon.
Howdy, howdy.
That was wonderful, man. I really enjoyed that.
Thank you. It was, I'm actually kind of glad that it's already done, because it's a big, her release, finally to get it finally done, and, got some good chat, and hopefully a lot of people enjoyed it.
I'm sure they did. You definitely brought some cosmic fire to the table. And, I really loved the breakdown of the lantern, and you made it very simplistic for, everybody. They could totally understand that. I love the Phoenix image that you shared as well, because I used that in one of my presentations. I was like, oh, yes, I know that picture. That's a good picture.
It was a lot of inspiration from your past presentation at the funnel event. So yeah, it was a lot of work, but it was a lot of inspiration from a lot of people, and I hope to put that in there with the QR codes, because I always like to respect and show, honor to the ones who I learned from, as a sign of respect. So that's really what it is, a sign of respect. So I hope people can check out those QR codes too.
Yeah, the QR codes was a great idea, man. I'm going to have to integrate that into my my work myself. I was like, oh man, that's such an ingenious way of like sharing, the information that's helped inspire you, It was amazing. Thank you for doing that. And thank you for being a part of this event. I mean, you have brought some synergy here to initiate us into the mysteries. And I think that's a great foundation for us to understand symbolism, because that is the root of one of the problems here, is that people are not symbolically literate.
Yes. And they also have an incorrect, view of symbolism. Too many people think that is, it's all evil, it's all, demonic. But that's just an incorrect way of looking at things. Symbols can have so many different layers. They are, multi, layers. So it's really the individual who's going to, put the meaning and purpose on each symbol. So that's what I hope to bring about, with this beginner, presentation, because that was just a beginner to get people, maybe interested in symbolism, because there's still a lot of work, out there that one can dive into if they want to dive deeper into symbolism. So,
absolutely, I've turned so many people on to symbolism. I have a lot of acquaintances that are very left brain, very scientific, very intellectual, and I've bought them great symbolic books, and their minds are just blown once they start to unfold the symbol. Because the symbol will just constantly keep unfolding as your consciousness enhances, right?
Yeah.
So you could go back to a simple symbol like a circle or a square, and you're like, oh, it meant this one thing then, and then you come back to it, and you're like, oh, it's so much more beautiful.
As you learn more.
That's right, as you learn more to that. So I have a question for you. What awakened you and got you on this path?
It was actually two things. I would have to say, of course, pattern recognition. I played video games. I was a huge Call of Duty player, and I play video games relentlessly, but I started to recognize a pattern within the game. And, I just decided to explore more to figure out what that pattern was. And this was around 2013. And I just, out of curiosity, clicked on a link. And this was right after, some false flag shootings. And, it took me down the conspiracy realm. But it was when I came across Mark Passio's work, like many others. He literally lit the fire like underneath, my ass. And, when I came across his work, he literally sparked something inside of me that I literally wanted to know. And I tell people I had a hunger, I had an insatiable appetite for knowledge. I would have climbed any mountain, I would have swum across any, ocean just to know. And that's something that I still have, so that fire within me had been lit. And it was just through a lot of synchronicities and a lot of curiosity and pattern recognition, and because I umpire a lot of the things that I started to research, I started to see within myself and I started to see within other people. And, ever since then, I just wanted to, be on the right side of history, and be a beacon for light and, maybe try to show others, how that same light that I was able to see and so many others were able to see.
That's awesome. That's very beautiful. I also was a very big video game player when I was younger, and I really enjoyed the allegories of specifically like fantasy games, like Final Fantasy was one of the ones that actually inspired me to type of grouping of people. They're mercenaries, but they're militia as well, and they're called the S.E.E.D, and they go out on these adventures to fight against the state and the church to bring freedom, which is really awesome. We have a question here from Will Keller. Fire is a masculine element. Do you see the attack on men and masculinity a significant role in controlling a society?
Yes. And I see it as multi-layered, because not only do you have, the men who are under attack, but it also puts an attack on the feminine as well, because we as, males, as that masculine energy, there's certain things that we just like to do. And, like we are the ones who like to go out and, work, and like to do like the harder tasks. And, like we like to be those protectors. And once you have an attack on either of, the masculine or feminine, then it forces the other to kind of, I guess you can say, play both roles. So, yeah, I do see it as a way to control society, because who's going to be a lot of the ones who would fight back physically if things got to that unfortunate scenario? It would be a lot of the strong, masculine, men out there. So it kind of leaves us open for more targets. It leaves us open for more forms to be attacked. And then it also forces the feminine to also play the masculine role too, so it's dual layer. And that's what we see is a lot of the feminines, having to be forced or coerced to step into that masculine role. And then it throws things off in society.
Right. Very well said. Very well said. I also have a personal question for you, which is, what was the most influential Mark Passio presentation that he gave that actually got you going?
Oh, it would have to be his natural law seminar. I watched it at least 15 times. And the first time I watched it for the full straight 8 hours. And I watched it so many times. So yeah, it was the most influential, just because all of the knowledge that was into it, it hit me so hard that once it was done, I was like, I wanted more. So yeah, it was his natural law seminar.
Yeah, that's a very good one. That also would have to be mine as well. Do we have any more questions from the chat? Does anybody have any questions for this great presenter over here, Brandon Spencer? Can you break down the image behind you? Oh, yeah, we can do that later in the evening, maybe during the round table. And we'll get Nathan in here for that, because that's his art. He did a wonderful job with that art. He does amazing work. Let's see. Any more questions? Do you have any other statements you'd like to give for the audience, Brandon?
A lot of people may not know this, but I didn't actually sit down and listen to my presentation recently because I don't like hearing my voice. My voice, I dislike it. I've suffered with a lot of speech impediments, and a lot of people may not know this. So I know there are a lot of people out there who are in that same boat, and there may be something that's fearful as far as them speaking out. But I know what it feels like. So there's something that you have to overcome. So if I can do it, then a lot of people can do it, because there are a lot of people out there who know what's going on. And I highly encourage them to start using your voice to speak out, because if we don't, then it's going to be an end game for everyone. So I understand the fears. I understand the anxieties that come along with it, but there's something that you have to overcome, because I am my own biggest critic when it comes to hearing myself speech. So, I know what it feels like. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the same thing going on. It took me many years to get over that, but eventually it does fade away. We have a question here from Awaken Your Mind. As a fire sign, how do you tend the fires within?
I spend a lot of time with, myself. I've always been kind of a loner, and I just, spend a lot of time doing things that, help make me happy, or, do things that I, I like doing. And I just spend a lot of time, with myself. I'm constantly looking in the mirror. I'm constantly, making mistakes. And I'm also trying to reevaluate, those mistakes to make sure that I don't make them, hell again. And then two, I try to stay humble. That's the real thing, is I try to stay humble and not try to put myself above others, and show some compassion, because I once was in the same state of mind that all the other people, were in, who we are trying to help. So that's something that I always try to keep into consideration, and, never let my ego get the best of me, and try to stay humble, spend a lot of time, with myself, and just try to create. That's the one thing that a lot of people aren't doing, is they aren't really creating. And then that's the one thing that I'm trying to learn more and more, is how can I learn the software better to create better, to get, better at what I'm doing. So
that leads me into my next question, which is from Beagle Eye Visions. How do you prepare to do a presentation, and how do you choose the topics?
That's a great question.
It is.
Well, the first thing is going to come down to, is it a presentation that I'm just doing because then I have more time to put into it, or if it's a presentation for like online conference like this, because you may not have as much time. And when you only have an hour of time, it is extremely hard to talk about certain topics. So that's going to be my, have my general baseline. Then after that, usually a topic just comes up to me, like randomly, and I'm like, oh, how that sounds good, just because I've done a lot of research. And then two, the first thing I'll do is figure out a background. With this presentation, my background was just a green screen, and I use a chroma key through OBS. And I just had the fire stuff through OBS, so it kind of overlaid it, and it just made it easier. But yeah, I always figure out my background first, because to me, that's always the hardest thing. And then just formatting it, finding the slides, because you kind of got to put the presentation in a way that can be understood. And there's a lot of work that goes into it. It sounds easy on paper, but when you actually start doing it, it can be a lot more complex, or it can be a lot, easy. It's just based on how you want it to come out. So as far as topics, it usually just comes up, randomly, but I try to have my topics be something that can inspire the individual, and not tailor, my talks toward a certain group of people. No, my talks are tailored toward the individual. So that's really how I do my presentations.
Very well said. That's pretty much how I do mine as well. And we'll take one more question here from Amazing Conspiracy Realist channel. Are you doing any more, I suppose he means presentations on other elements, any more breakdowns on the other elements in the future?
I haven't thought about it, but the air element would be something that I would like to talk about, because that's something that gets misrepresented a lot. And then I guess all the other, elements could be something. So yeah, there may be something to that. So yeah, I may do something, in the future. Who knows? Who
knows, right? Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Brandon Spencer. And I hope to get you back in the future on the S.E.E.D conference because I love your work. I love what you're doing. And if anybody's interested in checking out Brandon Spencer's work, there will be a link in the comments. And you can also just go right to One Great Work Network /Brandon Spencer. And you can find all his work there. And I'd highly recommend checking out his new Da Vinci presentation on how to use Da Vinci. So that's a editing software, by the way. So that's really good. Thank you for joining me, Brandon.
Yeah. And thank you for inviting me. Thank you for putting on this amazing conference. And I hope that there was some knowledge to be gained from my presentation.
Absolutely. All right, so that's it. We're going to move on to the next one. I'll introduce the next presenter here. Actually, it's two presenters. We'll make this quick. Brandon did such a wonderful job. So if anybody can give him some support, that would be awesome. The next presenters are Patty Lager and Noah, or Lager. And she is an anarchist, naturopath, and college professor with over 20 years of teaching experience in human anatomy and physiology. And you can find her work at naturallawhealth.com. And we'll throw that in the comments as well. And then her companion in this, which I had no idea who was coming until much later, is Noah. And she guides people to loving themselves into a life of radiant well-being and great freedom, mind, body, and spirit. She shares the art of cellular regeneration and connecting us back to nature, its simplicity. Her guidance is always inspired and based on natural law and the innate intelligence of the body to heal and regenerate itself. Oh, yes, I do. I do have a link for her. It's the soteriafoundation.life. So I'll throw both of those into the comments, and we are ready to go for this next beautiful presentation.
A great pleasure to be here with my sister and friend and a fellow detoxification specialist. And what we focus on is regenerative healing. And what we're going to be sharing here today is the power of regenerative healing and what does it really mean. And as regenerative healing specialists, we help people and ourselves to purify the body and the mind by using natural laws, really just the natural principles of life, connecting back to nature, and utilizing methods such as juice feasting, such as fasting, fruits, which we're going to be talking about, which is the natural food for the human species and the human organism, and why, and what healing really is, and how come purification, the purification of the body, is a doorway to your ultimate liberation. That what we do is so much more than just physical health or losing weight or ridding yourself from any kind of diseases or discomforts. Like, yes, those are all things that are going to come along the way. However, the path of healing and the path of purification goes so much deeper and excavates so much of the unconscious and the shadows and the debris really that we hold within our physical body, but then also our mental body and our emotions, and how come it's vital and absolutely crucial to go through the path of purification to really purify the body if you want to be truly free. So it is the path of purification that leads to liberation, that brings about freedom of the body and realizing that, well, the soul and the spirit resides within this body. And so in order to embody our divinity, in order to embody the light of our soul, which is the truth of who we are, the physical body must be addressed.
and how true freedom, this conference is about metamorphosis. And so as humans on this planet, if we are to elevate, if we are to change, we have to change who we are fundamentally. And it comes down to this path of initiation. And when somebody partakes in something like juice fasting, where they're doing no solid food, so maybe to introduce what juice fasting is first and foremost as a modality that will be used to help us undergo this metamorphosis of being a human being and learning our true potential. There's no fiber in what you're taking in an extended period of time where it's just pure liquid nutrition. The insoluble fiber is removed, and there's this massive absorption of nutrients that are flooding our bodily fluids, delivering, the nutrition throughout the body. And during that path during that time of juicing, a person is now not going to be able to rely on what they might have been addicted to or have been using in the past as a means to suppress emotions or to suppress a potential in their body. Is there anything you want to comment on that as what you see in individuals going on, a juicing cleanse?
Through my own experience and working with clients, you go into it perhaps from a particular door of wanting to cleanse the body or whatever the health issue might be, and then along the way, you realize that it's so much more than just that. And like you said, in moments of discomfort or moments of maybe intense emotions or whatnot, there's no, okay, I'm not going to go to the food. So when you are in that kind of process, life invites you to sit with what is and to start having an awareness. Like this is how we start freeing ourselves, is by actually realizing that something has power over us. And food, all food, is a drug. And it's the biggest drug out there. And it's the most acceptable. It really is a drug. And that's the first step. If you want to liberate yourself, is to first realize I'm an addict. Like I'm an addict, or I actually, I use food as a way to suppress or to numb. And it doesn't matter what the food is. The denser it is, the heavier it is, the more detrimental, perhaps. However, though, food and just even the act of eating, right? Like the solid food. So when you remove that, you start having that awareness of, okay, I don't have this food now to go into, so I must actually deal with what's inside.
Right.
And that's how we start liberating ourselves.
And I think many people don't understand just how energetically demanding the process of digesting the food is, so that when people start eating, all of their bodily energy is going into, secreting the digestive enzymes, breaking down the food, absorbing those nutrients. And the heavier the food, the more energy it takes. So when you lighten the load, less energy is involved. When you completely remove the fiber, no energy is involved in digestion. All you're doing is absorbing. And then you can get to the point of, like you said, the liberation. So talking more about this liberation, and why it's important for people on the path of a truth-seeking, philosophy of looking at the problems in the world. Why should the everyday person just embark on a juice cleanse? Why is that important? If you don't have something that you're trying to heal, is this a path of initiation that most people should embrace, because it is a moment of solitude, or a moment of allowing the body to deeply rest and heal? Anything you'd like to comment on that?
There's a lot I can comment on that. Well, number one is that there's no shoulds, in the sense of, would that bring world peace like next week if every person or a majority of people on this planet goes on? It's not even about the juicing. It's just like, stop the consumption or start paying attention to what you're consuming. Then yes, we'll have world peace like next week. So, however, though, there is such a thing regarding a soul path, an individual path, and every person just signed up for something else, so, and maybe it's not this lifetime that they're going to purify their body. So I don't really have like a black and white answer to that. And yes, like, it would be lovely if every individual would embark on some sort of a purification journey at some point in their lives, because that's going to help all of us as humans on this planet. Now, it doesn't have to be a salt purification, but there is power to that. There's no doubt about it. And let's start with the understanding that when your body is full of obstructions, and when it's acidic, and when your colon, your GI tract is filthy and is constantly releasing toxins throughout the body, these toxins, they pollute the blood, they affect the brain, they affect the glands, the endocrine system, which is our connection to the chakras, to the energy centers. So the physical body is not a separate thing from our energy body. We've got several bodies, and they all interact and work together. And so when we talk about the human potential, how can we actually embody, first of all, and then fulfill our true human potential, if we are limited because our body is filled with obstructions to various degrees? And when our brain is not functioning fully, and when there's a constant seeping of toxicity into the blood, which is the water of life, this is like the water in our body is the blood. It's like the rivers are polluted on the planet because it's just, in the oceans, because it's just a reflection of what's going on inside people's bodies. Like, the world is merely a reflection. It's a mirror. So we can do all the great things out there, cleaning the oceans, cleaning the rivers, cleaning the beaches, but we're not addressing the root cause. which is the cells of this human organisms, which is each and every human, continue to pollute their own body and their own blood, and therefore we see the reflection. So that's one aspect. Then we look at the amount of not just trash that you eliminate during a salt food vacation out of your digestive tract, which is like, it's mind blowing. Like, I have every single client that is like, they can't believe it. Like, after 70 days, 80 days on nothing but juice, and what comes out the other end is nothing but mind boggling. Then when we talk about freedom, when we talk about sovereignty, you're not fully free and you're not fully sovereign if there are microorganisms in your body, aka parasites and fungus and bacteria, that are not supposed to be there, controlling your body, controlling what you put in your mouth, what you want to put in your mouth, and your thoughts and your emotions. The implications of having colonies of parasites and funguses in your body go way, way, way beyond what most people can even comprehend. What I have been learning myself and been like, oh my God, when you start seeing how much they control what it is that you want, what it is that you crave, what it is that you think, what it is that you feel, and how you even view yourself, because these creatures also feed on low vibrational emotions. So they want you to stay depressed. They want you to stay desperate. They want you to stay hopeless. They want you to stay in fear, because just like parasites want particular foods, they also want particular vibrational states.
That is so true. And it is all vibration.
Yes. The last thing parasites want, or any microorganisms, that basically you are the host. You're the host. They want you to stay their host. They want to stay alive just like you want to stay alive. They don't want you to fulfill your full potential, which is light. This is the truth of our being. If you want to talk about truth and our true potential, is that our DNA is made of light. We are light beings. And so juice feasting and the fruits and the herbs, the fasting, the things that we utilize, these are all steps. These are all ways in which, or tools that we utilize to bring us back to our natural state, which is light. This physical form is dense because it's made out of light that manifests itself in a more dense form. But it's our responsibility to come back to the truth of who we are and awaken our light DNA.
That's exactly what it is. And I think many people don't know the true nature of DNA in the first place. It is an antenna, a light source. It can emit light. I mean, there has been many individuals that have talked about the light bodies, and so when you mentioned going back a little bit to, you know, the how each human is a reflection of what's going on this planet, right? So if we look at, like, you know, our own human body, and so we have cells in our human body that make up organs, and organs that make up the whole organism. If one cell goes awry, if one cell becomes sick and damaged because of a variety of reasons, whatever dis-ease has been embedded in that cell, and it starts to proliferate and take over, it can essentially eventually kill the whole organism. So that's kind of a reflection of each human on this planet, and why it's important So if we look at like, our own human body, and so we have cells in our human body that make up organs and organs that make up the whole organism. If one cell goes awry, one cell becomes sick and damaged because of a variety of reasons, whatever dis-ease has been embedded in that cell, and it starts to proliferate and take over, it can essentially eventually kill the whole organism. So that's kind of a reflection of each human on this planet, and why it's important that each human takes personal responsibility, because one human can theoretically release enough of a negative effect that it can affect many others, and cause kind of a situation of where we are today, right? So today we have such of a low consciousness on this planet. And so there is this, I think, important message we're trying to maybe share, that each and every individual human has the personal responsibility to clean their house, to cleanse their vessel, so that they don't spread this diseased energy.
Right. No, I really appreciate that you brought up the self-responsibility, because it boils down to that. In my view, it has to start at home. The mantra that I live by is to be the change, to be the shift that you wish to see in the world. And how are we going to see the shifts and the change that we want to see in the world when we keep the way we treat our body, the way we view ourselves, is the way that we actually treat the planet? There's a correlation there.
Exactly.
And the self-responsibility also, it's a byproduct, or it goes hand in hand with actually realizing, like the self-realization of who you truly are and what is this body. Because also there's this conception in many of the spiritual circles that, oh, we are so much more than just this body. Correct, but that doesn't mean that this body is a piece of crap and to be used as a garbage can.
Right.
Because this body is the vehicle of the soul, is the vehicle of the soul that you are, and you chose this vehicle, and it's God manifesting in a human form. And how divinely designed it is. It's a piece of art that God itself created, and God resides within this body. So when we look at the act of fasting or juice feasting, or deciding to, okay, I'm going to clean house, it's not from a place of, oh, it's an obligation because I'm like sick and I got to become healthy. It's to look at yourself in the mirror and realize that you are a piece of art, that you've been given a gift, that this is God. This is God. This is a temple. And so it actually becomes an act of devotion. Like, I am responsible for this temple. And then what does that mean? How does that look? Are you going to let any person from the street walk into your temple with muddy shoes? Probably not. Every temple that you go to, they ask you to leave the shoes at the entrance. You don't even walk in with shoes, because the temple is a holy place.
And it's so interesting how, we're talking about the temple and this path of a solid food vacation, and taking in nothing but pure, organic, beautiful juices. Many of the ancient healers used different modalities of fasting. Maybe it be water fasting. It is a path of initiation. And to go through this, to clean the temple so that you're not allowing the dirt to come in, you're freeing up a lot of energy that's going to come out. I mean, it's not just going to be the physical junk that you're releasing, but also what that physical junk is hiding. And we talked about the parasites earlier. But there's going to be so much emotion, and you're going to face your shadow in this process. So part of what I really wanted to get across is the shadow work involved in a solid food vacation. What kind of things have you noticed in clients you've worked with as far as them facing their own shadow, and what kind of changes have you seen? Or is there anything else regarding the shadow that you'd like to bring up about this?
Oh, it's just a natural process. It's a natural thing that happens when you start cleaning house in order to become lighter, in order to really liberate yourself from the baggage. We gotta encounter it along the way. So this is where the shadow that you're speaking of is coming. That I cannot free myself if I don't know that something is inside of me weighing me down. And so when you start lightening the load during a juice feast, let's just focus on the juice feasting right now on the Sulfur vacation, then it's inevitable that you're going to start encountering all that is living inside of you, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. It just happens, just like the shit that comes out or whatever comes out the other end, that you're going to see it. Mm-hmm. And you're going to be amazed and mortified sometimes to like, oh my God, this has been living inside of me. So same thing is going to happen mentally and emotionally. And there's a correlation. When a client tells me like, oh my God, I'm like either depressed, and whatever the emotional state that particular person is bound into, for some people, it's more like the fear. For some people, it's the anger. For some people, it's the depression. For some people, it's the sadness or the anxiety. Every person has, like, depending on the weakness, right? And the endocrine system as well, that they're going to be more prone to a particular emotional state. But every time they really get into, it can be a day or several days of, I'm feeling super angry, or I'm feeling super irritable, or I'm feeling super anxious, or I'm feeling super depressed. Like a lot of emotions come up to the surface. And I always tell them, just wait, because you're going to have a big release in a couple of days. And it's either mucoid plaque or parasites or something. And it usually is accompanied by, it can be crying, or can be some sort of a breakdown emotionally that leads to some sort of a breakthrough. And so whatever the shadow is going to bring itself up to the surface so you can actually see it. I remember one of my yoga teachers way, way, way back when I started my teaching. He would always say in class, and that just stuck with me, in order to heal, we got to feel. Yeah. And you know this, Patty, working with the clients as well, like even on a physical level, right? When we look at healing events, that if you have some sort of a symptom or some sort of a issue that has been suppressed because of antibiotics or medications or whatever it is that you've suppressed on a physical level, when you start detoxing, when you start cleansing, a healing event is going to bring that pain back up. It's going to bring that issue back up. But that's just because it's going through its healing stages. So same thing applies to our unconscious emotions, traumas, beliefs, all that we classify as shadow. What is shadow? Is basically just whatever has been left in the dark.
True, yeah.
And so we bring in the light with the fruits, with the juices, with just taking off all the obstructions. So we make room for the light to come in and shed light on what has been living in the dark.
That is what shadow work is. It's placing the light on that hidden aspect that is suppressing your ability to be truly human. Because are we truly human if we don't know all aspects of who we really are? And how can you have free will if something's controlling you in those deep crevices? What something's controlling what you're addicted to, as far as, well, people can be addicted to anything, but like you said earlier, food is probably what most people are addicted to. And it's, for many, I know in the circles you and I are in, it's the last addiction people have to get through. Because, I've worked with clients that have been alcoholics and addicted to drugs and addicted to, many people today are addicted to their devices, their cell phones. But the food is the one that's the toughest. And in eating food that is not meant for the human body, you're not facing your shadow. You're not allowing that to come up to the surface. You have to take a break from it. You have to take a break from these practices that are diverting energy away from your ability to face your shadow.
100%. If you truly want to be free, yeah, yeah, it's a must. It really is a must. But you can't really half-ass freedom. You're either free or you're not. You're either free or you're not. It's just like you can be naked and wear clothes at the same time.
Good point.
You're either naked or you have clothes on. Now there are various degrees. You can go all the way down and just wear underwear or just wear socks, but you're not naked. You're wearing underwear, right? So there's like various degrees. You can have like tons of layers on you, and then you start stripping down the layers, but then you're just standing there with socks and underwear. It's like, well, you're still not fully naked though. So it's the same thing with freedom. And I'm not sitting here in a position saying like, oh my God, I'm like fully liberated. But I'm saying it because I know the path. I see the addictions, I see the attachments, and I'm saying it with compassion because we have certain addictions and attachments because we have some sort of trauma. We have some sort of stored in our cellular memory traumas that are still keeping us attached and addicted, let's just say attached to certain things. And food is a big one because food acts as a nervous system regulator. Even the act of chewing itself, the way it moves the jaw, the way it moves the vagus nerve actually brings about this sense of relaxation. And that's one of the reasons people go to food, is just like the act of chewing calms down the nervous system. So we got to look at the nervous system. And that's why, working with clients and doing this process, it's not just about what juices to drink and how much to drink. Is like, let's look at your emotional state. Let's look at your unresolved traumas and your lifestyle that is actually causing your nervous system to constantly be stimulated. Your nervous system is constantly on edge. Yeah. And so when that's the case, then of course the food attachments are going to have a strong grip, or the screens, or the sex, or the relationships, or whatever it is that us humans turn to in order to relax and bring the nervous system back down to a regulated state.
And I like how you said whatever we turn to, because whenever we're turning to something, we're turning away from what we need to look at within ourselves, which is, what is that deep core, painful problem inside of us that keeps us addicted, that keeps us in a state of dis-ease or, suboptimal health. Because that's what traps us here. That's what keeps us from being truly free and being able to live the kind of life where we are truly liberated. I mean, I, like you, speak this from a vantage point where I know I'm not there as well. I know I have hurdles to get through. I mean, I still work a job, at a college where I'm teaching pre-allopathic students through, and like, what is keeping me attached to that? One of the things you and I were talking about in times past was this book. I don't know, this is probably coming in.
Yeah, this is good. The Essene Gospel of Peace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is, I think, one of those books many people I know who we know have mentioned that this is the book that started it all for them. You know, this is the book that many people, after reading it, realize, you know, what is man's true food? What is the true path to healing? I read this book, I guess it's been maybe 15 years or so when I first read it. It was when I was coming back to, well, I had already left medicine. I was teaching. But when I was in medical school, I, you know, did work with a medical doctor, Dr. Joel Furman, who was practicing water fasting to help his patients heal. And I embarked on my own 26-day water fast. And I just remember how powerful that experience was. But I didn't have the container for it back then because I was in my, you know, mid-20s, and I didn't have the ability to spiritually connect it to something greater than myself. I just thought, wow, I feel a lot better. I felt lighter. I felt like, and then I saw the people healing at his facility, right? I saw people, you know, cure themselves of what they were diagnosed with. They left that facility with diseases that were no longer. And it was just like, I was so excited to see nature healing. I was so excited to see that something could be done where drugs and surgery were not what was fixing this person, but it was actually a state of health that was so deep that it not only cured that person's ailment, but everything else in their body, you know? So I felt that purity. And it wasn't until about 10 years later after that experience that coming across this book, and I read it and I'm like, wow, this is what Jesus spoke of. And this is the true path to getting rid of the demons, getting rid of the parasites that infiltrate and plaque on not only our intestinal tract, which is our root system, which is the, you know, just like a plant absorbs nutrition through their roots, our intestines is where we absorb nutrition. And if that is caked on, there's no way you can get the optimal energy coming into your body. So just reading this, it inspired me to find that path. And it took a while, and I'm still on that path. I'm still trying to, you know, align with a pure diet because I too have addictions. You know, there are, you know, times when I want the cooked food, but, you know, with every passing year that I stick with this lifestyle, it becomes easier because you start shedding things, and then you no longer want, you know, the animal products, you know. And I know for when I was leaving animal products, dairy was the last one that was the hardest for me to let go of. But then after a while, dairy is no longer an issue. Animal products aren't an issue. I'm not even attracted to that at all. But then, you know, there's the cooked foods. And why are cooked foods not optimal? Well, I mean, this book explains it a little bit about, you know, the heating of the food. You know, we know scientifically that it denatures the proteins. It creates abnormal shapes of molecules that our digestive enzymes cannot break down, and therefore we cannot absorb. So, and those things get trapped in the colon and in the intestines, and that becomes the mucoid plaque that gets stuck there, and it inhibits absorption. It answered a lot of questions, and it connected me to something more spiritual, because it helped me realize that we really have everything we need on this planet to experience joy and connection and love, which I think is the true state of what it means to be human. So coming back to something more simple, coming back to something that aligns us to something bigger than who we are, because this is a spiritual path. It's bigger than who I am. And it's the path of true liberation, as we're talking about right now. So, I mean, I'd like to know in how this book has impacted your ability to become a healer.
I just love what you shared, Patty, and I resonate with what you're saying so, so, so deeply. So I've been on this path for many, many, many years, just many, many, many years. And of course, it's a process, like you're saying. It's It's a process. We all going to have a different journey with it. Letting go of these attachments. It happens naturally as we lighten the load, as ultimately comes down to love. So the more we love ourselves, it's a path of just loving the self. It's as simple as that. So the more we love ourselves, the more we naturally make choices that demonstrate that love. It's really not about the food that you put in your mouth. It's your relationship with yourself when you realize what this self in capital S means. And then it's the process of embodying that love in which the choices just naturally become supportive to this self in every single way. So you don't want the animal products. You don't want the things that pollute your body, whatever it may be. And it's not just the food. It's the relationships. It's everything. So the book, The Essene Gospel of Peace, was brought into my attention via a really beautiful soul on this planet. And he had his YouTube videos. He's the one, because I got into the living foods back in 2009. It just like made sense to me. Yeah, why do we cook our food? We are the only species. The only species. I mean, it is really just forget about science for a second. Just look around. Just what makes sense. Like we are the only species that cook our food. And heat destroys things. That's just a fact. Like put your hand in a boiling pot of water and leave it there. Just leave your hand in a boiling pot of water and take it out after an hour. I want to see the shape of your hand if it's still alive and vital. And it's simple as that. And that's what you ingest. You ingest death, basically. So in order to produce life, we got to put life in. And life is all around us, in the sun, in the air, in the oceans, and in nature. Life, 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 life. And the more you ingest that, the more alive you're going to feel. And that is the fountain of youth. That is the place of immortality. And that's where the fruits come in the living foods. Like the fruits are the dense form of light, basically. It's the closest to light that we can get in a dense form.
It is
that is exactly. It's filled with water. It's filled with light. It's filled with electricity. It's filled with life force. Mm-hmm. So that just made sense to me. Living food. So I got into that, and then that person got me into juicing. He introduced me into juicing because I was deep into the fruits. I've always been a fruit lover, always. And so I got into the fruits. That just made sense to me. And then I got into the juicing, and that opened up a whole new door. And that person talked about the Essene Gospel of Peace, and he actually said that book changed his life. He was an alcoholic. He was homeless. He was a drug addict. He was like everything under the sun that you can imagine that a person can endure on the dark side. And he read that book in his 20s, and it stopped everything overnight and got into the living foods, got into the cleansing. And of course, it's been a process, but he kept talking about the Essene Gospel of Peace. And that seed was planted in my head. I didn't read it right away. It was years and years later. And that was 5 years ago that I actually got the Essene Gospel of Peace. And I was crying the whole time I was reading it.
That is
because I just felt that truth in my heart.
Yeah.
Like this is, they talk about the elements of nature, and they refer to it as the angels. Yeah. So the angel of air, the angel of sunlight, the angel of water, and the angel of earth. And I felt, it spoke so deeply into my heart that I just kept crying because I knew like this is the way to live, in simplicity and in joy and in love.
And it's almost as if once you find this, you realize what you had been deprived of and what you had been missing this whole time.
Correct.
I felt and it was kind of like this after reading that book and having it make sense to me, I thought, why is our world so messed up? Why aren't we living this way?
We veered away from our natural states to such a degree that we are experiencing disease. We got to go to the cause, because what's been happening on the planet, just like people address their own physical body, is just taking care of symptoms. The pollution is a symptom. The abuse all over the planet is a symptom. The corruption is a symptom. The greed is a symptom. I go down the list, and everything is a symptom of something deeper. And unless we go to the root and address the deeper, the issue will continue to manifest. The macrocosm is just a reflection of the microcosm. And so when you address the body, and going back to the fasting, going back to the choose feasting, and all the herbs and the means that we utilize in order to purify the body, in order to purify the vessel, not just the body, but the mind, the emotions. Because again, what is the root cause of even physical manifestations? Like when you look at diseases, because that's another thing as healers, or what it is that we focus on. And regeneration. It's not just about even health, it's regeneration. It's again waking up your light DNA, your human potential. So if that's the gig, if that's the case, then the physical is the last manifestation. The root cause actually of many issues and many diseases, if not all of them, is actually much more than just the physical. It's even much more than the food that you eat, but it's the belief systems that you hold regarding yourself.
That is, like, I think that's at the core of the belief systems.
Yes.
That's part of this shadow work, that the cleansing, pulling the layers away like an onion, you get to what are your belief systems. That's what's really holding you back in life and in your path of greatness, of doing your great work on this planet. Because many people don't even know what their great work is. They just want to be, cogs in the machine.
And to each their own. Everyone has a different soul's journey, and ultimately, if it's not in this life, then it will be next life, or maybe 1,000 lives from now, that particular soul is going to be liberated.
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about too, Patty? Excavating all this shadow, purifying to the levels that we are speaking of. That you and I, I'm not. This is not a diet for me. You and I are into this depth and ultimately liberation. Not everybody has signed up for that in this life, and I get that. And if somebody just wants to feel better, and then I know how to do that. I know I can give them the tips, I can give them the tools, and like, okay, this is how you can at least clean your body to a certain degree that at least is going to alleviate some of the discomfort that you are feeling right now. And maybe 10 years from now, they'll be ready to dig a little bit deeper and look at some of the unresolved trauma that is sitting in their heart, and not allowing them to actually experience the joy and the love and the greatness that this life has to offer them. Since this presentation, or this conference, is about liberation, it's about sovereignty, then this is what we bring to the table. Like, you cannot be sovereign if you're still addicted and attached and have microorganisms in your body that control the way you think, the way you feel, and the food that you put in your body. Sovereignty is just, no matter how much you claim to be sovereign, you're not. You're not. If your body is not clean, and you're not even aware of what's living in your body, you're not sovereign.
That is so true. And so many, I mean, I know for myself, there's something, that I've witnessed in myself, because, I'm not perfect, and it took me a while to get to the point where I'm now liberating, the years of junk that I have put into my body. It's coming out. And I've been doing this, and I say recently, it's been over the past 10, 15 years, right? It's not really that recent, but, I'm in my 50s now. So it's like, I've lived a long life. I've had a chance to accumulate a lot of stuff in my body. And I've noticed that many people, like in my 9-to-5 job in academia, they're all in their head. everybody's in their head where it's like, okay, as long as I know this and I'm okay with it, but they're not experiencing it. They're not going into the depths of actually feeling it. And that's where we have to respect the body enough to cleanse it. Because you can sit there and just eat all of the chips and the animal products and the grains and just keep shoveling it in to appease a hunger, which is never true hunger, as we both know. It's just kind of this uneasiness you feel when you feel like your stomach has shrunk a little bit and you want to stretch it out so that it doesn't feel shrunken. But you have to do, and that's what the great work is. It's doing the inner work, the understanding of who you are as a human being, and opening that doorway will take you places that will put you on a whole new path. It's exciting. I think it's really amazing to find out who you really are and to see those hidden aspects of yourself for the first time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like Jesus said, the kingdom of heaven is within you.
Yeah.
And the key, though, to get to that kingdom, the key is what you're talking about, is to say, okay, I'm going to go in. You have the key. You are the key. When I say you, I'm speaking to everyone that is listening. You are the key to your own kingdom or queendom.
And that's the thing. Everybody thinks the solution is outside of them. Everybody wants to, and they want to blame someone else. You know, we want to blame the government, which, yes, government does mean mind control, and they're here to enslave us. I get
but
that.
That's a symptom. But that's a symptom too. Why do we have governments like that in place? If we talk, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what we go back to the self-responsibility piece. Everything is a reflection. Everything is a reflection. So the question to ask ourselves is, how come governments, such the ones that we see in place, are in place?
Right.
What is it inside of me, every single one of us, that is still something in my consciousness? It's not pointing fingers. It's not blaming. It's not shaming. It's not judgment. What is it inside of me, energetically, in my consciousness, that actually allows governments such as the ones that we see in place to be in place?
It's taking that self-responsibility. We each,
exactly,
every one of us, are responsible for government existing, for mind control existing. You know,
we got to bring the power back into our hands.
That's true. So true. And I think that's the hidden key, is that, you know, when we find who we are, we do the work of detoxifying the body, just removing the junk, removing that which should not be inside of us. We do uncover a power that is a realization, really, that we're here to experience joy and to not necessarily just being controlled by these other entities.
It's in order to shift the external manifestation, we got to go to the core cause of what is producing this particular manifestation.
So something about humanity feels as if we need a government. You know, it's all been messed up. It's just, I mean, we've allowed it to be degraded to such an extent that we're living in just more severe type of restrictions than ever before.
Again, it's just a manifestation of human consciousness and how much people have suppressed themselves and restricted themselves, and people live in a prison without knowing that they are slaves, without knowing that they are prisoners. And so you see that manifesting in the world. Bottom line is that our true nature is pure. And that because we veered away from the true nature of who we are, our existence, the way we live, now we see all these things in place, because a pure human that has a pure blood and a pure body has a pure mind too, pure thoughts. So things like respect, honor, love, collaboration is a natural byproduct of a pure human, a divine human. These are not things that we need to learn. We don't need rules. We don't need all kind of, this is how it has to be, and if not, then you're going to be punished and go to jail. No, people are not going to be abusive. People are not going to steal. People are not going to rape. People are not going to hit each other. There's just going to be a natural law. If we lived by natural law, we wouldn't need man-made laws. It's that simple.
It is.
So again, going back to the cause, just 1 + 1 = 2. No, well, we veered so much away from the natural laws, and now we on the other side of that, steeped in just man-made laws that are just suppressing, oppressing, and making things worse and worse and worse. So the answer is, okay, just like with the detoxification process, how do we start healing the body? Is just pure, simple chemistry. You go from acid, you got to shift back to alkaline. So in order to bring back the state of natural, natural human and our natural state and harmony and peace, then we got to change the chemistry. You got to come back to the way we used to live, like the Essenes, natural laws. And then we wouldn't need all the other stuff that are just weighing us down.
Because we're not living in accordance to natural law, and many people are just agreeing to these man's laws, it's almost like it's a reflection of the fact that humans do not love themselves. Because we lack the self-love, because we lack that self respect, we're allowing governments to exist. And I think this is the inner work humanity needs to do, so that we can break free of that description of where we currently are. Because having governments is just, confirmation that we are a self-loathing species, right? Because if we are allowing this government to exist, there must be something we don't like about ourselves that we're not facing, and we're allowing this abuse. Because government is abusive, it's slavery. So I think that, the message we're putting forth is that to truly know why we are so hateful of who we are as a core, what is it about us that we just dislike so much that we are just abusing ourselves with, these various things in our environment, and we're not doing what can bring us so much pure joy. I think that's really at the heart of, why fasting and cleansing and regenerative healing, why it's so important, because it brings us that much closer to uncovering the shadow and seeing the pure essence of who we are as humans and what our potential is.
You just summed it up perfectly, Patty. It boils down to this self-love, but again, it's so much bigger than this like trendy thing we see on Instagram when it comes to self-love. It really is this understanding of, number one, what the self is. I mentioned that earlier, that when you realize, wow, this is a manifestation of God in a physical form. And what you said is very profound, of how governments and other oppressive forms out there is just a manifestation showing us the abuse that we inflict upon ourselves. Because every time that we pollute our body, we abuse ourselves. And so there's ignorance around what is the true food for humans. And so every time you put something that is abusive to your body. Just let's face it, from an objective truth perspective, or putting something into the vehicle that is not meant to be there, that is going to cause discomfort, that is going to cause overtaxing or overwork or overstimulation, or anything that is not honoring to a particular environment, is an abuse.
It is, yeah. That's so true.
And to some degree, we abandoning ourselves when we don't love ourselves enough, when we don't listen. So this is the work. This is the deep, profound work that you're speaking of. It's coming back to the self, coming back home, coming back to the temple, and realizing what this is and loving it enough to make the choices that honor it, that demonstrate that love. And then the manifestation out there, what we see as governments and everything else that is just a symptom, is going to dissipate. Just like in detoxification process, it happens, right? We see it every day.
It's so true. And sometimes we don't realize how powerful we are, each and every human, that if we heal ourselves, we are healing the outer reflection of what we see in our world. And governments will start to dissipate, or at least change in such a way that they're not so overly oppressive. But yeah, you're correct. I mean, it does come down to what is the perfect food for humanity. You know, as long as we need to eat something, what is it that is ideal for us to eat? You know, because ideally, I think, you know, maybe we do not need food, but that's a whole nother topic.
Right.
But yeah, fruit and, you know, the soft leafy green vegetables, the young leafy green vegetables, that's pure nourishment for the human body. It's and the fruit, it is of itself just a gift from the plant. It's optimally packaged with everything that we could ever need to, you know, distribute to ourselves and help us produce energy and build muscle and build organs and hormones and everything our body needs to create. It's in fruit. And a good way to get the fruit in is through juicing, because it removes the insoluble fiber and it minimizes the energetic demands of our body, and it allows our body to do other things that are more meaningful.
We veered away so much, like the state of most human bodies and the shape of the GI tract is in such dire state that in this day and age, we must utilize some technologies like juicers, blenders, colonics, like all the things that help us to cleanse the body. It's just a mean to an end. It's just like, you know, you touched briefly on what is the truth, right? That we are light beings, that ultimately we don't need physical food. We really don't. But there are steps to get there. It's not that you can go, I mean, some people do, because it can be just an awakening of overnight, really. And some people do have that. But for most people, most humans, it's a journey to go from where you are right now, especially if you're eating very dense food and stimulants and all of that, to like, I don't need any food. Right? It's like, so it's a process. And so all those things that we're speaking of, including the fruits, the living foods, the fruits, these are tools that we use to bring us back to our natural state. And so a juicer comes in and just help us in that process. The juices bring in the hydration, and like Patty, you already mentioned that they take out the digestion process that requires so much energy. They hydrate on a deep cellular level. Water doesn't do that. It's H3O is found in fruits, and then the juices come in a more concentrated way to help flush out the obstructions, to hydrate not just on a cellular level, but hydrate the fecal matter, the stored old fecal matter in the colon, so you can poop it out, that you can let go of that.
It just makes me think, when you're talking, I'm thinking of this book, you know, of what
yes
out when Jesus, or when they talk about, you know, the various practices of healing, and the people that are sick and diseased, and they're coming to Jesus and they're asking him to please heal me. And, you know, I mean, it's a book worthwhile, and reading it, I think, will change many people's lives, for those of you watching this. But you're right, the juices, when we take them in, you know, and there are different types of juices people can drink, but like you have the citrus juices, which are very astringent, and they're pulling against the colon wall and breaking free that mucoid plaque. The years and years and years of accumulation that have set in the spaces of the colon, preventing absorption, making people constipated. And these are things that people experience all of the time, but we just consider it, oh, this is normal. People get bloated, people have, heartburn because it's just every day, but it's not every day. This should not be occurring in the human body. The juices come in various forms, but they just help the colon release something that you're not going to release with a water fast. I mean, I know with my 26-day water fast, I was constipated for most of it. And I remember needing an enema, and I had never done an enema before. And Dr. Furman hands me this enema bag. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? And so he's like, you need to poop. But with juicing, I'm on day 6 of a juice cleanse right now, and things are just going through me, and I'm just taking in liquids, and it's amazing because I knew I needed this so desperately, because it's been a pretty rough year in my life with the loss of my dog recently. And, and I'm so glad now I have the time to prepare the juices and to give my body this much needed removal of toxicity, but it's powerful. Everybody does need to experience it.
In ancient civilizations that were still in physical bodies, they all knew what this body was. And that was the premise of their teachings. It's in all the scriptures. They knew the power of the sun. They knew the power of breath. They knew the power of water and the power of the earth.
Wow.
And how to combine all those elements in order to bring about and manifest the true human potential.
It's amazing that we're on this earth and we have everything we need. And yet people are brainwashed to think we have to go through all of these hoops to get somewhere where we're already where we need to be. Isn't that just, it's such a mind.
Well, like, and it goes exactly, it ties into what we just said a little bit ago. The key is you. The kingdom of heaven is within you, and you are the key.
Yes.
You're already sitting in the very temple that you were meant to inhabit, and it's in your body.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. The key is you.
And the human body is such a divine entity. Each and every one of us that has a human body, we don't understand. I mean, some people understand just how amazing it is to be living in this form where we have sensory receptors, and we can feel and we can see color and we can hear beautiful music, and we can lay in the grass and just feel the blades of grass against our skin, and the warmth of the sun hit our body. Those are just such magical experiences, and how simple healing really is. We're just brainwashed to think we have to go to the doctor. We have to get an injection to stay safe. We have to even take, a supplement because we're all deficient. It's such hogwash that we're just being, and that's the human experience. I mean, I guess part of our experience on this planet is to realize just how beautiful we are, is to find that mirror and look at ourselves and say, I don't need anything out here. It's just all within, like we've been talking about.
So simple.
It is.
So simple.
I'm very thankful for this S.E.E.D event, and it's the effort in not only putting it together as well as presenting, but it's also attending and supporting. That is the part of the great work. You know, putting this type of agape or high form of love out into the universe. You know, it's not easy. The most important solution is studying these presentations with the intent of understanding them, and then, you know, putting that information out there for others. We all have the power to choose to devote our time and attention into learning and understanding the most important knowledge we know there is to be. And I can tell you the knowledge dealing with, or any knowledge dealing with the causal factors, is getting us closer to truth. My advice is to stay strong, be vigilant, and work on and stay honest.
Well, that was a beautiful, beautiful presentation. There's some weird echo I'm getting. You guys hear that? Yes, no? Well, it's all right. I'll keep going. We don't have very much time to talk about that, but that was really good. I hope you guys go and follow Patty and Noah's work. The links are in the comments, and you can also find them at One Great Work Network. You can at least find Patty at onegreatworknetwork.com. That is for sure. She does amazing work. We all need to be juicing a lot more. That is for sure. No echo. Okay, good. It's just on my end. I'll fix it. All right. So the next presentation is by Chris Jansen. Yeah, it says my voice sounds really high. It's really weird. It's not normally that high. Yeah, it's all good. So Chris Jansen is a carpenter, philosopher, podcaster, and copywriter on a mission to educate people about natural law. Chris hosts the In Evil podcast, which I've been a guest on many times. Yeah, it was an amazing presentation. Aiming to defeat the normalized forms of theft in our society, such as man's law, taxes, wars, and coercion. You can find his work at inevil.life. And his presentation is called A Trap Within a Trap. So let's get on with the presentation.
Ultimately, it's up to you.
Open your eyes, blinking and wiping, shocked to find yourself in a dark stone room. You feel and fumble it around in an attempt to find an escape from the seemingly prison situation. In the cavernous depths of your mind, there exists a critical eye that watches, listens, hears, and smells all. Who is this deep watcher and listener? Even the thoughts in your head are scrutinized and observed as the sound waves travel from your cords. You sit down on the dark cold stone to think, to consider options. You don't know where you are. There's no one around to ask questions. No phone with which to communicate. The fear of death creeps in, and you spend a few minutes trying to find hope and calm, telling your heart to slow down a bit. It's chilly and you feel lonely and concerned about food and water. The realization sets in that there's only one solid truth here. You need to find your way to the light. In this dark place, only nothing exists. So, here we find ourselves in a trap within a trap. Why do the rich stay rich and the poor get poorer? Why do the middle class, hardworking folks get the most stress? Why do the rich and powerful own the world while the poor starve? Why do governments commit atrocities over and over and harm their people? Why must so many people suffer? Because we are in a trap. Externally, there is a conspiracy to mentally and physically control humans on a mass scale. Internally, the psyche of the modern human is damaged and manipulated because of that damage. A trap within a trap. The trickiest part of the trap is you don't think you're in it. I had a major awakening experience, and the heart of that awakening experience was really to realize the extent of the situation and the negative evil that's inundated our world, and the responsibility and need for us to push with purpose, to choose initiative, to choose our willpower and our determination and work on solving this problem together as humans on this planet we call Earth. The first image I'd like to share with you is depicting the elephant in the room. And that elephant represents human slavery. There are many types of human slavery that are going on in the world today, from human trafficking to child sex slavery to debt slavery, and the pressure that we're all in. Now, for most of us, the trap we're in externally has many sides, many facets, many perspectives for us to discover. And then there's the internal trap that when we begin to see and even start to transcend the external trap, we find ourselves still butting up against obstacles, immense obstacles within ourselves, created partially by the external trap and also by the manipulation of those in the positions of power. So the elephant in the room is the cold reality that there's much work to do on this planet. We should not allow any type of slavery at all, ever. Nor should we accept or be okay with human trafficking that's going on a large scale. And it's also funding those in power at the highest levels of our world. And they are also making much, much money and funding their operations with child sex trafficking, which should be completely not allowed by human beings who are responsible on this planet. And it's time that we stood up against these things. And I suggest the way we have to do that, number one, first, is by educating and becoming united and recognizing this problem, the elephant in the room of human slavery on this planet. All government is slavery, and all coercion, forcing people to do things against their will without their choice, is forms of slavery. And these are all forms of stealing. This is my reflections on the many walls of perception that get in the way, that obscure the truth, that obscure the path towards the solution. Even discussing the problem becomes difficult because there's so many walls that create resistances and frustrations within us. It becomes very difficult. So part one here is going to be called the extent of mass thievery. And this is to cover all the problems, the many walls that distract and block us from seeing what is. The tesseract and the 4D cube. And that is a prison that's been created in the psychological world by the manipulators of this world, by the bankers, the dark occultists. Those who work behind the scenes have been working on this generationally, passing down the technology to destroy, obscure, and control the minds of the mass. And some of these walls of perception that we're going to discuss in this presentation are self-imposed. There are our own limitations, our own belief systems, and the things that control us that we're not ready to give up. The addictions to technology is one of them. The trap is the world we've created, the culture of slavery, the addiction technology, which actually, in many cases, traps us more. Then there's the trap in the mind, and that prevents progress on the bigger trap, the external trap. What I'd like to do is start by sharing with you the issue that I see in my conversations with people and even in my presentations, which is extent of the problem. It has to do with perception. What I'm talking about is the size of a nuclear bomb, the big boy bomb, the biggest bomb you can imagine, atomic, nuclear, whatever bomb you want to imagine. An explosion so big that it's devastating whole countries and whole worlds. This is the problem with human slavery. It's a big, big, big problem that needs to be dealt with immediately, sooner than later, and as quickly as possible. We need to get each other, all humans, recognizing and seeing this problem on the same page. And yet, most folks are pretty happy to ignore it and push it to the side and think of it as somebody else's problem. And that, to me, in this metaphor, is like the firecrackers. They're seeing the problem. They know that there's a problem with government. They know there's a problem with slavery in this world. Yet they want to think of it as something like firecrackers, small little pops, loud noises outside of their window somewhere. And I'm trying to relate to you in this presentation. This is a much bigger problem than many folks want to see. So besides just being a problem of perception, we also see that this problem, like when I looked at geoengineering, for instance, or weather engineering, or 9/11, or look into any false flag, what you quickly realize, if you're able to look at it with an open mind, is that these problems represent the tip of the iceberg. We can see part of the problem out above the water, yet we know that the machinations and the people behind the scenes working on these things are much, much bigger. They have to be, in order to pull off the biggest tricks in history, starting wars, getting the whole public, owning all the media, owning educational systems, owning the companies that create the books in the educational systems, owning a large, large portion of the medical system. This took a lot of work, more than one generation. And these are indications of a larger cycle, of a pattern that's been going on for many years in human history. And when we recognize this, we can become the tree. We can recognize that the roots of the tree are connected to the leaves of the tree. And we can recognize that we have to take on a problem that's much bigger than the iceberg we see above the water. It's a problem that indicates that there are evil connections in our society, in our human race. And each and every one of us, as much as possible, need to be aware of this problem so that we can resist it as a team, as a whole. And what this is going to take is looking at it with our real eyes. This is something that I had a revelation about, a real eyes revelation myself. A revelation or a realization is something that each of us can come to, that we can receive, that we can get this download from the universe. We have to be open to it. We have to be ready to see it for what it is. We have to remove the walls of perception and the filters that are holding us back from seeing things for what they are. This is the real eyes relation. That's our relationship to those around us, the relationship to the world around us, the relationship to our divine creation, the divine intelligence, that which is. We can become people that are living more real lives. We can be a whole nation of people living real lives. But realizations are not easy to come by. And there are always more to have. When we think we have the whole big picture, it's time for us to step back and realize that there's always more eyes to see. There are bigger things to see. Every time we have a realization, we didn't have that intelligence or that wisdom before we reached that point. And we need to recognize that there are many others that are in a similar scenario and that are ready to have that realization. And we can share it with others. And partly how we do that is by doing the real eye meditation. The real eye meditation is something that we have to work on. We can look within ourselves, we can spend some time being quiet. We can spend some time being alone, and use our logic and use our intelligence and our intuition and combine all these things to be able to see the bigger picture. It's not easy, but it can be done. And I think it must be done to proceed. And this will help us with the problem that we all run into. It's not just me. It's not just you. It's not just the people we talk to. Our society accepts a justification of evil. In some ways, many of us have to justify evil just to perform our daily tasks and to keep going about what we do in life, because we feel like we have very little choice. We don't see a better way, and therefore we are not able to follow that path towards the better way, because so many of our decisions are coming from a fear-based mindset. And I'm not talking about just you, the listener, when I'm reading this presentation. When I'm you're going to see some of the things I'm going to bring up are going to be somewhat offensive, and you're going to feel arguments coming in within yourself. And recognize I am also calling out myself and my own friends and family and my own experience. But these things that I'm discussing, the walls of this trap that hold us in, affect all of us. And they affect so many facets of our life that it's difficult to tear them down, even when we begin to see through them. Even when we begin to transcend some of them, there's other walls that we're not going to be prepared to just tear down quite so easily. And this, what I'm describing, is what we see depicted in the movies as the tesseract. It's the 4D cube, the hypercube. This is the walls. I've decided to split it up into 6 sides, because a box, if we can imagine a 4-dimensional box and we unfold it like a box, there would be 6 sides to this. So what I've done is, for this presentation, is we're going to take apart this tesseract, this prison for the mind and this prison for the souls of the general public that are keeping us from working harder towards freedom, from taking down those in power that are doing these evil things. We have the ability to change this dynamic we see in the world. However, it's not easy. It's difficult. There's a lot to it. There is a trap within a trap, and many of these walls are very much obscured and hidden, and they're things that are hard for us because of our fear-based mindset to let go of. When I did some research into the tesseract, I discovered that if you take apart the word tesseractino, you get these 2 root words. On one of my favorite online etymology sites, he describes tessera as 4, a die, a cube, a square tablet. A tessera can mean the numeral 4, or if we look at a cube, a square, something, that's the way I chose to define it. From all that, tessera means cube. And then we looked at the word actino, and that comes from Greek actis, which is a ray of light or a spoke of a wheel. It could mean a light ray. And so when I put this together, the full definition of tesseract, the 4-dimensional cube, and the breaking down the parts of it, it kind of sounds to me like a 4D light cube. And this is kind of what we see depicted in the movies. Like I showed the picture here, I took this out of the Avengers movie, I believe. And this is also what we see when we look at the television. It's a light ray cube, and it transmits what those behind the cube. It's much like Plato's cave, what's being transmitted onto the screen that everybody's seeing. There's a lot to this. It can become a very complex prison, and I think it's one of the most powerful aspects of this prison that we're all caught in, because we don't realize how much the lies on this vision have affected our mind and are tied into the way we think and the stereotypes and the way we see the world and how limited we feel on the day-to-day. Begin taking apart these walls of the trap, of the tesseract, of the light ray cube that are penning us in from working positively and quickly towards the solution of human slavery. We're going to start with recognizing and connecting to the issues that surround us. The external trap that closes in on us is made up of quite a few facets. And there's lots of ways to describe these facets, but I've chosen these names to describe these walls. And there are many overlaps and ways they bleed through onto each other. But just as a way to break it down in this presentation, I'm describing resource rape, energy infringement, health tyranny, belief manipulation, truth conditioning, and technological usurpation. Interesting how we can put words together and create new ideas. This is what I think what's done in these think tanks often, where they bring all these fancy sounding ideas and words. Well, we can do this too and send it back at them and point out what they're doing to us by means of belief manipulation, which is the principal wall that is smashing us in and trapping us down. Look at this little window in the back corner of this jail cell. It's much like the window of belief manipulation. By controlling a person's window to the outside world, to the reality, they are their view is confined, and it is very small and difficult to see through. And this window is the main window, the main wall that obscures our ability to see the world for what it really is. Becomes a distraction. Let's start by looking at religion. One of the most powerful parts of the trap is our inability to recognize when we've been trapped in by dogma and dogmatic thinking. And the etymology that I've chosen to share with you is religare, which is the root word that religion comes from, which basically means to bind fast. It can also have a more positive connotation, which we'll discuss at another aspect of this presentation. But the negative connotation, the one that is most commonly used, and the way religion is in the way most practically applied and adhered to in our society, is an obligation. Either came from your parents, it came from those around you that make you feel like you should be part of this religion if you're good, or you should follow these rules and do what's said in such and such a book, because that's what you're being told to do. And it also can mean this thing of a bond between humans and gods. And what that means to me is almost like false gods. Anything that's not the one true divine source, a personality, a storyline about a personality, can be a form of trickery. Even if there is some truth to it, we're trying to believe something we can't really know for sure. And folks will tell you have to take it on faith. And honestly, that type of faith I don't recommend, because it can lead you into traps. And look at these pictures I am showing in this slide here, where you can see, for instance, in this scene, a giant cathedral, a giant religious building. And then look at the similarity here to a government building. Same tall walls and big curves and lots of lights and marble floors. These buildings make you feel very small. Look at the similarities between a church and a government building. There really isn't a whole lot of difference in the magnitude and the amount of money that goes into building these types of things. Why don't we put that type of money into supporting the homeless or people that need food, people that are hungry? Traditionally, through time, these fancy giant churches and cathedrals weren't always the best at taking care of the poor. You can see that because where all their money went, into making you feel very small in their presence. Look at these grandiose and overpowered structures that really tend to make you feel like reality is not what you think it is. They know about something better and huger and more amazing than what you do, and therefore you should go there and listen to them and give them your money. And what's amazing is many of these cathedrals, churches, government buildings have been built off the backs of the poor, hardworking person just like you and I. And there's an incredible power in manipulating the beliefs of the human beings. And traditionally they did that through religions. And when those religions lost their steam and power to an extent, and people began to understand that they could read their own scriptures and think about them in their own way, then we had to move to the new systems of power of government, And they tried to do it in a more subtle way by convincing you. If you haven't seen The Jones Plantation by Larkin Rose, I highly recommend. This is a way to see how this trickery has been done. And now that people are starting to see through government and the tyranny of government, they're trying to create a new dogmatic religion of science and a new dogmatic religion of medical science, which is also requiring you to follow its beliefs. But we'll discuss that when we look at another wall. For now, the belief manipulation wall is basically just, like I was saying, obscuring your little view out of your little jail cell window and telling you in so many ways that reality is not what you think it is. Our next section is called Truth Conditioning. And truth conditioning is made up of partly what we just discussed, the belief manipulation. But more specifically, truth conditioning is my term I came up with to describe with the way it happens through the media, through all these forms of technology on your iPad and your TV and the movies and the politicians speaking through the radio, through the audio. All these methods have within them threads of Nazism, communism, socialism, and Zionism, just to name a few. Hollywood has been used as a weapon against you. And the symbolism that we see in these movies is throughout. Try to find me a sci-fi movie that doesn't include the government doing some experiment on people as part of what created the monsters or the mutants that come out and do all these things. It's a theme that shows up over and over. Or people putting their minds into different bodies, or basically using psychological control on the people. These things are not that hidden, but they're all in these fictional plays and movies and cartoons that we've seen our whole life, and we're so used to them that it becomes even hard to recognize them for what they are. But I think I would like to, in a future episode, go much deeper into the symbolism, the stars, the pentagrams, and such, and the squares. As you see here in these walls I've created, we see the black and white checkerboards, which is a theme throughout so many Hollywood's presentations. What we see on the outward expression of these symbols in Hollywood and these mind control techniques is the peer pressure that affects us in an individual way. The split up relationships in society, the societal pressures, and we're going to talk about the money and the way that affects us. I chose this Parent Trap movie partly because it depicts this another one of these themes we see in Hollywood often, which is young girls and twins. And there's a lot to that. I won't go too deep into it, but just kind of a heads up. The Parent Trap is an interesting movie. I actually really enjoy these movies. They're fun to watch. But they depict some interesting themes also of the children having more power in a way than the adults and manipulating the adults. The adults being super wealthy and yet too busy to see what their kids are doing. Following their own egoistic desires rather than paying attention to holding their family together. And their own individual careers being way more important than their family. And the kids are the ones calling this out in the movie, and not the adults, which is really interesting. So we also see these similar reflections. There's so much more I could say about any of these movies, but I found this picture, which is another good reflection, the almost twin girls, and they're saying out loud, "Hey, let's play princess together." This is the modern version of kids playing together on their iPads and devices. It's sort of a sick, sad thing. And this is part of the imagination replacement technology. If the kids did not have these devices, how would they play? You know, if we didn't have the motif of the castle and the Disney characters, how would they play? Would they create their own imagination? The way we did when we read books to our kids and you have to imagine it for yourself? Don't you think it makes a pretty big difference when these movies and shows and Hollywood just covers the whole basis with animation and colors and the whole screen, and the sound and the story and the characters. It just doesn't leave a lot for your own imagination to fill in. They're filling in all the details. And this is sort of the problem I have with the theme parks that I want to discuss briefly. This is, I think, one of those things where some parents out there might get offended. I'm saying we can do better than this. And parents got their hands full. They're frustrated. They're like, hey, I'm trying my best, but I don't have much time. I get it. I've been there myself. I've had these problems my very self. There's not good rites of passage in our modern society. There's not good family rituals. It's hokey jokey kind of stuff. It's we're just borrowing other people's imagination on a mass scale. These movies and like Disney have been propagated, and many of them do have dark occult themes in them, and we're going to discuss that somewhat in this presentation. But even the theme parks themselves, it's like we dress up like clowns, we indulge in corn syrup. Unhealthy people I see surrounding me every time I've been to one of these theme parks. A lot of times the kids are crying and mad at their parents because they're not getting what they want. There's a lot of selfish behavior that gets indulged. But these are our society-wide, worldwide even to some extent, family rituals and rites of passage. And they're hokey-jokey rites of passage compared to what was done historically. It is a societal norm. It's the type of thing that we do as a rite of passage, and that rite of passage has been created by the dark occultists, and they've slipped in many of their themes and sneaky little tricks of controlling everybody's senses. When you go into one of these theme parks or sit down in front of these surround sound movies, all your senses are being filled in, and you don't realize it. In Disneyland, they even pump out smells. So the sounds, the smells, the sights, what's going on in your mind is being completely, and many times people are doing it voluntarily, just letting them. But I'm asking you to consider, is this smart to do? Can we come up with better ways in the future, a better legacy to leave for the children? A better way to allow them to tell stories. Look at the ancient ways of telling stories. We're sitting in a circle around a fire. And obviously there's some imagination going on there when you imagine while someone's telling a story around a fire, as opposed to a 4D, 4K movie or with smells being pumped into your nose at the same time. It is a form of belief manipulation. And many of the movies that get pumped out are really sick and twisted. And there's not much holding back kids from watching any of these stuff these days. Many kids are in front of a TV from a very young age. And this is part of the problem. This is creating dogmatic thinking. The stereotypes get set up in the mind. And it's very difficult for us to really split up and tell the difference between the stories that we've watched on television and in these movies and our natural imaginative thinking and reality itself. I think it all gets sort of weaved together in the brain. The brain doesn't necessarily know how to split it all up. This is the type of themes we see in Disney. Magic and sorcery. Belief manipulation systems is what these are. Witches and warlocks. For those people that come from Christianity or other traditional cultural religions, they should be upset about these things, because these things are slap in the face to any religion, any of the traditional religions. They're teaching dark occultism right in your face and making it silly. Like I said, hokey jokey. They're trying to make these things seem innocent when they're not actually. It's a secretive ploy to get things in your head, to make you think things are normal, to normalize the type of things that they're actually doing behind the scenes. So that when someone like myself does point it out, other people are like, oh, that's just movie stuff. That's just silly, hokey jokey stuff. But it's in your head. It's all through your memories of childhood, and it's hooked in with your emotions of birthdays and Christmas and the first time you saw that movie and when you were hanging out with your family. All these things tie together, and it's hard for us to separate them, especially inside of our brain. Our brain is a very complex matrix. So basically what's happening with this tesseract, these walls of control, is we're being bound to the gods of other worlds. And this is power in the hands of evil. This is the hypercube. This is the 4D light ray cube. It's the media, it's the televisions, it's all the mass forms of indoctrination and creating belief systems to replace the old belief systems. Because everybody's seeing it once and it's being embedded in their head, they don't realize how subtly it has taken over and controlled their way of thinking. Because it's easy to push that all aside as saying, oh, it's just fiction, it doesn't affect me. But when you look into psychology and hypnotism, that's exactly how it's done, by engaging the imagination of a person. And that's a very important word that we're going to come back to in this presentation. Health tyranny. This is another one of the walls of the trap that enslaves us. This is our very body and our very mind, the physical form that we live in, is being largely controlled. And in a whole new way, over the past few years, this health tyranny has crept in. The basic truth, the fundamental truth that we should all understand, that is hard to communicate sometimes in the modern day, is that you cannot own what is not yours to command. Yet, we have governments, dictators, politicians that will draw these lines on the planet and say, this is ours, this is theirs. We kill those people if they cross such and such a line. And then in the medical scene, they've gone as far to say that they get to control your choices, that they get to tell you when you wear a mask or when you take a jab or when you can and can't have a job if you don't do those things. In many parts of the world, it's do it or else, death even, imprisonment. Here in the United States, many people have recognized that there's an issue with freedom here and began to push back. I would say not nearly enough, but I'm glad to see that we do have that semblance of freedom in this society. And that's our opportunity to fight hard, to let these jokers know that we don't have to get jabbed, we don't have to wear a mask, we don't have to take a test, and we don't even have to believe in viruses the way they're being presented to us. These are microscopic computer depictions that we're being convinced can jump from one body to another and infect other people on a mass scale, but there's not actually proof that any one of us can understand and communicate to one another in a reasonable way. This is all in the world of beliefs, and we're taking the words of other people and saying, oh, there's lots of people in labs working on there, therefore it must be true because a lot of people believe it. But that is not the case. And I, for one, don't accept the stories we've been told. And I don't have to, and no one can force me to. And we need to understand the difference between beliefs and knowledge. And if you're not the one actually doing a scientific test and finding an extremely small thing and being able to consistently find it in a way inside of a human body doing one thing, then you can't prove that that's what's happening. This is all based on a superstitious, dogmatic thinking, and this is the new religion, is medical tyranny. I think that personally, fiction science is this type of medicine that many people are completely believing is true. And this is a people very separated from your human body and my human body, doing tests in laboratories with equipment that most of us can't afford or have the time to really understand in depth. And they're making very big conclusions. And this is all being done not looking the patient in the eye, not looking at the whole being of a person, the psyche, the mind, the body, the spirit, but separating just the physical things, taking things out of the body. This is all tied together. We're very interconnected in this world, and this fiction science is very much disconnected. And many of the base foundational ways of thinking I don't agree with, and nor does anyone have to. That being said, there's much to be learned and gained from these sciences for those who are doing the science and publishing the science. And I'm not saying we shouldn't take away what we can from them, but we also shouldn't base all our decisions because there can be much trickery. And we know that the small smaller than 1% of the world, do have a vested interest in affecting your mind, psychology, and money. Okay, there's a lot of money in this stuff. So we should be doubtful. A good example of the silliness of the way things went during COVID is the same medical fiction science was trying to convince you or I or the public that a mask is a health protection device when it's clearly not. There's not much evidence, if any, to even support that. Most of the evidence I've found seems to support that when it comes to protecting you from a disease or a particle as small as a virus, any mask is ineffective at best. The truth is, from my perspective, that masks are being employed on the public, just like in these pictures, to psychologically damage human beings. And that's the way they've been used traditionally through time with slaves, and not just Black or African American slaves, white people too, women. All kinds of people have been treated in this way. And it's a way, kind of like the big giant churches and cathedrals I was showing you, to make you feel very small and unimportant, and that you aren't worthy of being a human being. You're less than a human being. And aesthetically, the world does this. Our minds do put things into stereotype, and we are affected by symbols and archetypes. And these things, look how scary it is just to look at these pictures. It does affect us psychologically. So we should not minimize these things. We also shouldn't minimize when it comes to the medical and our health. There are studies that suggest that medical errors are one of the leading causes of death in the U.S. Cause of death, medicine. Our modern medical system is causing more harm than it is good. When you look at the numbers and the statistics, and this isn't just me saying it, you can look it up yourself. And we all know people that have died in the hospital. We all know people that have been injured or wounded and will never be the same because of the treatment they received in these hospitals. So we need to rethink how we treat our bodies and how we look at medicine, because it's very sinister in the modern age. And like I said, a religion. It's also part of the purposeful division that's going on around us. You know, I got so frustrated with the masks, I found myself at really getting in people's faces sometimes and wanting to argue with them. And this doesn't work out well for the truth movement in some ways, because it's part of this purposeful division, this Hegelian dialectic. By creating this belief in viruses and people transmitting them to each other through coughing, you're seeing happening is war profiteering. This is a mental war. There's those that believe and those that don't. And there's then going to be automatic fighting between us if we're not able to transcend the disagreement and recognize that there are people that are creating a belief, and so they can make money off of you and I and keep us under control. Now, a lot of folks don't want to see this whole thing as a conspiracy, but there are many indicators. And nevertheless, it's working out that way, even if it isn't designed, which it most likely is. We're allowing ourselves to be divided and confused and controlled by arguing over all these little beliefs. And if we don't believe things, we don't have to believe these things that come along. We can keep our minds open. We can say maybe and maybe not. And we don't have to decide. We don't have to set up shop on a belief. There's so much more when I'm talking about the way that we're psychologically affected and controlled by this system of affecting our minds. But I wanted to highlight the food that's happening out in the public. Well, the fat food, what I use that word instead of fast food. Really, most of the stuff they're serving is not good for your body, and it will screw up your body, cause fat reserves in your body, which is difficult to deal with. It slows people down mentally and physically, and even spiritually. And so we need to ask ourselves, what are we feeding ourselves? What are we feeding our children? And what are we accepting to be fed to the next generation of people? And not only that, but the fallout, the beverage containers and the paper and the plastic that's getting poured into the ocean and left in nature is partly due to us having an acceptance of this really low level, low quality of so-called food that's being put out. And we just need to stop purchasing it, right? But even I have trouble with this, and sometimes I fall for it and buy some of this crap. So I'm just pointing out these things are part of the walls. I'm not saying we can fix them all right away, but it shows why it's so difficult, because there are so many of these little things that affect us mentally, physically, and spiritually. So these are the many walls of the trap that enslave us. Our next section is called technological usurpation. And so some of the things we just discussed in the last section are also contained within this section. It's the rise of the machines. We see situations now where people can't help you because their computer's not working right, or, hey, I'm just doing what the computer tells me to do. And we're pushing submit multiple times a day on our various computer devices and entering our passwords over and over, and the computer's making you prove that you're not a computer. So this is just going to increase. We all know it is. AI is becoming more of a thing. We've seen the movies, we've seen the sci-fi predictions, and yet it's happening all around us, and there's doesn't seem to be a whole lot we can do about it. There's a submit that's going on the mass scale, and it's not an easy one to fight, because we also want to use this technology for the good of humanity, and I'm not saying we shouldn't. I think we should. But we also need to recognize the danger that's around us with this rise of these machines, and how much are we allowing them to control us and make choices for us. Another aspect of this imagination replacement technology that I began to talk about in the previous section is children. Why did children even build sandcastles to begin with? This is a motif that was set up by people that built castles. So everything we do affects our children, and then that affects the other children around those children. And basically the lesson gets sent so many times into your head as a child is, your sandcastle sucks. Ours is better. Look at yours and look at ours. You know, because such amazing things have been built, it does kind of stunt sometimes the possibilities of a young person, especially when you consider how this works out when they're exposed to the belief manipulation and the screens and the Hollywood movies, the truth conditioning that we discussed. Look at the castles created by Disney. They make your castle look really small, don't they? And you don't think that those images are in the head of these little children when they're out there playing? They're trying to build what they see on these images and these screens. What would they be trying to create if someone hadn't already given them these storylines and these full-colored pictures? You know, they might be more free to create some things we'd not have dreamed of before. But whether it's purposeful or not, we can see that this high-level degree of technology we've created it can also stunt the growth of a young person who's now not reading a book or just listening to elders tell a story around the fire, but instead seeing it on the big screen. And that's going to be in their head all day, everywhere they're playing, everywhere they're going. It's going to keep crowding in. And that's a scary thing, because it's happening younger and younger to children. And this is affecting adults too. A lot of people don't like to admit it, but I've noticed many times during my work week, the movie I was watching from the night before or a video game, it's still kind of in my head, and it's weaving in and out throughout my day. And sometimes when we get a little tired or a little run down, it's hard to tell where these feelings are coming from. Are we being affected by something we watched in a movie the previous night during our day, or just because we're tired and we're confused? And does our brain really know how to separate all these different realities, or do they sometimes get confused? And I think we do get confused about how connected we are to source, because there's so many distractions, there's so many threads of thought out there and threads of other people's imagination that we can get lost. And imagine what that does to young children on the mass scale. So this creates a scary wall of confusion that we're all lost in, and it's increasing by the day. And then under all that, we have the technology of money, of banking, of fractional reserve banking. And this is one of the most sinister traps of all. And my saying here, got to get that loot back. We're going to come back to that saying, but basically what I mean by got to get that loot back is there's always pressure in your mind, in the back of your mind about the money aspect of things. Let's say you did want to take your family on a vacation and you're deciding, well, should we go here or there? Well, there's always the pressure of money. What can we afford? And that was another thing I didn't point out about these theme parks. They're incredibly expensive. You buy some really crappy food there, and it's like $20, you know? And who has that kind of money? It's constant financial pressure that hits us in so many ways, where it makes it hard to take your kids somewhere or do something special for them or spend time with them, because you know you got to be making money to pay for all these things you got them and to pay for all this technology that we need. So this just shows how these things are tied together. If you start to see around one problem, say, hey, we're going to cut down on this, there's another way it gets you. And this money thing is always there lurking, and it's always going to get you in the end, because everything in our society is blocked by this wall. Yeah, you can be all you can be, but you got to come through me first, says the money man, says the international world banker. This is one of the biggest struggles I've had in life. It's been one of my biggest obstacles. And I've had to admit that my own view of money sometimes can be an obstacle for me to do better in this world. It's a huge trap, and it blocks us in. Okay, next let's talk a little bit about energy infringement. Energy infringement affects us in everything we buy. Again, this is also partly the money. You want to pay for your food, you want to pay for your housing, you want to pay for your PG&E, your gas. You know, it's really hard to get off the grid. If you can, it takes quite a bit of money, you know, and I've known people that are working on this. I myself have worked on it in various ways throughout the years. But there's this feeling of being boxed in all around. Like what I call duped into duplication and boxed into boxes. There's a technotronic agenda in this world that we have all fallen into. How much of it is controlled by think tanks, dark occultists, and the powers that be? We can all gauge our own feelings on that, and based on research we've done, but we can look right here in the obvious world and see how these boxes and these box shapes have taken over our lives. We get inside of cars, we drive to cubicles, we live in apartments. The box isn't a natural shape in nature. What plant, animal, or thing do you see in the natural environment that's shaped like a box? A box is a construct to way to simplify things for building. And I'm not saying we shouldn't use that shape. Being a carpenter, you know, it's important. But that shape, it also symbolizes a trap. And that's basically what it is. Tyranny is the cruel or unjust use of power. And that's people, like I said, drawing these lines on the earth and saying, we own these lines. If you're under this grid, you're under our jurisdiction, you're under our power, you're under we're the authors of your reality. And even if you have the pretense of voting on it, somebody else is really controlling the reins and telling you when and where and how. And so, you know, just having these maps and these borders is part of this problem. It's saying that somebody is going to tell you when you're allowed to be here and when you're not, and when you travel, when you can't, and that type of thing. And that's cruel and unjust. It's a bad use of power. But, you know, like, here's a spot where we have to take personal responsibility too. It's very difficult for us to change our habits. I'm still driving a car, and yet I point out in so many ways the way we drive cars is indicative of the bigger problem. It allows the tycoons and the oil barons to steal from us on a mass scale. People out there fighting for electric cars or bigger roads or bigger cars for as far as that goes, so we can carry more people in them. But all these things are under the control of very wealthy people. They own the companies that make the cars. They own the oil companies. They own all the every part you might buy for a car is owned by similar tycoons of power, bankers. And should we take those over? Yes. But in that path, in the meantime, we could shut a lot of this stuff down just by how we spend our money or how we don't. But we're so addicted to our lifestyle that that's not easy. Cars could be running on hemp oil. We could be having our own still in our backyard, and vehicles would run just fine. The powers that be want to regulate and control any type of fuel you use, and that is thievery, and that is pushing you into that constant financial pressure. You need to spend $100 a month to keep the gas coming, to keep your energy flowing, to keep your power on, when in reality we don't need to put that much time and energy into keeping those things on. Yet most of us are pushed into a hole. Some of us from the time we're born, from the time of birth. Many people that are born on the nicer side of the tracks don't realize how hard it is to start out from inside of a hole and then being handed a shovel, which can be in the form of credit, or you want to go to college, that's going to cost you anywhere $30,000, $60,000 or more. Which is like, if you're already in debt and you already don't have some of the things you feel like you need to produce in society, whether that's a car or a license or some skills, that it costs you more money to get those things, which is essentially handing you a shovel when you're in a hole and telling you to keep digging. And this is a lot of pressure that's put on young people. If you don't get it right out of high school, right out of the gate, you're probably going to wind up in jail or working at McDonald's, was what we were told when I was a kid. And what kind of thing do you think that does to the psychology of most people? The deeper that you start off in that hole, if you're grown into a bad neighborhood and you got a brother in jail, a parent on drugs, and being raised by grandma and watching TV a lot, you're in a really deep hole to start off with. And I've tried to help somebody get their license or ID that doesn't have any of these things. And they send you back and forth between the Social Security office and the DMV telling that you need to spend all this money and have all these papers that you don't have. And it's incredibly difficult once you have parking tickets against your name or the court has something out on you. You get in an endless loop, and it's extremely difficult to get out of. So it basically creates a class, the poor and the rich. And the rich, these things are so much easier. They can hire a lawyer or hire someone to help them or take a class. And the poor just don't have that. And that's hard for folks to see. Because we are indoctrinated into this society, like I said, through all these belief manipulation systems that we deserve what we have and we earned it and everybody else should be able to get it. We have a lack of empathy for people that don't have what we have. There's a stagnation going on in our society, and it doesn't like to accept those that have less than. It wants to spit down on them. This is male-dominated thinking. Might makes right. We have, you don't, too bad. You got to figure out how to get it. When in fact, we should be caring for people in our own communities and neighborhoods and helping raise the lowest up of us so that we keep our communities and groups and people we're interconnected with at a level where they can produce and feel good about themselves and feel a strength of purpose. Without that, you have people becoming listless and damaging to society on the whole. So this is the problem with the current male dynamic in our society, is it's stagnated. It's lacking that positive female. When on the other hand, the female aspect in our society is this sad, woke down, broke down attitude. It's what I call the lame lamb strategy, and it's not fucking working. It's saying, oh, poor me, I don't get treated equally, I don't get the same rights that other people. What this is doing is taking the sheepish, the feminine qualities that are least desirable, and it's mischaracterizing them. Just like I said with the male qualities, being a strong stag could be a good thing, a bull in certain cases, just like a female being kind of lamb-like might be good in certain scenarios, but not in the situation where we're being treated like slaves in society, and most people in the world are. That's when we don't need that lame lamb strategy or stagnated male. We need the opposite. What we need is the awakened female traits, the awakened female qualities. And I'm hoping you guys get some more great learning from Leslie Power's presentation on her subject of awakening Sophia, and I think it'll cover some of the goddess strength that can be developed and earned. But this is what we need: is the strong woman who doesn't allow anyone to hurt her children, that wants to care with a passion for others, and is willing to do whatever it takes to show that care and make sure that the children are taken care of and that they're not abused. And we need to fight for this kind of mentality in our society: bravery and caring about others with a passion. The woman that pushed a car aside because her child was underneath it. This is the awakened female quality we need to encourage in our society. The sad truth is that I've gone through this thought process many times in my own life. Your time is your energy. Your energy is not respected by those who demand it in so many cases. Positions of authority. And I hear myself say this, and I've heard other people say it. I have trouble collecting slave notes, and they call it money, of course, because I have a conscious, empathetic heart, and I don't understand my value. This is so frustrating. My value is not understood by society, so it's hard for me to understand it. It's hard for anyone to understand it because it's so dulled. A job might say, oh, this is the amount of money you're worth per hour, even though you've spent years and years perfecting a skill. And so it's hard to get around this. I have a mental block sometimes about making money because I associate it with the evildoers that have created fractionalized banking, and they're constantly manipulating the market. Money in a bank is constantly depreciating. If you buy a car or buy a house, it's basically depreciating, unless somehow you get lucky and time things just right. Pay close attention. And usually that's a lot easier for those who have more resources and connections and are wealthy. Those who don't have as much family or good connections with other human beings are fighting from the bottom, like I said, digging their way out of a hole. There's no easy solutions on things. I'm pointing out these issues so we can understand the complexities and the realness of the trap around us and the many sides that it has. The next wall that we need to break down is our resources. There's a rape of our resources on this entire planet, and money and power in the hands of the few has accelerated the growth of the rape of our entire planet. Look how many cars are on the road. It's constantly growing. We don't really have a solution. Like I said, people are talking about electric cars, but we know that there are people putting in slavery in another country, digging up the materials for these batteries, and these batteries are extremely hard to deal with. And we're still dependent on oil, or we're dependent on these large companies to come up with these technologies to keep us moving. And we aren't self-organizing. And honestly, we could all shut down the roads if we wanted to on a particular day and tell these companies, hey, do what we want, or we're all going to stop driving for a day. And that would put a dent in their wallet. But we're really lacking that type of organization. We're not on the same page, and it's extremely difficult for us to consider changing our habits. Because why? Because we're so penned in. Because these walls of this trap have us feeling so stuck that our habits are forced. Even though we want to change them, we can't. We don't want to see fluoride and bug killers and glyphosate and drugs and pharma waste and industrial waste and nuclear waste being pumped into our oceans. And most of the time it's not us that's personally doing those things, but there are people out there throwing that shit in the ocean, and they feel like they can't do anything about it. They got to do their job. They got to do what they were told. And that's really what's happening with this stuff. That's where it's going, to be honest. It's going in the ocean. And it's sad. It's sad to see. But this is another affecting our health also, right? All these pharma drugs in our water. And the worse our environment gets, the more extreme the planet is probably going to start reacting, I would suspect. And how do we fix this problem? We can't just address it all at once. You know, we have to affect the psychology of how we think and how we present and the legacy we leave for the next generation. And that's why it's so important to go through these details and to talk about all these specific aspects of our society that are causing this trap. See, because these billionaires, they really don't care. Maybe some of them do to an extent, but they're winning big time. Even if we do say, oh, we want to go over to electric cars, they just reinvest. It's really not that big of a problem. They're going to own the resources one way or another because they're connected to each other. They're connected to their wealthy families. You look into these families like Rothschild, and their names show up in all governments, in all of the big meetings, whether it's the Bilderbergs or the Committee of 300 or the Council on Foreign Relations or the boards of finances. We have these same people and family connections, and they get richer and richer and own more and more things, and they have enough money to feed the whole world at this point. One person like Oprah or The Rock, could probably take care of a whole island, right? And yet they want to put it on us like it's our problem. They want us to suffer because they are evildoers. They are part of the black magic that is creating the box around us. They can create a shortage, reinvest, and we suffer. Then we have the massive subject of what I call chemicontrails. You use the term chemtrails and people get all frustrated. Although some of those are contrails, or those are contrails, or those are chemtrails, really doesn't matter. Even contrails are made of chemicals, folks. And who fucking knows what's going on up there? If they're spraying chemicals, then you wouldn't be able to prove it very easily. I know I've tried, and the average person just doesn't want to hear about it. They don't want to know about it. Even if people do tests and show it, film of a plane spraying things, they still don't want to believe it. The mass percentage of the population of any country has not gotten in an uproar about this. So they could be getting poisoned every day, and they wouldn't necessarily know it because they're not looking at it, because we're ignorant to this problem. Now, when I go to the airport, I get stopped at security, and they check me for things that are dangerous. I want to know, why can't I stop these planes and check what's inside of them that's dangerous? We do have a way to control what's in the sky, and that would be stopping planes at airports and people demanding that any plane that leaves the ground gets checked before it does. Even on military institutions and private runways could even be tracked down if we saw things coming from them that were suspicious. And if we, as a rule, didn't allow that, that would take organization, that would take some communication, and that would take some changing our habits and asking harder questions, which is difficult to do. So, again, we see the difficulties here. There's been a lot of allegations, and I think it's true, that there's heavy metal poisoning going on mass scale, destruction of nature through these chemicontrails. And even if you don't want to recognize the truth of weather engineering, which has been happening ever since planes were invented, you still have to recognize that every other device on this planet that is being run by a machine is blowing some type of metal into the air. And there's our whole society, our whole air everywhere is full of heavy metal particles. And this is probably a big part of many of the medical issues people are having that are going up double, triple, even more. Memory loss is definitely connected in some tests to heavy metals. And if you spend some time looking at heavy metal poisoning, it also, what I found, is an interesting connection to allergies. But, these things are things for you to research on your own. I'm just talking about the general subjects and all the ways that our whole world gets closed in with these walls, these traps. So that's a lot of really difficult topic matter. And I want to transition here on part 3 into the more positive aspect of looking at how we can go within. Once we see these walls of the external trap, we can begin taking apart the walls. When we see through those and the size and scope of them, we can begin to see around them and above them and transcend them and show other people what they look and feel and taste like, so that they can avoid them and begin to conquer them and create new systems. But this is going to require some hard work within ourselves. And this is going to require us looking at our own internal traps, our belief systems, and what we do with this knowledge. And this is what I'm going to call the divine ritual and courage building. This starts within the self. This is the self work, the shadow work. Being realistic comes into each of our personal strategy. What can I really do in the lifetime I have left? And where can I put my focus that will be most effective? Many times we're doing quite a few things in our life that we'd like to change them all right away. But we're not prepared to do that. We don't have everything we would need to just, let's say, for instance, I would like to just get out of the city and never live in a city again and never use money, never use a car, and never look at a TV device. If I tried to do that all at once, the cost would be so great, I would find myself basically homeless and mooching off of other people for help, which isn't really a positive way to be in this world. I have to find a way to put things into context in the situation. What can I do with what I have, being the age I am and where I'm at? And what I've discovered is one thing I can do is reach out to others to create images, thoughts, put words together in a way that people might not have heard them before, so that I can help create a legacy, a way of thinking for future generations. I can help inspire others to see that the religion and dogmatic thinking is the problem, and to work on their inner work. And now this is the positive connotation that I talked about of the word religion. The one true religion is the self, our inner being. And when we bind ourselves to that, that's like self-discipline. That's not a bad thing at all. That's a wonderful thing. If everybody took this seriously as their focus, their obligation to their inner divine connection, not to the outer gods and images and things out there, but to the things inside, the connection to the deeper self, the one true divine crystal, which is our conscious and our conscience. If we're connected to these things, now we do have a chance to start tearing down these walls of perception that are holding us back. So this is what I want to encourage folks, to work on their religion, their inner religion. And this is basically your body, your mind, and your spirit. Trying to integrate all three of these things. I've been working for a while on my own personal little training class that I call Mind, Body, Spirit. This is something I've shared somewhat on my podcast followers and intend to do more in the future. But basically, for your own purposes, you want to create some sort of program for yourself. And that I talked a lot about in my Freedom Under Natural Law presentation, which was called How to Will Power. And I'd love you to look that up. Set a goal for yourself. And then going forward, you need to apply consistent persistence, applying energy in that direction, starting small, and working in habits in your life, little by little. Habits that encourage your body, mind, spirit connection, and taking apart the walls of perception like we talked about, your false beliefs, beliefs that are holding you back. And the two most powerful tools that I talk about in How to Will Power are your creativity and your imagination. And these will allow you to do incredible things when you put them together. And you can inspire yourself and others and leave a legacy for the next generation. I've always looked back at indigenous tribes of people that have lived in community situations, that live closer to nature, that live closer to the land. Of course, various of these groups have their own problems and issues. It's not totally idealistic. But there are some important facets of tribal living. Spending time and playing with peers. That helps to build imagination and communication, learning how to work together. And it builds empathy on a huge level. Like I was talking about, that stagnation can be by letting kids play together, by bringing together people of different ages, and dancing and singing together, we build continuity. And we build empathy, most importantly, from playtime with other people our age and people of all ages. This is a sense of belonging, one of the most important things to a human being. And without it, people feel anxious, depressed, lonely. We're lacking rites of passage that are wholesome. Like I said, many of our rites of passage are things having to do with Disney or somebody else's imagined story that they've created for us. But we want to create our own stories, our own dances, build our own masks, that we dance around the fire with to share our feelings and emotions. This is group rituals and community gatherings. These are one of the most powerful ways to create unity, to create strength within those around us that we know personally, and dealing with people that are in our environment. Observing and learning from elders. This is respect. This is a system of leadership and organization that can and will eventually replace the current authoritarian structure. Many people are afraid of what we would do without government. It'd be chaos. Well, not if we use systems of organization and leadership based on respect and looking at people that have learned and have the knowledge of things, and then we give those people our hearts and minds and ears when they earn it. And they always treat us with fairness in that there's never things done by coercion. There's no reason why we can't do things this way. And also recognize the true authority of nature and the seasons of nature and quit trying to control them or own them as the way we do other people. That is trying to enslave nature and animals is part of also the problem. And we can change these dynamics little by little, step by step, in all the things we do. But we need to work in that direction. And I would suggest that this will largely be done with ingenuity. And look at this word, ingenuity. There's no reason why we can't take the good aspects of technology and put them towards our visions of the future. But this does require some level of thinking about morally. What are we building here? How's it going to affect nature? How's it going to affect other human beings? Should we build this thing and put it out in a mass way? Or should we consider that some of these devices might be harmful to others in nature? And that doesn't mean we need to regulate them in a mass way. It means we need to think about them when we create them. And before we employ them, how's it going to affect other people? Not just based on money, but based on the generational effect. And we can have a new type of unity. This is what I call new unity. We're in a new generation, and we have the opportunity to unify and to use the new technology in a better way. But this will require us working on this project, working together on it, kind of getting on the same page to a certain extent. Okay, so ingenuity is a noun. It means the quality of being clever, original, and inventive. So this is a big part of the solution. And even in our own minds, to deal with all these walls of these traps we're talking about, ask for help. Talk to your friends. We talk to our peers. That's what we do often in these roundtable discussions when we're talking about truth, freedom, and natural law, is we share ideas and rhetoric, and we work ingenuity and on creating a new way of handling these things, new words, new ways of putting together words, new ways of seeing things. This is working towards a better future, trying to leave a better legacy for the future. Part 4. The path of pain and persistence. No one said this shit was going to be easy. A lot of these things I've discussed in this presentation may seem overwhelming to you. Overwhelming, frustrated. That's why they're the trap they are. That's why we get trapped within our own mind. When we're already hit with all these other problems inside of our own mind and psyche, many of us are feeling scared or alone, overwhelmed. Things are very difficult to accomplish, especially on our own. And when we've had past traumas, it seems like too much to do. The truth is we need teams. We need to work together with others. Being someone who's worked in construction, I've seen how big buildings get built and how big projects get done. And it is completely 100% necessary to have teamwork to accomplish large-scale tasks. So if that's in your own psyche, in your own mind, or something you want to build in your own neighborhood, it's going to require some level of teamwork. And that might be working with your own self. That might be working with your own family, and that might be working with your coworkers. Even sometimes when we're not on the same page, it's extremely difficult, but necessary. So we need to get around this obstacle if we want to change this dynamic. It's something we need to learn. we need to look up to. The heroes in this world are people that have pushed and pushed and pushed through incredible resistance. And how much would it be easier to push this rock up the hill if there were 3 or 4 of us doing it together? So, that's why I spent so much time early in this presentation pointing out the problems, not to just sit in negativity, but to point out that these problems are huge. They're multifaceted. They're not problems that we can solve completely alone. We need to start alone, and that's a lot of times how we inspire others. When you're the one guy pushing this rock up the hill and other people see that, then sometimes they jump in and they be like, man, one guy should not be doing this alone. Like the woman whose child is being sex trafficked, she should fight like all the demons of hell to protect that child. That's an incredible amount of determination that we need in the modern day and age. And that's why it's so important to recognize the extent of the problem and the extent of the determination required to deal with the problem. We have to work together eventually to put these pieces together. It's an incredible matrix of problems that's been created. There's no one thing that ties all these walls together. They're all, like I said, they blend together, they're integrated. And it takes multiple minds to put these pieces together. For me, it wasn't until I'd seen several presentations, Mark Passio's work, Larkin Rowe's work, Richard Grove, many of these awesome presenters through time that have shown us some of the different sides of this trap. And then when I see them in various forums and different presenters putting things out, David Icke, I started putting the pieces together. And that was what I really liked about whatonearthishappening.com. It's difficult to accomplish, but the more of us that are working on it, the easier it gets, right? When you see a lot of minds thinking about something, you get to point out all these different perspectives. This is why I do roundtable discussions on my podcast. And that's why something like the S.E.E.D conference or the Funnel conference is so important. It's not just my presentation, it's all the other ones around it. And when we combine these different perspectives, we get a better picture of the whole puzzle. We need your piece too, whoever you are. The more pieces we have, the better we can see the whole puzzle. And that's why every person is extremely important. It's also going to take an incredible amount of focus, like I said. The amount of hours and time I've put into this presentation is mind-blowing. It's scary, but I love it once I get into it. And it takes an incredible amount of patience to learn this technology. If you're up for the challenge, find the misspelling in this slide. I decided not to fix it. It is just sitting in a chair, and that also means that there's a balance for those of us that are doing this type of work. Online one work warriors, the one great work is, a lot of it is sitting in front of a computer, learning to make graphics, learning to make slides, learning to get decent audio. And we feel like this guy, trying to keep an eye on the time, trying to keep an eye on my money, trying to keep an eye on the family members, friends, do all the things we're doing in life. It's overwhelming. And so it requires patience and a lot of care in how we handle things. And this is modern warfare, folks. And this is why Mark's media class is important. That's where I got started and able to learn a lot of these graphic skills and through autonomy. So there's things out there and people are out there that want to help us learn these things, but we have to employ that focus and that energy to get there so that we can be part of this battle and get out there and make a difference and quit just sitting around watching. To be a better part of the solution, we have to be the solution, right? Be the change. But, this is really the crux of this whole presentation, is that ultimately there's one main key to unlocking the trap, both the external trap, all the problems in the world that we discussed, and the internal trap of the trauma that we've done to ourselves, and that is imagination. Don't get trapped into black and white thinking. Don't get trapped into doing what you're told or what other people are doing or what other people are saying, right? We have to imagine more choices, more options, more solutions. And imagination allows us to find other solutions, other ways. And whenever we hear about a realization or a revelation or ingenuity or an invention, it's somebody employing imagination. And so in order to exemplify that for this presentation, I put together a musical production to share the core message of this presentation that I hope might hit some folks harder than all the slides and words, and that is this little rap song called The Rat's Trap.
Rat trap, where's the rats at? The cheese is gone, but the trap's flat. Gonna need a new fat cat to lick that milk fat. You know you like those cats, yeah. Why don't you like this crap, cat? How can we take our life back? Tight ties, the boss flies, you got your fucking hands tied. Why's that? Effects are facts. These fat cats got your paycheck in their backpack. These fat cats got your neck up in their razor deck. They flex. And these feeble mice run. They scatter chatter, don't question. Their toes whisper, never action. These fat cats ain't got no job done. Eliminate the problem. No more robbing. Let's toss them, lob them, clubber all of them, every one. It's the average Joe that's hurting. Just steady working. Stay sleeping, don't be peeking behind that curtain. Lose your socks, shock, cause it's certain these cats just brats, couch mooch surfing. They lurking and smirking. These rats run games, they keep it secret. Family name, got no shame, playing dirty drains. Whack jobs insane, wanna own your brain. Guide your thoughts, screenshots and bots. Scooping out your hopes, sideshow cornhole popes. They laughing folks, we're their jokes. They pull those ropes, it's the fucking rat, son. You got a question. Flip-flap, movie quack, parent trap, truth smack, tarmac, money back, no facts, smoking cracks, Minecraft, life rack, gotta get that loot back. Gotta get that loot back. Gotta get that loot back. Rat trap. Where's the rats at? The cheese is gone, but the trap's flat. We're gonna need a new fat cat to lick that milk fat. Tight ties, the boss flies, you got your fucking hands tied. Why's that? Effects are facts. Those fat cats got your paycheck in their backpack. These fat cats got your neck up in their razor deck, they flex. Flip-flap, movie quack, parent trap, truth smack, tarmac, money back, no facts, smoking cracks, Minecraft, life rack, gotta get that loot back. Guide your thoughts, screenshots and bots, scooping out your hopes, sideshow cornhole popes. They're laughing folks, and we're their jokes. They pull these ropes, it's the fucking rat, son. You got a question.
You chose joy and suffering. And this is part 6, the last chapter of this presentation. And basically the point of this chapter is that we're here. And I like to think that I chose to be here, maybe before this life. And I think that perspective helps me keep a good attitude. But when we see it for what it is, we are fractionalized, we are fragmented. There's not nearly enough cohesive structure in our society. We don't have good rites of passage. And so many of us are living separate lives in our own little boxes, and we're duped into duplicates, kind of trying to copy the neighbor, have the same lawn, have the same car, have a job like they do. And there's a lot of pressure from Hollywood, movies, politicians, and education justifying this behavior that is just further fractionalizing us and fragmenting us. And think about what happened to people who were sent home in mass during COVID, saying that they were their job was not important. People get sucked into drinking and eating junk food, loneliness and depression, the watching the Netflix lifestyle, and not being in concert, in communication, and in rites of passage with other human beings. Like I said, rituals of joy, like drumming, singing, dancing together. This leaves many folks with a sense of lack of purpose, lack of motivation, lack of inspiration. And this is due to the lack of connection with nature and no commitment to the greater community and no engagement with various age groups. Those would be the things that would pull us out of these loneliness, depression. And it's hard to get out once we're in. They're like a hole, like I said before, the hole with the shovel. The more you dig deeper, the worse it gets and the worse you feel about yourself in the context of your environment. And the ultimate solution is to find a purpose, to find a connection with others, and to find a reason why we're doing the things we're doing. This is the key. That takes imagination to find those things. And finally, exercises and patience. If all else fails, apply patience. Patience is the fundamental and principal aspect of what love is in its expression in the real world with other human beings. And I challenge you, if nothing else, to work on practicing love. Even when you disagree with folks, even when they seem like what they're doing isn't what you think they should be doing. Modern warfare for the evil ones that lack empathy is love. And by love, I don't mean Hollywood love or the love that's in a hip hop song. I mean the true kind of love that is patient and cares and endures and always hopes and does not rejoice in evil but rejoices with the truth. The part of us that wants to align with natural law and accept that everything we do matters and that we're here for a reason, not just to enjoy ourselves and our own personal egoistic desires. We have an opportunity to leave a legacy for the next generation and for our children and their children and the other humans around us, so they don't have to go through the suffering that some of us have or past generations have. It's an important time in history, folks, and I encourage you to embrace. And this warm embrace of love will destroy and dispel the trap, and when we combine it with our imagination, we will be unbeatable. Much love to you, folks. Thanks for listening to A Trap Within a Trap. Hey, welcome back, folks. Thanks for checking out that presentation. It's quite a experience to watch it at this conference. Thanks for having me, Brandon.
Yeah, of course. Sorry about the camera issue there.
It's all good.
Yeah, that was a great presentation, Chris. Well done.
Thank you. It's hard to sit back and watch it, after you've worked on this thing, we put so much time into it and you see it over and over. And then when it's finally time, it's like, wow, I can't believe it's time.
Right? No doubt. No doubt. Trust me. I've been doing it for many years and I feel that every time I go back and I see it. Looks like we are here again. Roles are reversed this time, Chris. The last time you were interviewing me, right? So
Yeah. The inspiration, one spurs another, right? We can only hope
absolutely.
that there's like hundreds of seeds out there being planted, and pretty soon there's conferences like this going on every other weekend or every weekend,
I hope so. I hope this inspires all kinds of people to do more work like this. We need more decentralized versions of, this type of work out there. That's for sure. And I just wanted to say your presentation was immaculate. I really enjoyed it. Immediately, I was thinking of Pandora's Box, the allegory of Pandora's Box, or even the movie Hellraiser. Me and you talk a lot about movies, and I think Hellraiser is a really, really good depiction of what you're talking about with all the social engineering, the psychological mind control, geoengineering. I mean, you nailed all the topics in a great condensed way. And I think it's some of the best work I've seen you do, honestly, in a presentation form. That was really good. The art was really good. The style of it, the production was good. So I'm very impressed with what you put together here.
Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. And the one thing I kind of felt like I wish I would have covered better was the educational aspect. That's like a whole nother wall that maybe I could have included in one of those sections. I did mention it, but the education system's another huge aspect of the, the thing that conditions our mind, and just another side of this glue that holds people in. It's hard to take apart. There's so much to it.
Yeah, I think people expect people like us to be able to be absolutely 100% thorough with everything and have all the answers to everything. And I think me and you have talked about this before. And that's just ridiculous. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing here today. We're all coming from our own perspectives and our own research and our own skill base. And that's what we're trying to contribute, is where we exceed in the research, right? And so I always get this issue when I'm out in public talking to people. They expect me to be able to answer like every little problem when I'm talking about a stateless society or something like this. And we do the best we can. It's a lot of pressure on people like us, right? Especially when you come to a question that's like, oh, this is really difficult. But then what you usually do is you just get back to foundational principles, right? Just fundamental principles, and be like, look, this is where we need to start. And then these things will take care of themselves, because those are all stuck in the realm of effects, right? It's usually something like, who's going to take care of the nuclear power plants? Or, the most simple one is, who's going to take care of the roads, right? That's the most common one. And yeah, and it's like, well, those things will get worked out. Don't worry. The first thing is start to understand the problem, and then start to understand the solution to the problem. Be aware of it, accept it, don't be in denial of it, and then start to critically think about how to solve those problems. So I always say we don't have all the solutions, but we do have quite a bit, quite a bit, especially since we're all collectivizing this, the solutions together. We're all coming and working on this one project together, and that's really important.
And that's what I think people don't get an opportunity to see. I had this really lucky opportunity to work with team building for a while, like ropes courses and team challenge building stuff. And I really got to see how you could take 10 people that barely know each other, and then at the end of a couple hours, they're like climbing a wall together that seems unscalable, and getting
Hmm.
the whole group over the wall. It's like, it is
Right.
possible, and people start coming up with ingenious ideas once they start working together and getting on the same page. That's why I always have to bring up that aspect that, yeah, to bridge this gap, it seems impossible, but first we got to get on the same page. Then you'll be amazed what people will come up with once we put
Right,
minds
right. We are
together.
extremely powerful, and that's why I like you brought up the tribal mentality. Going back to ancient nature cults or pagan cults and things like this, and looking at what they're doing, because they tend to live just fine in stateless societies away from all this stuff. They're much healthier. It doesn't mean we have to go full anarcho primitivism or something like this. We did just have a question popped up there. I think CB said, "How long have you been at this?" How long have you been doing this for, Chris?
Well, when I started endevil.life, it was late 2019, early 2020, right before the pandemic was unrolled. But I mean, I started doing podcasting about 5 years before that. And that was
Hmm.
when I first started speaking up about geoengineering, weather engineering, was just getting into Mark's work. So, I've been at this for 10 years now in different ways, with a couple year break in there. But yeah, endevil.life is basically 3 years old now.
3 years old. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize you've been doing it since what, 2010 almost, That's
I
pretty
had
awesome.
another podcast years before, and I didn't
Oh.
quite get as far with that one. And it was sort of a revelation to come back when I was like, hey, maybe I should check out Facebook. Maybe there's groups of other people that like Mark Passio. And that was when I
Right.
tapped into all you folks close to 2020. Yeah.
Nice, nice. So, I'm asking all the speakers, what led you down this path? What was it that really triggered your awakening? What is the crucial thing besides Mark? We always hear Mark, especially from our group. Something else. What
Yeah,
led
no,
you
he
to
he
Mark,
tied some
right?
things together, but for me, what happened was, I got an iPad. It was the iPad 2, actually, and I was just playing video games on it every day, wasting hours and hours, these stupid hunting games and stuff. And then all of a sudden, it occurred to me that, this is it's like having a crystal ball in my
Mm,
hands. I could ask it any question. And then I thought about it for like 2 days. I was like, what would I ask a crystal ball? And I finally
right.
was like, you know what I came up with? I was like, what the hell happened on 9/11? It had been almost exactly
Right.
10 years since 2001. This was like, yeah, right around 2010. And I was like, what happened there? Well, how come people haven't popped that can open? To me, it was obvious on day one that it was bullshit, the story we were being told. My best friend's proof, I called him on the day. I was like, this is an inside job. But, you know, it took like 10 years of me thinking about that before I was like, I need to know. And I started doing research. And then I found the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. And then
Right, right.
watching their videos, somehow it opened up one of those geoengineering weather manipulation videos by Dane Wigington of
Oh, yes.
geoengineeringwatch.org. And that really opened a can of worms for me, because I started watching the sky every day and taking pictures and asking questions. And it was a paradigm shift. And I was also going through some health stuff at the same time, like what Patty Lager um, and the other gal were talking about, that, you know, when you detoxify your body, all that stuff opened up. I started getting all these information coming to me and realizations and weird feelings. And it all kind of just came together through, I was always curious, but I think, yeah, geoengineering and 9/11 were the two things that, it wasn't just the mysteries about it. It was that other people weren't willing to talk or think about the mysteries. What really finally cracked the
Right.
case for me, it was like, why are people so close-minded about this stuff? Why don't we just talk about it? You know?
Right, right. Yeah, why can't we have a civil discussion on this without people getting extremely emotionally and
Yeah.
politically driven, right?
And
Yeah,
so trying
it
to unfold the
does.
box ever since.
Right, nice. Well, look at what you're doing now. You know, you did a great job. It does seem like that around that time, a lot of documentaries started to pop up, a lot of conspiracy documentaries. You had Zeitgeist, you had Esoteric Agenda, you had
Loose
Kymatica.
change.
Yeah, there were so many different ones that came out, and I do think that that was pretty revolutionary. And I mean, I'm not a big fan of Alex Jones today, but he definitely helped me along my path. And I'm sure some of us here, you know, without these people. And yeah, I just think it's really interesting to see somebody's background and see how they came to this. Because as you know, I came from a completely different background. Like I was being taught this stuff when I was a child. You know, my dad was like, "Oh, 9/11, yeah, inside job. Here's the evidence," you know? And I like seeing it from somebody else's perspective coming from, like, maybe a more, normalized home, you know? If you wanna
Yeah,
call it, quote,
my
unquote,
awakening
"normalized,"
was
so
like The Matrix. You know, it was
mhm.
hardcore. It was, I mean, that movie, when I watched that scene of him looking over the edge, Neo, and seeing all the people in the traps, that's how I felt, like, viscerally. It was like, whoa, I didn't
Right.
realize the world is as fucked up as it is. And it was a hard thing to go through. And so I empathize for other people going through that process, you know.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I always feel like I'm, one of the Zion, the people born, you know, into Zion, and then I'm, you know, like a code breaker, you know, right? So the code readers, you
Yeah,
know,
you're the
get at
guy with
the
the
computer.
earphones on. You're like,
Yeah, the
yeah, yeah, we got
earphones.
one. This guy might be good.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. A Tank and somebody else, but yeah, yeah. So I always felt that way when I watched that movie. That's really good. So, do we have any more questions here for great Chris over here? I'm not sure if we do. I'm looking through the chat right now.
Well, thanks
Um,
for everyone who had nice comments. I really appreciate it.
yeah, you're
Means
getting
a
a
lot.
lot of
Thanks,
great
guys.
comments here. A lot of really good comments. If anybody has any questions, put them in the chat right now. Let's see. I probably have another question. My other question would be, um, what would you tell the viewers? Like, what's the best recommended tip for the viewers when starting out on this journey? You know, as a layman, someone who's just awakening to this type of knowledge, because it can be very scary. You were just talking about that, looking at the chasm, seeing all this horrible conditions of humanity, right? What would you tell them?
Like, I would tell people to recognize that it's a process. You know, the awakening process, and kind of like they say, stages of death. You have to go through some processes of your inner work on that journey. And part of it is getting, you know, going through the bitterness, going through the anger, going through the denial. The denial is the biggest one. You know, like, most people are bridging that gap when they get past the denial.
Mhm.
But then there's kind of a long process, a step by step thing. And so I would say, like, one of the most important thing is keeping your physical, like, you know, that presentation we just watched about, you know, natural health. That's so important, because, you know, part of you just wants to just start doing drugs and drinking. You're like, it's all screwed anyway. Forget it. What can I do? But by grabbing hold of focusing your energy on one thing that you can do, it gives you this incredible power and strength to get through it. And so the sooner you start speaking up, or putting information out there in some way, the sooner that you can start feeling like a human being. But otherwise, you just bottle all this stuff up, and it builds up inside of you, and you become negative. And then people don't hear you when you're trying to talk to them. It sounds like you're preaching or yelling because you're mad, because you're still dealing with your own inner torment of this problem. You need to deal with your own inner torment on your own time. And when you go out into public, make sure that the information or the stuff you put out is helpful, is helping people so that they don't have to go through what you go through. And that's what I try to put myself back in that place and provide for. If I were that age again and I were just realizing all this crap, how would I want to receive it? And that's how I build my presentations. And the sooner you start helping somebody else, the sooner you start feeling better about who and what you are. That's what I would tell people.
That's amazing. Very, very well said. Chris, do you have a mantra you use for accept the shadow? Accepting the shadow, I'm sure.
I guess my mantra is evil is the destruction of freedom.
Right,
But
right.
I did actually, I got real into something called the green Tara when I went through my awakening experience. And I noticed this is something Leslie talks about in her presentation. But if you look on YouTube, there's some beautiful mantras you can look up. And there was one I listened to a lot that was called the Green Tara mantra. And she sings this beautiful song. And listening to that voice over and over helped me work through some of the real sadness I went through when I came to my awakening about our world and our society as humanity. And now I'm able to see it from a more I can zoom out and look at it from a distance a little more. And I think music is an incredible tool to deal with this thing. That's why I put the rap into this thing. I'm trying to tell people, engage your creativity. That's how we deal with our emotions in a positive way. And it also is a better way to translate for other people rather than just trying to jam something down their throat that they don't want to hear.
Yeah, I think that's really good. I also listened to that mantra. That's a really good one. I think I came across it from you sharing it many years ago. It was either you or someone else in the community. And I also know that you got me back into Wim Hof, and I think it's not necessarily a mantra, but it's a good,
Practice.
breathing technique and good practice for you to get healthy, get in tune with your body, become self-aware. And I use that daily. And, I've suffered from Lyme disease for like 10 years, and that really helps me whenever I have like small flare ups. It's extremely important. So I would highly recommend anybody to look up Wim Hof as well. Healing oneself brings holistic intelligence. That's right. That is absolutely correct. Well,
Jennifer.
yeah, Jennifer, thank you for that. Let people know where they can find your work, and then we're going to continue
We'll move
on.
on. We got a lot to see. I'm excited.
Yeah, I know.
Endevil.life is my website. You can find me on your podcast player. I'm going to start for the next month really uploading because I've been way behind on that. But my YouTube channel you can find, and Evil. And on my YouTube channel, there's a live link, and that's where most of the recent stuff can be found. But yeah, thanks so much for having me. I'm really proud to be here, and I'm just honored to be able to hear speaking with you right now, Brandon. Thank you.
And thank you so much as well for the viewing audience. Chris has been helping behind the scenes with the production, with the green room, with a lot of stuff. Just every speaker here has contributed to this conference. So if you guys can help support their work in any way, please do so. All right, Chris, I'll see you later. Okay, so we have another great presenter and great true speaker. His name is James Cordner, and he is amazing, but we're going to listen to Grant Presence first. So we are ready for this guy. We have a live musical performance for Grant Presence, and really excited. He has 2 songs for us today. He does some really great work. I would recommend checking out his work. We'll link his his website in there. Look at that hat too. That's a nice hat. Nice, nice. All right, well, get me off the screen so we can listen to this guy.
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me okay? Type in the chat if you can hear me okay. And this first song that I'm going to play, this is called Realign. This song was inspired by Mark Pastio when he says that anybody who subscribes to an institutionalized belief system is under mind control. And this song is about choosing to realign ourselves with our heart and our inner wisdom instead of aligning ourselves with the institutionalized belief systems that so many people fall prey to. with the divine, yeah. We're choosing to realign ourselves with the divine, yeah. Mind control, I know my heart center is truly masterful, yes. When I choose to realign. Being silenced by the fear of ridicule. It's time to rise up like a lion and to speak of truth. Because to know and not to act is not to know or care. Gotta do my part in declaring awareness into the air, unto the ether. For those who know it's time to become leaders, keepers, speakers, teachers of sacred knowledge to all who are still asleep, upgrading them consciousness, suffocating them in lawlessness. To the lovers anonymous, situations ominous, but I won't remain anonymous. You ain't never gonna mute this dough charcoal, fully opening the worst flow like a lava. Man ain't gonna be bound by dogma, no we can't evade a natural law or karma. Typogram on the propaganda, raise our brain waves in the gamma. Wage slaves breaking cages, disengaging limitations, cubicles on a new plantation. Are you on the same page? Do you understand? Ego out of the way, spirit engaged. Mind controlled slaves be feeling enraged. Ego can't handle the truthful vibrations, but I got no patience for them frustration, and I'ma not give in to that temptation. We must stand no government regulation. Conscious life is the real education. Anybody who subscribes to an institutionalized belief system is under mind control, yes. Anybody who subscribes to an institutionalized belief system is under mind control, yes. When I choose to realign to my inner guidance, I know that my heart center is truly masterful, yes. When I choose to realign. Deserve to be put into an institution. Let me get in here and dispel some major illusion. Them chief religion is binding, grinding their minds to a halt. If you default to politics, then you got to play like a fiddle. Here's a little riddle. You think you got swindled? Paying them taxes, getting crippled. Your bank account dwindled. Don't like it? Boom, let me coming at you with the missiles. Just because a little bit of scribble on a piece of paper underneath a little bit of Satanism, symbolism underneath a little bit of communism, euphemism sound legit. Just some dead ass no sign, your initials on the dotted line, ain't no your rights. No, your bitch asses won't put up a fight. We got the guns and we coming for yours. We will force you into funding our wars. Take the brother first, due process second. Don't ask no questions if you get threatened. We like it in a cage, like it in a cage, say. So we choosing to realign ourselves with the divine, yes. S.E.E.D conference, you know, that's why we are choosing to realign ourselves with the divine, yeah. Subscribes to an institutionalized belief system is under mind control, yes. Anybody who subscribes to an institutionalized belief system is under mind control, yeah. When I choose to realign to my inner guidance, I know that my heart center is truly masterful, yes. When I choose to realign, S.E.E.D conference choosing to realign. That's why we choosing to realign ourselves with the divine. Yes, we choosing to realign ourselves. Oh yeah, we choosing to realign our with the divine. Oh, with the divine, with the divine, with the divine. Oh yes, choosing to align ourselves with the divine. Yes, we choosing to realign ourselves. Oh yeah, choosing to realign ourselves with the divine, with the divine. Hey, hey, yeah. All right, now that we've chosen to realign ourselves with the divine, this next song is going to be called Ours for the Taking. If you know that history is now in the making, you know that freedom is ours for the taking. No politician, no media, no institution is going to give us our freedom, so we must take it ourselves, we must claim it ourselves, and that's what this show is all about today. History now in the making, yeah. Fuck that governmental gobierno. No, they only exist to take your money and your dinero. You scared though? I ain't scared of nothing. I ain't moving, I ain't budging. Lot of population trusted to the bullshit we be cutting. Assess the situation if you want liberation or disinformation. Pollute your clear mind. Some be caught up in the lie. Must be all the fluoride. 1990, keeping them mindless, spineless. Time with it. I got no time for this. Taking a trip into the future. No master, no slave. Gonna be living with our rulers by any measure. We maneuver, no jobbing, no booster. Cause we rest them and recruiters and we billing prosecutors. Say, history now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking. Yes, history now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking. Yes, history now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking. History now in the making. I say, yo, I love to see my brother standing up to tyranny. The sound of freedom resonating like a symphony. We ain't no fringe minority, a threat to authority when we coming together and debate a silent majority. See, most people don't wanna rock the boat. They're afraid to go against the grain and the system keeps them broke. So they comply and comply till our freedom implode. What if it had it came the fascists at the end of the road? Let's go. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking. Yeah. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking, yes. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking. History now in the making. Collective consciousness rising, the truth is so inspiring when we shine. Enter this high state of mind. You know, mankind is intelligently designed. We in love with this beautiful life. Humanity living and breathing a thrive, but misstepping the ways of line. Hey, my people ready to rise, hey. Let's move into the new paradigm, say, and break the chains of the pain. Ascend into the brighter future, yeah. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making, yeah. Freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. History now in the making. Freedom ours for the taking. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking. History now in the making. Ours for the taking. Thank you all so much for having me. My name is Grant Presence. I hope you all having a beautiful day. And we're going to keep the freedom music, the conscious vibrations moving for the next couple days. I'm going to be playing another little set tonight, and then tomorrow 2 little sets, so keep your eyes out on the schedule. Thanks so much for having me, Brandon and Chris. Really appreciate you guys.
That was hands down amazing. I would highly recommend anybody to go and support his work. If you can, donate to him. He put this on himself live, and he's doing this for free for us. So, you know, any kind of support to the musician would be much appreciated, I'm sure, by him. And I linked his website in the comments. And man, you did a great job. And I love the hat. The hat is styling, man. The hat is great. Thank you so much, Grant.
Thanks for having me, guys. Can't wait to play some more songs for you.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to it. You're bringing the vibe, man. Bringing it. All right, we're going to move on to the next prezzo here. And that was really good. I hope all you guys really enjoyed that. Chris is actually the one who got me in contact with him. And yeah, so we can thank Chris for that amazing music there. Love enlightening music like that. It is just so, it just hits you in the heart, you know, right in the soul. Right in the soul. All right, so we got James Cordner now. I had a little mix-up on my timesheet. I thought James was coming next, but we had Grant. We needed a little break for the day. That was good. That was good. Getting a little refreshed over here. So we got James Cordner coming up with his presentation called Fear is Illusion. And he is a devoted father, husband, anarchist, and passionate podcaster. His motto is think for yourself, question authority. He also is the host of the A Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth, and I've been on there many times. You should check out his work. You can find his work at freeyourmindne.com. That's freeyourmindne.com. So without further ado, let's, check out his amazing presentation here.
The presentation that I have brought here today. My name is James Cordiner, and my presentation today is called Fear is Illusion. My website is freeyourmindne.com. First and foremost, thank you to the organizers of this event, Brandon, Nate, Douglas. Thank you to the rest of the wonderful speakers and presenters that are also taking part in this wonderful conference. It's truly an honor to be involved with this, to have been invited, and I can't express the gratitude enough. So here it is, my presentation, and it's something that I really worked hard on. So here we go. As I did for my first ever presentation last year at Shattering the Illusion, and what I will continue doing, I dedicate this presentation for my children. May there one day be shade under which you can sit. Shall we begin? As is tradition with this style of presentations, I will now list a few caveats. Number one, the information that I present may be hard to hear, let alone believe. So I implore you, the viewer or listener, to look into this topic for yourself, or these topics, as we'll find out for yourself. Do not just believe me. Number two, my presentation style is not for everyone, but this information is, so please listen until the end, because number three, at some point during this presentation, you may feel as though I am describing you. I say good. If you find yourself feeling that way, good. Let this day be the last day that you feel this way. My general thesis for my presentation is that the majority of fear felt among the aggregate of the human population of Earth is manufactured in order to keep us in a condition of slavery. The repudiation of fear is the destruction of slavery. And as a clever acronym, FEAR, F-E-A-R, could stand for fabricated evidence appearing real. So I find it pertinent for this presentation to jump right into one way that the brain works, a common thing that has been referred to as the stimulus response process. And here we see to the right a picture of the brain with a few different parts highlighted or pointed at. When someone experiences a stressful event, the amygdala, which is an area of the brain that contributes to the emotional processing, sends a distress signal to the hypothalamus. This area of the brain functions like a command center, communicating with the rest of the body through the nervous system so that the person has the energy to fight or flee. Last year for my presentation, I took a pretty heavy deep dive into the hypothalamus. I suggest people go and look that up. It's called, this is my previous presentation, called ADHD, a modern attack on free thinkers. The hypothalamus is a bit like a command center. This area of the brain communicates with the rest of the body through the autonomic nervous system, which controls such involuntary body functions as breathing, blood pressure, heartbeat, and the dilation or constriction of key blood vessels and small airways in the lungs called bronchioles or bronchioles, if you're south of the border. So this is basically homeostasis. The autonomic nervous system has two components, the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. The sympathetic nervous system functions like a gas pedal in a car. It triggers the fight or flight response, providing the body with a burst of energy so that it can respond to perceived dangers. The parasympathetic nervous system acts like a brake. It promotes the, quote, rest and digest, unquote, response that calms the body down after the danger has passed. So think of the sympathetic nervous system and try to picture, maybe you've seen something like somebody dodging a car, like they're about to be hit by a car, and they just dodge out of the way like they have some sort of superpower. This is a low-level superpower, or I don't know if I would stick with calling it low level, but nonetheless, it certainly acts that way, where they are out of the way of the vehicle before they even have the time to process exactly what has happened. You see, that's how the sympathetic nervous system acts. Moving on. So after the amygdala sends a distress signal, the hypothalamus activates the sympathetic nervous system by sending signals through the autonomic nerves to the adrenal glands. These glands respond by pumping the hormone epinephrine, which is also known as adrenaline, into the bloodstream. As epinephrine circulates through the body, it brings on a number of physiological changes. The heart beats faster than normal, pushing the blood to the muscles, the heart, and other vital organs. Pulse rate and blood pressure go up. The person undergoing these changes also starts to breathe more rapidly. Small airways in the lungs open wide. This way, the lungs can take in as much oxygen as possible with each breath. Extra oxygen is sent to the brain, increasing alertness. Sight, hearing, and other senses become sharper. Meanwhile, epinephrine triggers the release of blood sugar, or glucose, and fats from temporary storage sites in the body. These nutrients flood into the bloodstream, supplying energy to all parts of the body. So, too many people are unable to find a way to put the brakes on stress. Chronic low-level stress keeps the HPA axis activated. So the HPA axis is HPA stands for hypothalamus, pituitary gland, and adrenaline. So the HPA axis so chronic low-level stress keeps that active, and much like a motor that is idling too high for too long. After a while, this has an effect on the body that contributes to the health problems associated with chronic stress. Persistent epinephrine surges can damage blood vessels and arteries, increasing blood pressure and raising risk of heart attacks or strokes. Elevated cortisol levels create physiological changes to help to replenish the body's energy stores that are depleted during the stress response. But they inadvertently contribute to the buildup of fat tissue and to weight gain. For example, cortisol increases appetite, so that person will want to eat more to obtain extra energy. It also increases storage of unused nutrients as fat. This process can be tamed like the wild beast it seems to be. Most of the time, the space between the initial stimulus and the resulting reaction can be elongated. This training serves the purpose of truly turning the reaction to the stimulus into a true response. In order to understand what I am getting at here, we will need to define our terms. So we'll get into some etymology here. Etymology is a cool way of bringing a word back to its roots to discover just how they were formed, to give us a better understanding of how they should be used or how they were originally used. So respond, from the Latin respondere or respondere, is respond, answer to, promise and return. So from which back, plus spondere, to pledge. And react is of the Latin regere. So again, back, and agere, to do or perform. So react could mean to perform again or do a second time. Now, if you looked up these words in a thesaurus, it would show you that they are synonyms, but any good thesaurus will tell you that most synonyms are actually words that have similar or closely related meaning, but are not perfect substitutes for each other under all circumstances. And yes, this is most definitely the case here. The stimulus response process is completely different than the stimulus react process. Let's take a look a little deeper into this to discover that difference. Hopefully, this will give us better, clearer vision at the problem in hopes to find the solution. Here we have a little guy being led along like with a carrot. So here's I guess you'd call it a flow chart that I've made. And so at the top we have the stimulus, okay, and that would be the input. And let's go to the left. Let's go left first. So this would be the part of the tree that leads us to an actual response. So stimulus, and then if we practice conscious thought, we would actually be gaining knowledge. We'd be, gaining some knowledge about what is going on, the situation at hand. And then from there, we would be able to do a little bit of processing of that. And we would, from an individual basis, gain an understanding. So this would be the logic phase. And then from there, we go another step forward. This would be, then we would have what we do, which would be the output. This would be a response, which is knowledge put into action, otherwise known as wisdom. So, a little Easter egg there of the trivium, method of truth discovery. So we're going to start out right away with talking about a solution to the entire problem. The trivium method of truth discovery is a wonderful thing to practice on an individual basis to gain a better understanding of the world around you and to understand how your actions may affect those around you, and to have a better outcome would be to actually think about the things that you're doing and the situations that you're in. So maybe we'll talk more about that later. Stay tuned. Let's go right now. Let's go back to the top. Stimulus is the input. And so then to the right, we have lack of consciousness, which would lead one to be acting out of instinct, which leads one, which would be, also we would be acting in confusion. Okay. So the lack of consciousness acts as a catalyst to acting the fool and being confused. And then from there, where do we go? Prescribed action. So things that you're doing that you were told to do. Training, so you're trained to do things. Programming. These are all, again, they're interchangeable. And that is the way of the advercundium, which is the appeal to authority fallacy. So you're basically doing what you're told. Some authority figure that may not know what they're talking about is telling you what to do. And you say to yourself, well, they're a scientist, so I'm going to do what the scientist tells me to do. but they're not even the scientist in the field in which the problem has been created. But more on that later. And then from there, finally, we have the reaction, which would be just following orders, right? So that would be the output in this case. And then we can discern from there that, yes, indeed, the person following this path is dead in thought. So let's talk about this. Fear is illusion. Well, if fear is illusion, who are the ones, either overtly or covertly, intentionally or not, pulling the strings on this magical act? Any great illusionist will tell you, we never reveal just how our tricks are done. A great magician never reveals how his tricks are done. But with an open mind and a tremendous amount of persistence, we can not only learn who they are or how they do their tricks, we can also learn how to stop falling for the act. And here's a meme that I made, and it's pretty silly. That is the guy from The Wizard of Oz, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids. We got to look into it, folks. We got to tackle these problems head on and look into it for ourselves and figure out what's going on. So here we have what I am calling the wheel of intraspecific kleptoparasites. An intraspecific kleptoparasite is a member of our own species who, through whatever desires, selfish or otherwise, mostly selfish, decides to take from others within our own species for their own good. That's why it's intra-specific kleptoparasites. At the top, we have bankers, and then from there, corporations, and then from there, government. Government's at the top of the wheel. They're the initial push, if you will. So let's talk about government, shall we? At the top of the pile, here we have government, the happiest group of psychos in the entire world. While doing backroom deals and stealing the property of each of the populations that they have gotten control over, governments all over the world exercise their, quote, authority, unquote, through trickery and any other deceptive process that you can think of. Authority is in quotes because, well, it's not legitimate. It's perceived that way, but it's not truly legitimate. So it has to be in quotes. Governments all over the world are part of an intergenerational organized crime syndicate. They prey upon the willfully ignorant, seemingly to no end. These psychos are jealous of our ability to feel emotions, our ability to create strong bonds with the other non-psychos. Ultimately, and this is important, ultimately, they are the most afraid. They are afraid of what may happen if we learned how to unite, if we learned how to live according to natural law, and not only learned how to do that, but then we actually go and do it. Okay? So next, we will look at some of the more specific compartmentalized sections of the quote, United States government, those in government who generate the fear. On the left, we have a list of the domestic agencies, and on the right, we have some of the international agencies. There's less on the right and international because, well, a lot of the ones that we have here domestically are basically mirrored in other countries. So we have a lot here to go over. I just want to list them off. We have CIA, FBI, the NRO, which is the National Reconnaissance Office, NSA, the DoD, which is the Department of Defense, formerly the Department of War, the DHS, DEA, DOE, which this one is the Department of Energy, the EPA, OSHA, NIH, DOE again, but this time it's Department of Education, the CFR, which is the Council on Foreign Relations. I listed the 3 branches of government here, the judicial, legislative, and executive branches, FEMA, FDA, IRS, and the CDC. On the international side, we have NATO, the CFR, again, Council on Foreign Relations. I put them in both because, well, we do a lot with it domestically, but it's also geared toward what we do internationally. So I figured it would be best to have it in both lists. A little crossover action there. The Bilderberg Group, which is Europe and North America, big wigs, the annual meetup. The WEF, the WHO, and the UN. And these are basically who we can expect to be behind a lot of these problems. And boy, are they. More and more evidence keeps coming out every single day that proves this point, if you would just look. So I have this other meme here, and I just want to, kind of put this out there. I will not lie down. I will not go quietly. I will not submit. I will not roll over. I will not comply. I will not sit down, and I will not shut up, no matter what you people do. That's called defiance, folks. Get with it. Government itself is a religion. This is why I personally see it necessary to include all organized religions in this section. This does not mean spirituality is included. You do not need to be a religionist to be spiritual. And no, this does not make me or any other that understands this an atheist, okay? So you can hang that up right now. Understanding natural law and spirituality has no gatekeepers. We all have an individual relationship and an interconnected relationship with the universe, God, or whatever name you give to the force of creation here. All right? Religion created hell, for instance, to make you fear dying. Religions threaten you with eternal punishment because they cannot survive without your fear. Fear is the currency of control. Remember I mentioned intraspecific kleptoparasites, right? This is what they do. They feed off your energy. We'll get into that. Next, government is an egregore. According to the author Gaëtan Delaforgem, this psychic, astral, and autonomous entity, an egregore, will continue as long as thought energy feeds it, but it does not have to be the same people feeding energy for the entity to continue and eventually become independent. Egregores can be kept alive when new generations add their thought energy to the entity. Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Spirit of Christmas are all egregores, as are the Devil and the Grim Reaper. The egregore connects the people who created it to the psychic energy which created it. It influences others as well. Adolf Hitler used the hatred and anger in the minds of the German people after the defeat in World War II to create an egregore, focusing that energy. A fad in popular culture is a temporary and very potent egregore. In 1896, a Frenchman by the name of Gustave Le Bon wrote a book called The Crowd, a study of the popular mind. In the book, Le Bon shows how an individual on his own may act with the highest moral character and compassionate heart, but in a crowd, that same individual can be swept away and behave as a total blockhead, losing the sense of his own personal integrity to the energy of the crowd. The, quote, lynch mob mentality, unquote, is an excellent example here. Wall Street is another example of the crowd mentality, when a few manipulators sell strategically and the whole market plummets, right? A small group can create an egregore and that psychic energy can spread to the crowd who mindlessly follow. The crowd egregore arises quickly. Its passion carries the crowd, but because the crowd is not an organized, stable group with intention, the demon egregore is quickly dissipated. As a psychic entity, the egregore exists between the material and spiritual worlds and is connected to both. It is a creation of the psychic objectives of the members of the group and exists as a connection to the divine. Anyone involved in a group, whatever kind of group it is, will be affected by the egregore of the group. For those that reach for a spiritual connection, the egregore assists and facilitates that connection. This process is unconscious, but it is intensified through the initiation process, which is designed to open the mind to the spiritual through the egregore. And this was from the Understanding the Occult, What is an Egregore, by Theron Dune. It was a blog post written December 26, 2008, posted in the Illuminati News website. The same is true of any organization, though, be it a church or civil rights movement, the Ku Klux Klan, the Taliban, or a monastery or government anywhere. Whether the group is organized to do good or evil, indoctrination can happen quickly. As Gustave Le Bon pointed out, reason is not part of the crowd mentality. Becoming caught up in the passionate hatred or love of an egregore can be hard to resist. An organized group with a very strong intention builds and maintains an egregore with its passion, and the thought form affects new initiates. The power of the egregore to help and sustain a group increases over time through the repeated actions, ceremonies, or rituals of its members. The egregore can raise its members from the material and connect them to the divine or to the depths of human depravity. Does that not sound? Anyways, let's take that for what it is, folks. So, governments all around the world use a method of control known as problem, reaction, solution. So, problem, the government creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others. Reaction, the populace reacts by asking the government for protection and help solving the problem. Solution, the government offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis occurred. The outcome is rights and liberties are exchanged for the illusion of protection and help. So next on the wheel, we have the media. Let's go over the forms of media. We have social networks, Hollywood movies, podcasts, television, the news, including the papers, These are just the most, the ones that come to mind first. The term media is actually plural for medium. As a noun in this context, a medium is a means of sharing or communicating information. And now we also can think of psychic mediums. So it's a little interesting there, huh? In the problem, reaction, solution method of control, the media serves as the communicators of what the reaction should be to the problem and what possible solutions should be acceptable. The government to media pipeline is very clear if you would just look. For instance, many of the talking heads that you see on the quote news, including those that are guests, are former members of the different agencies and arms of the government. Some are even Rhodes Scholars. This is not the presentation for this, but it's an interesting connection. This pipeline directly affects the level of truth, if any, that you are receiving from this fourth branch of government. It is overwhelmingly clear that the established narrative is directly handed down from on high to these different, quote, news organizations. Those passing the message down aren't only government, but also major corporations that may be considered, quote, private sector, unquote. We see these corporations all the time as these channels sponsors. Brought to you by, insert big pharma company here. So here we have a depiction of Plato's cave. But to go on, most, if not all, of the supposed quote unquote experts that are brought onto mainstream media news outlets are either former government officials or they are a high ranking board member from some corporation. Even worse, many of those high ranking members of these corporations previous to holding that position held a position at a government agency. For example, there are board members for certain big pharma companies who were formerly high ranking officials at the FDA. As another example, Lockheed Martin has several quote-unquote retired military members currently serving on their board of directors right now. Okay, so as far as you guys, out there listening to this, maybe some of you are privy to this or that you know about this already, but, when you're working for something like somebody, agency like the FDA, and you're basically shilling for like Pfizer or, Moderna or something like that, or Eli Lilly. And then next thing you know, you helped pass regulations, or you were approving their drugs. Remember, every drug that was discontinued by the FDA was first approved by the FDA. So when you're, working closely with these big pharma corporations, then next thing you know, when you're done working for the FDA, because you did so many deals with their company, they welcome you on as a high-ranking member on the board of, on their boards of directors. This is all proof. This is all the proof that we need to draw upon to conclude that it is highly likely these people served in government with extreme conflict of interest. Now they parade around on television telling the public what to think. God bless America. God bless America. So Plato's cave, the story goes a little something like this. Prisoners chained to a wall. One of them escapes, sees they're all watching the shadows. So the prisoners are chained to the wall. They're all watching shadows being cast on the wall. They think this is what outside world looks like outside the cave. One of the prisoners escapes and sees what real life up at the top, what real life really is. He goes, oh my God, this is insane. I got to go back. I got to tell them the truth. I got to tell them the truth. He gets back there, tells them the truth, and they fucking kill him. The mainstream media knowingly participates in purveying propaganda to the masses. They are the influencers that get the general public whipped up into a frenzy in order to sell the latest psyop. This is very important to understand. Their entire purpose is to control your perception. There are 5 main categories of psyops. Thank you, Mark. Number 1, demoralization. Number 2, false flag. Number 3, disinformation. Number 4, stand down. And number 5 is worldview. You guys want a better understanding of this? Mark Passio gave an excellent presentation last year at Shattering the Illusion about this topic. I suggest you go look it up. It's called An Introduction to Psyops. You can find it on his website, whatonearthishappening.com. All of these psyops all ultimately serve the same purpose. When it is time to feel fear, when it is time to trade more freedom for safety, you will. Let's go over social media real quick. So much like the media seen on television, social media platforms too have been knowingly infiltrated by an overwhelming amount of the, quote, former government, and quotes, intelligence, because they're not intelligent at all, the government intelligence agents. So much so that it is hard to believe that this is unintentional. The government has even been caught, quote unquote, overstepping their boundaries with these supposed private companies who receive government funding. So yeah, there's some shady shit going on there. Social media plays an important role in conjuring up fear in the masses. However, it is not as obvious as the mainstream media. After the mainstream media has successfully sown division amongst the people, social media allows for the creation of echo chambers, which are spaces in which the opposing sides can further their mission of hatred for one another by insulating themselves from any opposing views and opinions. This is how cults begin to form, people. Okay? Also, it is important to note social media seeks to dig the claws of control even deeper by censoring speech. This allows these platforms to participate in continuing the buildup of narratives that the public should view as truth. Oftentimes, these narratives couldn't be further from the truth. Am I speaking into an echo chamber right now? Oh, the alternative media. Even members of the alternative media space knowingly put out information in order to run a distraction campaign on your mind in order to get you all worked up over things that can be proven to be false or just blatantly inconsequential. These influencers are what is known as controlled opposition. Controlled opposition refers to any person or organization that appears to be on one side but is secretly working against the interests of that movement. It was originally coined to describe government agents who would infiltrate activist movements and subvert them from within. The term has come to describe any activist or organization that isn't actually working for the side they claim. Much of the content in alt media space is nothing more than clickbait garbage. It is intentionally put out in order to distract the people who choose to watch or listen to it, to distract them from the truth. Whether it can be proven that these influencers actually work for the feds is up for debate. Okay, I'll be fair with that. However, if that is not the case, that would mean that these influencers are unwitting participants in many psyops, which I personally believe is to be worse. It's worse. They're unwitting. That's so much worse. It is that consideration that places them in this category of controlled opposition. Okay? The truth is, we are all enslaved on this planet. And until that problem is solved, all other problems come second. I don't care what your BS tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist mind wants to tell you about your thing being the most important, what shape this fucking place is, what's going on in the skies, what's going on in the ocean. I don't care what it is. Until the problem of slavery is solved, none of that other shit matters. Get it through your thick heads. Grow up. We get to Hollywood now. Yes, even the movies and television fiction hold sway over our perception of the truth. Oftentimes, movies and television programs propagandize the masses into behaving certain ways. This method of control is often called predictive programming. This was first described and proposed by researcher Alan Watt, who defines predictive programming as predictive programming is a subtle form of psychological conditioning provided by the media to acquaint the public with planned societal changes to be implemented by our leaders. If and when these changes are put through, the public will already be familiarly I can't say it, familiarized, let's just go with that, with them and will accept them as natural progressions, thus lessening possible public resistance and commotion. Even more often, this method is disregarded as just another crazy conspiracy theory. Another term given to the masses is a trauma-based mind control trigger word meant to shut down an individual's own ability to even begin to think for oneself. In other words, the use of this term as a pejorative is meant to induce an automated reaction in the NPC buyer of the next current thing, that reaction being one of willful ignorance. Trust the science, anyone? You get me? And I know a moment ago I was using that term, but got to get those people's attention. You got to call it what it is. So we're going to do this section, alpha versus beta. In November of 1969, a researcher named Herbert Krugman, who later became manager of public opinion research at General Electric headquarters in Connecticut, decided to try to discover what goes on physiologically in the brain of a person watching TV. Flicking on the TV, Krugman began monitoring the brain waves of the subject. What he found through repeated trials was that Within about 30 seconds, the brain waves switched from predominantly beta waves indicating alert and conscious attention to predominantly alpha waves indicating an unfocused, receptive lack of attention. The state of aimless fantasy and daydreaming below the threshold of consciousness. When Krugman, when his subject turned to reading through a magazine, beta waves reappeared, indicating that conscious and alert attentiveness had replaced the daydreaming state. Further research revealed that the brain's left hemisphere, which processes information logically and analytically, tunes out while the person is watching TV. This tuning out allows the right hemisphere of the brain, which processes information emotionally and non-critically, to function unimpeded. There's nothing new about reports that TV puts people in a trance, although for understandable reasons, it is not a subject that gets much coverage on the network evening news. Frames per second, or FPS, or frame rates, have only increased in the modern day. With an increase of FPS, frames per second, comes an increase in the success of subconscious absorption of the content being shown. To sum it up, the frame rates of a television puts one in a dissociative state of mind. While in that state, one is vulnerable to the trance-like acceptance of what they are being shown on the screen. Thank you very much to Fritz Springmeier for his work, his book, How the Illuminati Create... I'm sorry. I'll hold it up here. It's called How the Illuminati Create a Total Mind Control Slave. Dissociation is used as a defense to protect a person from overwhelming pain and trauma. It is a natural ability of the brain. Hypnosis or hypnotic trance is a form of dissociation. The mind naturally hypnotizes itself under various conditions. Okay? During shock or stress, the body's limbic, hypothalamic, pituitary adrenal system releases substances which encode all the internal and external pieces of information being sensed into a deep level of consciousness. These memories often become dissociated from normal states of consciousness. In other words, when the mind-body returns to the state where it was during shock and stress, the mind can re-access those memories. However, until the mind returns to this shocked state, it doesn't pick up the information it has embedded. So, by watching these Hollywood productions, the weak-minded are walking into a trap. What is shown on the screen is often meant to trigger this shock stress, and in turn, when similar events happen in real life, whether orchestrated or not, there is no shortage of predictive programmed reactions given to the masses to act out. Okay, I want to clear something up here. It is not so much about the events themselves being shown on the screen, even though there does exist an eerie amount of similarities between the fiction on screen and the supposed, quote, facts of reality. Rather, what needs to be given attention here is the reaction of the NPC sheep characters in the stories to the events of the stories. Okay? It is this that is imparted onto the viewer the most, given the amount of relatability that is often found in the characters. The relatability that the viewer sees in the character. They see themselves in the character on screen. So, the events aren't always the same, but the reaction to similar events, is what you're absorbing. Okay. Next on the wheel of intraspecific kleptoparasites is schooling. Some call it public education. However, more accurate descriptions would be government indoctrination camp or the slave factory. If you are going to run game on an entire population, you need to make sure they are each ready to be a dupe. What better way to do that than to train them from the earliest of ages to believe in, quote, unquote, authority. Just what is it that they are doing in those prison-like buildings? Why, they be making slaves, of course. Brought to you by their sponsor, Fear. Hidden behind all the deceptive altruism is a dark and disturbing truth, a truth that squeezes like a vice upon the minds of the most defenseless among us, our children. On one side, the vice is made up of a desire to hijack a child's imagination. On the other, a trick that perpetuates a certain set of childish characteristics that any individual may possess. Public school, and the meme here, public school is great for socialization. Where else can your children be routinely exposed to drugs, bullying, obedience training, shame, abnormal isolation with a single age group, consumerism, disconnected communication, and authoritarianism? Yeah, big thumbs up to that. Woohoo. There's one thing that the schools are teaching our children is one logical fallacy. And not our children, because I can't say our, mine don't go there. The logical fallacy that they're being trained into is an appeal to the consequences of a belief. The main lesson taught in schools is this logical fallacy, and here is how it works. X is true because if people did not accept X as being true, then there would be negative consequences. In other words, government is necessary because without government, there would be chaos and disorder. This line of reasoning is fallacious because the consequences of a belief have no bearing on whether the belief is true or false. For example, if someone were to say, if 16-headed purple unicorns don't exist, then I would be miserable. So they must exist because I'm not miserable. It would be clear that this would be a good line of reasoning. It is important to note that the consequences in question are the consequences that stem from the belief. It is important to distinguish between a rational reason to believe, or RRB, evidence, and a prudential reason to believe, PRB, motivation. Motivation. A RRB, or rational reason to believe, is evidence that is objectively and logically supports the claim. A PRB, or prudential reason to believe, is a reason to accept the belief because of some external factor, such as fear, a threat, or a benefit of harm that may stem from the belief. That is relevant to what a person values, but is not relevant to the truth or falsity of the claim. I love the memes, folks. This is flag worship, because making people bow to a golden statue is just a little too obvious. So I'm a huge fan of John Taylor Gatto. Anyone that knows my work in recent times knows this by now. He's like a hero to me. So for the next couple of slides, I just took excerpts from the speech that he gave in 1991 when he was accepting the New York State School Teacher of the Year award. And this is called the 7-Lesson School Teacher. And these are all his words, what I'm about to read. And he said, "These are the things I teach. These are the things you pay me to teach. Make of them what you will." Number 1, confusion. I teach the unrelating of everything, an infinite fragmentation, the opposite of cohesion. What I do is more related to television programming than to make a scheme of order. In a world where home is only a ghost because both parents work, or because of too many moves, or too many job changes, or too much ambition, or because something else has left everybody too confused to maintain a family relation, I teach students how to accept confusion as their destiny. That's the first lesson I teach. Number 2, class position. I teach that students may stay in the class where they belong. I don't know who decides my kids belong there, but that's not my business. The children are numbered so that if any get away, they can be returned to the right class. Over the years, the variety of ways children are numbered by schools has increased dramatically until it is hard to see the human beings plainly under the weight of the numbers they carry. Numbering children is a big and very profitable undertaking, though what the strategy is designed to accomplish is elusive. I don't even know why parents would, without a fight, allow it to be done to their kids. We'll find out why in a minute. But yeah, So it's not about classrooms so much as it's about sort of like the Indian caste system where you're in a social class, middle class, lower class. You get the point. Number 3, indifference. And this is possibly, in my opinion, one of the more disturbing ones. I teach children not to care too much about anything, even though they want to make it appear that they do. How I do this is very subtle. I do it by demanding that they become totally involved in my lessons, jumping up and down in their seats with anticipation, competing vigorously with each other for my favor. It is heartwarming when they do that. It impresses everyone, even me. When I'm at my best, I plan lessons very carefully in order to produce this show of enthusiasm. But when the bell rings, I insist that they drop whatever it is we have been doing and proceed quickly to the next workstation. They must turn on and off like a light switch. Nothing important is ever finished in my class, nor in any class that I know of. Students never have a complete experience except on the installment plan. Number 4, emotional dependency. They just get worse and worse as they go, folks. By stars and red checks, smiles and frowns, prizes, honors, and disgraces, I teach kids to surrender their will to the predestinated chain of command. Rights may be granted or withheld by any authority without appeal, because rights do not exist inside a school, not even the right of free speech, as the Supreme Court has ruled, unless school authorities say they do. This is like public shaming rituals, okay? That's what number 4 is. Number 5, intellectual dependency. Gatto says, good students wait for a teacher to tell them what to do. This is the most important lesson of them all. We must wait for other people, better trained than ourselves, to make the meanings of our lives. The expert makes all the important choices. Only I, the teacher, can determine what my kids must study. Or rather, only the people who pay me can make those decisions, which I then enforce. Number 6, provisional self-esteem. The lesson of report cards, grades, and tests is that children should not trust themselves or their parents, but should instead rely on the evaluation of certain certified officials. People need to be told what they are worth. And number 7, one can't hide. I teach students that they are always watched, that each is under constant surveillance by me and my colleagues. There are no private spaces for children. There is no private time. Finally, on the wheel of interest-specific klepto-parasites, we have order followers. Order followers serve, well, we'll find out. Is it only the military, police, and government intelligence agents who are order followers? No. In order for the problem reaction solution method of control to work, sure, you're going to need enforcers. You're also going to need willfully ignorant people who will bend over and take it just so that they can get on with whatever creature comforts they may have been enjoying before the problem. It is the order followers blindly obeying that completes the wheel. They are the final bit of inertia that the wheel requires to not only complete its rotation, but to continue rotating indefinitely. The entire wheel has been built for this purpose, to create willing slaves who are too afraid to fight back. But no, it does not need to stay this way. I'm going to read an excerpt from The Crowd by Gustave Le Bon. 1896. It is easy to imbue the mind of crowds with a passing opinion, but very difficult to implant therein a lasting belief. However, a belief of this latter description once established, it is equally difficult to uproot it. It is usually only to be changed at the cost of violent revolutions. Even revolutions can only avail when the belief has almost entirely lost its sway over men's minds. In that case, revolutions serve to finally sweep away what had already been cast aside, though the force of habit prevented its complete abandonment. The beginning of a revolution is in reality the end of a belief. The precise moment at which a great belief is doomed is easily recognizable. It is the moment when its value begins to be called into question. Every general belief being little else than a fiction, it can only survive on the conditions that it be not subjected to examination. I find a lot of myself in this meme here. I'd rather walk alone on a path of truth than to follow the beliefs of the mentally enslaved that refuse to critically think for themselves. Here we have just a little collage of memes that I find to be humorous and in a way where it's we cry, we laugh so we don't cry. Leave that up for just a moment. The willfully ignorant. There are many subgroups of willfully ignorant order followers. However, there is one group that is the worst. These people are at the front lines of inflicting abuse and trauma on the innocent. Anyone want to take a guess? Seriously, I think there's a chat here. I think there's a live chat here. Anyone want to take a guess? Who's the one group that's the worst? Is it the politicians, the police, the military, the school teachers? Nope. No, it's not. Is it the millennials? Maybe. I'm just kidding. Okay. It's a joke. Or could it be? Is it the parents? Yeah, it's the parents. Too many parents are willing to sacrifice their children to the state. This is done at the start by letting medical personnel at the hospital conduct traumatizing medical procedures on a newborn baby, such as circumcision, followed swiftly by sending them to government indoctrination camps known as public school. They support and encourage their children when that child, mostly due to the traumatizing experiences that they endure throughout their childhoods, decides to become either a police officer, a member of the military, or even a politician. Parents are the first front line of defense for their children, a task that the majority of parents consistently fail. Not only do they fail, they have grown to expect the state to raise their children for them so they can focus on what they consider more important. Maybe that's the money that they earn at their job. Maybe it's their social life. Or worse, maybe they're just too lazy. No matter the reason as to why they abuse and abandon their children in such a manner, it is wrong. It is wrong. And spare me the whole not everybody can do it routine, because seriously, how dare you bring life into this world and not be ready to assume full responsibility for that life? Your lack of consciousness is an embarrassment. Okay? You should be ashamed of yourselves for doing this to your children, especially in this day and age when it's never been more apparent before in our entire lives. It's never been more in our face than it is right now, and people continue to do it. They are not willing to make any sacrifice, even for their own fucking children, and they should be ashamed of themselves. They go and they have this prescribed belief given to them that they just grow up and I just get a job, I get married, and then we have kids, and that's just what you do with life. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. But when that thing happens, whether whether you've been practicing conscious conception or not, the ability to be consciously raising your children because they're your responsibility and no one else's, that ability is dormant in all of us. It's just, are you willing to make the sacrifices that you need to make in order to ensure that your children are safe and are growing and actually being raised? Okay. And most people aren't ready to do that. And that is the number one issue that we have. Is it the police? Is it the military? Is it the school teachers? Is it the politicians? All of those people that are doing those jobs now were first children, and their parents raised them like shit. And now we live in a world where there's so much chaos because no one can even fucking get their shit together enough to be raising a family and doing the right thing. People aren't conscious of their choices. They lack consciousness of their choices. And it's why I've created the wheel, is because it all revolves around itself. It's the system, how it all revolves around itself, and we need to get off the wheel. We need to get out of there. Your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheer. You're pathetic. But all is not lost. We still have time. We can turn this all around. But it has to start today, right at this very moment. Each and every one of us have the chance to stand up and claim responsibility for our actions. And it all starts with one simple phrase. And I want all of you to say it if you need to. That phrase is, I was wrong. Put your ego to the side and realize what is at stake here. Our future, our children's future, the freedom of future generations. Don't be a coward, okay? Don't be a coward. The fear of death is the inception of slavery. And the first step to changing the system is to stop complying with it. I'd like to end my presentation with reading this. It's the Litany Against Fear from Dune, written by Frank Herbert. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn to the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Oh, and one last thing. Don't ever be this guy. Chris Farley's hilarious, but you get the point. This has been my presentation for Seed 5 Metamorphosis of 2023. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for staying with me through this presentation. Can't believe I got this done in one shot. And I got it, Anyways, enough about that. It's not easy to hear some of the things that I said. And, but someone's got to say it. So thank you again. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you to the rest of the speakers. And as much vitriol was in my voice, I really do love all of you. All life is precious, and I think that I think that we can do this, guys. Let's get it together. All right.
That was excellent. Very, very good. Welcome, James.
Hey, Brandon. What's up,
Good to
dude?
see you, man. What's up, dude?
How are you today? You're doing
I'm
a
good.
hell of a job, man. Everyone is just like pulling it out. This is great. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's home run after home run. This is why I brought you guys to the table. I knew you guys would be, let's see, cohesive with all the topics, but everybody's hammering on the conscious parenting this year, and I love it. That's what we need to see,
It's dude, honestly, I see it as one of the most effective strategies at actually fixing a lot of the problems that we have. I see it like that because it is the opposite of how the problems persist. J- uh, the reason why government is intergenerational organized crime is because it spans multiple generations. Okay, and they instill fear into children's minds at a young age in these indoctrination centers, and that's how they perpetuate this slavery. And a good example right now is how we're seeing this push against the right to bear arms in this country. The Second Amendment, it doesn't need to be written down on any piece of paper for it to be true. We have a God-given right to defend ourselves in any means necessary, and that includes firearms, because they exist as a means of defense. So we have the right to use them, and they're actively coming after that. They don't need to go after the adult population. They don't need to convince the adults to give it up.
Nope.
They do the Fabian socialist tactic of slow burn over the course of time to kill people with kindness and convince people that they don't need these things anymore. And in order to do that, they need to go after the young generations of children. That's why in schools they do the active shooter drills. And when we were growing up, I know you didn't go to public school, Brandon, but when we were growing up, we'd have fire drills. But we weren't around sitting there pulling our hair out about a fire. It was just a fire drill, But in this day and age, it's active shooter drill. It's so to close the loop on that stream of thought. Yeah, they go after kids. That's how it is. So in order to combat that, it's almost like we use the same strategy, but we do it out of love. We do something that's motivated with the intention of love and care. And we say, no, thank you, please, to their systems, to their institutions, their ways. And we kind of take responsibility for our children and to make sure that we're doing what's right, objectively right for our kids. Because
Absolutely.
either whichever way the coin flips, there will be a future for them. Now, what will that future look like is up to us as their parents, and quite frankly, no one else is responsible for them but us.
That's right. You nailed it. Yeah, I see far too many people abdicating their personal responsibility to be conscious parents, And it's very difficult. You pointed that out. A bunch of other people pointed it out. Chris pointed it out. It's not easy, especially when you're in survival mode all the time and you're under such artificial scarcity in the system. So my first question to you is, what got you into this work, and what was your pinnacle of transformation into being an awakened being?
Oh, well, what really got me motivated was when my son was born. It really changed my life. And before then, I was a very destructive person, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed self-destruction, destruction of other, of I don't know, of anything, of property, burning stuff, destroying whatever I could get my hands on, really, including relationships and mostly myself with drugs and alcohol. But when my son was born, I realized that I'd actually, for the first time, participated in creating something, like really creating something, a person. And that to me was like, whoa, a very shocking moment, seeing a little human coming out of the body of another human. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do what am I going to do? And from there, that was kind of like the push toward this path of really seeking some enlightenment, really trying to be responsible for myself, so I could be in turn responsible for the ones that rely on me. Because that's another thing too. It's like you can't really give something to anyone that you first don't have for yourself. So these things include responsibility, respect, love. In order to be able to really give that stuff, truly give that away, you first need it for yourself. And it gets mixed up with this mini me Satanist kind of mindset sometimes, that kind of line of thinking. So, but I want to stress that, or really make clear that, as so long as the intention is that you are going to share the love with others, that you're going to share the care and the respect and the responsibility with others, it's not satanic. So as long as you're not just trying to hoard it and keep it to yourself, it's not satanic at all. So from there, I kind of got into, see, like, I always considered myself like a punk rebel kid, growing up skateboarding, getting in trouble with the cops, running away from cops, being a little, like that kind of, that was a big part of my childhood, in my teenage years and everything, doing crazy stuff, like, and just running amok around my neighborhood and everything like that, getting arrested a few times, going to jail, and then certain tragic things in my life happened where, like, I've experienced incredible loss in my life, and I've always kind of known, even from a very, very, very young age, that authority was illegitimate. Even from the age when I was in kindergarten, I knew that something wasn't right here. Why should I do exactly what you say just because you told me to do it? That's I've told this story a bunch of times. I'll just do it brief right now. Is I was in kindergarten. I wanted to sit on it's story time. All the kids got to sit down in a circle. I wanted to sit in a specific spot, and they have strips of tape with each of the students' names on the strip of tape. And this is supposed to be the spot that kid is supposed to sit in. Well, I didn't want to sit in my spot. I wanted to sit in another spot, but the teacher wouldn't start the story until I sat in my spot. And I just plainly asked her, like, why does it matter? I'm going to sit down either which way. I don't understand. Why do I have to sit over there? And it just never seemed right with me. So like an onion, the idea of authority has, like, layer by layer, it's been peeled away to reveal there's nothing there. It's all a trick. And that's how my life has pretty much gone. But, you asked what really was the pinnacle, and what really, really kicked my ass into gear to make me want to start, like, really speaking up about stuff was when I got a house, and for years I didn't pay taxes. And then so when I got a house, they wanted, like, tax stuff and everything, and I'd actually started paying taxes again. All right. And then they found out about all the years that I didn't pay taxes. And I'm talking, like, for a stretch of years there. And it's like, you guys didn't care until I got a house, until I got married, until all of these things, until I had children. And now you're threatening to come after me and do all of these things. And I just exploded with rage. And I was just like, enough's enough. And it was like one of those things where it's just like, what do I do? And of course, like, I start listening to some more podcasts that are gauged toward or geared toward, excuse me, like anarchy and voluntarism. And I'm hearing all these guys saying the things that, like, are on my mind and really making sense of these things. Some of them are actually here at this conference today speaking. It's a fucking honor to be able to stand here, like, arms locked with all of the rest of the speakers here. Just like, here we are, Red Rover, send the tyrants right over. And, like, it's just to me, but yeah, that was a few years ago. That was 2019. And I started a podcast I started a podcast in the fall of 2019. And
a wonderful podcast, by the way.
Thank you. It's a labor of love. It took a while to really get some stride there and to get some legs under it, but we've hit our stride, and we're doing well, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like it. We have a question here from Harold. He said, how do we get out of slavery? Do you have a simple answer to that? Obviously, it's a complex question.
Yeah. The simple answer would be that you just start taking responsibility for your own actions, and all actions across the board. I mean it. Like, it's a tough task to do, but that's how we start. All right. And then how we finish it is a complete denial of all external authority. And to be actually, like, going through with it
right,
is the toughest part. So in my presentation, I said that they're the most afraid, and that they're afraid of us not only learning natural law, but actually living according to it. And it's the living according to it part that's the toughest, because it requires a lot of sacrifice. It requires a lot of perceived danger where you might find yourself going up against a very, very big group or organization that has a lot of sway over the public mind. And there's people out there that will let them get away with arresting you and dragging you off because you didn't pay taxes, you know? So the best thing to do, first and foremost, is if you have children, do not put them in government schools. And then from there, I would say try to work your own business if you can do that. Participate in the market like that. I don't have all the answers, but that's just off the top of my head what I'm thinking about right now.
Yeah, that's a good answer. My question to you is, why is it, do you think, that so many children who are anti-authoritarian end up going down the path of like self-masochism so much? Because I come from that background too, and there's always that borderline, right? And then all of a sudden they tend to get reintegrated back into the slave system once they're like all on their path to healing, away from the addiction and away from the chronic, like, I want to go out and be a vandal. I want to say, fuck the system, burn it down, you know? And this has been a big issue because a lot of people will say, oh yeah, you're a rebel until you're 40 or 30 or whatever. And then you know, and then you're back to being a statist or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
I see the masochism being a product of the incredible amount of rejection that people like us endure. And that is something that goes into the subconscious and fucks you up. Seriously, there's no worse feeling for a young person than the feeling of rejection. First and foremost, from your parents. Why aren't you doing what you're supposed to do? What do you mean? What am I supposed to do? That's what comes to mind.
Right.
That type of questioning. So, how do we solve that issue? You find your tribe.
That's right.
You find your own.
Go ahead.
The wonderful thing is that the universe works on a set parameters called the principles of natural law, set parameters in the universe. And if you are vibrating and being if you are being honest with the truth and the vibration that you are, traveling on, I'm trying to find the words on the fly here, but if you're really being truthful and honest with yourself, and you're following the vibration that your life is leading you toward, and you're not causing harm to anybody, you will find your tribe. And this is, again, what a lot of young people aren't ready to do, is to sacrifice things or people. And I don't mean in like a blood ritual. I mean by letting them go, leaving them behind you, and pushing forward, knowing that you haven't done anything wrong. You have not caused harm to anybody. Your lack of compliance with the system is not wrong. In fact, it is the correct course of action at this stage in the game. Keep not complying. You're going to be okay. If I could talk to some of these young people, I would say you're going to be okay. Do not hurt yourself. On purpose. Please do not hurt yourself on purpose, because you're more important and you're more loved than you could ever understand right now. And all you need to do is give it time and follow the path that life is putting you on, and you will find your tribe. Now, as far as the recklessness, like skateboarding and jumping off of the second story balcony and stuff like that, this is just stuff that idiot,
yeah, you're gonna be doing that.
You don't have to do that. All right.
Yeah.
Maybe get
just
the
a little
CKY DVD out of your DVD player for a night or two, and maybe read a book instead. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we have a natural inclination to be risk takers, though. I think that allows us to explore the mysteries of the universe, but we just have no direction for those things. And we have no tribe for that. And we have no rites of initiation or, rites of passage to teach us about natural law, which would allow us to hone those skills, right? And this is why rebellion gets wrapped up in masochism a lot. And that's why parents think that is very dangerous, because they think it's self-harmful. They think it's actually going to hurt their children by rebelling against the system, right? And it can be dangerous, but you have to live with risk. We're always living in risk in the whole reality, right? That we're living on a freaking giant planet spinning around a sun, traveling through space. Like, risk is always here, no matter what. So we have to deal with that. And we just try to mitigate, especially the risks that we do onto other people, by living in harmony with natural law and the path of least coercion. We don't have very much time because we're running a little late. I'd love to keep you on here longer, James, because I love talking to you. Please give the viewer audience your links and everything, and we'll share them in the comments.
All right, cool. Yeah. So, right. My website is freeyourmindne.com. And from there, you can pretty much find everywhere else I am. I mean, I've got channels on Rumble, YouTube, all over the place. I'm on the One Great Work Network. And I don't know. I'm just a guy. Like, I'm just trying to make the world a better place. And like, for real, everyone out there listening, this is not easy to do. Okay. I get it. I get the stage fright. I understand it. I'm terrified right now. I'm not even joking. I'm terrified every time I go live, like out of my mind terrified, but I do it because speaking up about this and raising awareness of these issues and what's going on here, what's really going on here, how enslaved we are, is the only way to peacefully make it stop. And that's my goal. That should be everybody's goal, is to have it be peaceful, where people are able to use their own free will and say, no, we don't want this anymore. Instead of it being any sort of huge catastrophe, kind of fiasco, bloody revolution that none of us want. So speak. That's the first and best thing. If you see something going on that's objectively wrong, speak up about it. Don't be afraid. They want you to be afraid. And if we're going to stop complying with it, that means we have to have courage. Courage means when you are facing fear, you do the right thing against all odds. It does not mean the rejection of fear. It does not mean you're ignoring fear. It means you're accepting it for what it is. And you're saying it's not going to overtake me. I will make a difference. I love you all. Thank you so much, Brandon, for having me.
Yeah, we
here,
love
man.
you, James. Great presentation, by the way. I really enjoyed it. We'll definitely be sharing it with people and watching it a couple times myself. So this is James Cordner. Make sure to give him a like on his channels and share his content. Thank you so much, James.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on here to the next presenter. So the next one kind of works out pretty synchronistically. We have Mark Devlin from the UK. He is a radio host. He's a DJ as well from the UK. I'm sure a lot of you people know who Mark Devlin is. He's also an author, a journalist. He does all kinds of great work in the realm of mind control, especially when it comes to the music industry and Hollywood. And you can find his work at djmarkdevlin.com. And his presentation is called Equinoxes, Solstices, and their music industry connections. So this kind of works out for the fall equinox here. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Hello everyone, this is Mark Devlin, beaming in from the UK, or not so Great Britain. Very happy to have been asked to be a part of the S.E.E.D 5 conference this year. What I've got for you is a variation on a presentation which I released earlier this year, looking at equinoxes, solstices and their connections to the controlled corporate music industry. So it's bringing in metaphysical, spiritual, ritualistic elements and matching those up with the conspiratorial side of the music industry, which is the main core of my work. Very valuable day today, very important to get this kind of information out in a one-stop shop sort of fashion. It's all here in one place for sharing with anyone that will take this knowledge on board. And again, it's just a very valuable experience, which I'm happy to be a part of. So I present to you this contribution to S.E.E.D 5. Cheers. This is a recreated online version of a talk which I first put together and presented at Rise Above's Equinox event in Dorset, England on the 9th of April, Easter Sunday of 2023. It's being released on the morning of 1st of May 2023. 1st of May is an extremely important date in the occult calendar, particularly going back to ancient pagan traditions. We'll get into that. Possibly the most important date. So in this version, I'll be representing this entire talk for anyone that wasn't in person at that event. So Lance at Rise Above invited me to piece together the connections between equinoxes, solstices, and the midpoints between them, and the music industry. And people might think at first that there should be no connection whatsoever between these disparate elements. And absolutely there shouldn't be, if the music industry is really all about just harmless fun and entertainment, letting your hair down and forgetting yourself and escaping into this fantasy world. Unfortunately, there's a bit more to it than that, as my work of the past several years has shown, but we'll get into it anyway. So what we're dealing with is effectively astrotheology and sun worship. It's all about the movements of the sun around the earth during the course of the astrological or zodiacal year. In the ancient world, in calendars which predate the Gregorian calendar, which we're still stuck on, the year always began in Aries, in that astrological sign. It began at what we now recognise as the spring equinox, round about the 19th, 20th of March, as this diagram shows. And the sun, during the year, journeys through the 12 signs. It goes to the summer solstice in June, between Gemini and Cancer, continues on to the autumn equinox, round to the winter solstice, its very low point in the sky, in terms of how it's perceived from what we refer to as the northern hemisphere. The sun is seen to effectively die on the horizon in terms of the point at which it can be viewed. This is the origin of the symbolism of, first of all, Christmas, very closely linked to the winter solstice, and also the idea of Jesus, who is a representation, a personification of the Son of God, not S-O-N, but S-U-N, dying for 3 days, being placed in the tomb, and then being seen to rise from the dead on the 3rd day. This is connected to Easter, very closely influenced by the spring equinox, and from that event alone we can see that Jesus is a figure representing the sun. It's always about the sun. And then after the winter solstice, the sun begins to travel around to the spring equinox again, and the new year begins. It's cycles of birth and rebirth, always connected to the sun. The origin of the word equinox, we can see that it's the point at which the sun crosses the Earth's equator, making day and night of equal length. It comes from the medieval Latin equinoxium, meaning equality of night and day. Now, my conception of cosmology, the true nature of the place in which we live, differs somewhat from establishment official sources. But that still doesn't mean that it takes anything away from the journey of the sun and what we just saw in that diagram. All of this is still possible, even if we reject the idea that we live on a spinning ball hurtling through space, which I do. These things can still be demonstrated to happen because it's the sun that's moving and not the earth. It's an important point. Then getting on to solstices, one of the 2 times of the year when the sun is at the greatest distance from the equator. And this word is derived from the Old French solstice, from the Latin solstitium, meaning the point at which the sun seems to stand still. So it literally means the sun is still. Looking at the dates when these events are said to occur, so the spring equinox happens sometime between the 19th and the 21st of March. It's always around that time. It seems to differ from place to place on the Earth, depending on where you're at, but it's always around the 20th. Then in September, the autumn equinox occurs sometime between the 21st and the 24th. So again, it doesn't seem to be a precise science, but those are the times of the year which are important. And when we start getting into some of the specific dates connected to events in the music industry, we can see that there's some flexibility on this, but they always occur around those times. Then the summer solstice taking place sometime between the 20th and 22nd of June, when the sun is directly above the Tropic of Cancer in the northern hemisphere. It's very interesting to me that the ancients worshipped the journey of the sun and these cycles of rebirth, and the Tropic of Cancer figures very heavily in these events. So, quite notable that Cancer as a word has taken on some very negative connotations in modern parlance. It's connected with death, effectively, whereas the solstice, particularly the summer one, is all about life, the life-giving energy from the sun. So it seems that the controllers of organised society have taken that word and twisted it and given it a very dark meaning connected with death. Just an observation there. Then the winter solstice happens sometime between the 20th and the 23rd of December, when the sun is directly over the Tropic of Capricorn. So that's the effectively the dual opposite of Cancer. And from those dates, it's obvious that the ceremony of Christmas, which we are all coerced into celebrating, is closely linked to the winter solstice. It's all about the sun rising again after those 3 days of symbolic death. As well as the equinoxes and the solstices, there are also 4 midpoints between these important events. These are known as sabbats, and again, going back to the ancient world, each one of these had a particular meaning in terms of how it was represented. So these sabbats are roughly the 1st of May, 1st of August, 1st of November, going into that date, and round about the 1st of February or the 2nd. So they sit between the equinoxes and the solstices, and they divide the year up into 8 sections. So these sabbats were just as important as the other events to the ancients and to the modern dark occultists that we have running the entertainment industry. So in case anyone's left in any doubt, the entertainment industry, whether it's music, Hollywood films, television, any other expression of popular culture, effectively, is run by dark occultists, these so-called elite controllers who observe ancient religious practices and rituals and adhere very strongly to them. These events are still important to these individuals. It doesn't matter whether anyone out there rejects it, thinks it's ridiculous, or chooses not to look at it. It doesn't take anything away from the fact that these controllers do observe these events. So the most obvious one is the 1st of May, which is why I've chosen to release this presentation on this date. This one was known as Walpurgisnacht. It's the night of the 30th of April going into the 1st of May, as we recognise it currently. And it's all about fertility. It's celebrating the life-giving properties of the sun, the emergence of life, and it was often involved with an offering of sacrifice of some kind to ensure a bountiful harvest. It was also known as Beltane in the pagan world. Then in the middle of summer, the 1st of August, we have Lammas, representing a time of gratitude, pre-harvest thankfulness, and a celebration of bounty and life. Then October 31st, most people will recognise in the modern world as Halloween. That's the way it's now presented. In the ancient world, it was known as Samhain, representing a time of reflection, self-respect, and honouring the dead. So in parts of Central America and South America, this event is known as the Day of the Dead. People might recall in one of the James Bond movies, I think it was Skyfall at the very start. No, actually it was Spectre. We see Bond in Mexico, dressed up as a skeleton, taking part in this massive street ceremony, which is all about honouring ancestors and reflecting on what we can learn from their teachings. So that's been twisted in the modern world into the ceremony of Halloween. And that's all about anything but venerating ancestors. It's about celebrating death, celebrating darkness as we go into that darkest period, literally, in the Northern Hemisphere of the year. Very interesting that the clocks go back in the UK and many other parts of the world, all across Europe, on that last weekend of October, right in time for Halloween. So effectively we lose an hour of light at a point in the year where the sun is already symbolically dying, and that means that by 31st of October it's dark between 4 and 5 p.m. in most places in Europe and parts of America, and that all ties into these celebrations around Halloween, celebrating darkness. That's what people in the modern world have been coerced into doing, although most of them have no idea why they do these things. Most people have no idea why they celebrate Christmas. It's just the done thing. It's always been done that way. It's tradition. Then, round about the 1st of February, or 2nd of February in many cases, we have Candlemas, representing prediction, a time of looking forward, and anticipation of the return of the sun after the spring equinox into that last quarter of the year when it regains its life and continues its journey towards its apex in the sky, its highest point at the summer solstice in June. Into the music of Mark Bolan, T-Rex. Mark Bolan was always a guy who demonstrated some knowledge of occult material, and he put some of it into his early songs. When Tyrannosaurus Rex first emerged in the late 60s, a lot of their songs were very whimsical and magical in nature. And he had Ride a White Swan, released in 1970, one of the group's most famous songs, where he directly references the Beltane festival of 1st of May. Wear a tall hat like a druid in the old days, wear a tall hat and a tattooed gown. Ride a white swan like the people of the Beltane. Wear your hair long, babe, you can't go wrong. So we're on to the 1st of May now, this very important date in the occult pagan world. There's a close association between the 1st of May and the city of Oxford, which is very interesting to me because that's my city of birth, and I set my allegorical symbolic novel, The Cause and the Cure, in Oxford, just because it's so fascinating a city with so much history, so much culture, so much heritage, and so much symbolism, occult symbolism, connected to that place. There was this movie which came out in 1970, same year as that T-Rex song, called May Morning, starring Jane Birkin and various others, and it depicts some of the rituals which have taken place going way back into the mists of time in the city of Oxford at sunrise on May morning, May Day. So the birth of the sun on that date, that Sabbath, as it goes into the last eighth of the year, the sun's journey towards its high point at the solstice was considered very important. So we see many of these rituals being depicted in this movie. It's quite hard to get hold of, but there are some DVD copies out there that you might be able to hunt down. It's well worth watching for those insights. And a ritual which I've been very aware of, having grown up in this area, is when students from the university, from the various colleges, jump off of Magdalen Bridge at sunrise on the 1st of May, as various hymns are sung from the nearby church and the bells ring out certain tunes. It's been done that way for centuries. They jump off the bridge into the River Cherwell below. At this point in the river, the water is very shallow, and every year there are casualties who end up really injuring themselves by doing this crazy stunt. They break their legs and suffer all kinds of injuries. But nevertheless, the ritual still takes place every year. And I've seen many of these students interviewed, and they're asked, why do you do this? And none of them really know. They just say, well, it's tradition, it's just what you do in Oxford. But they don't know why they do it. It's probably connected to the idea of cleansing, in line with the ritual significance of this date, cleansing by water. But nobody really knows why it's done. May Day, Beltane, is effectively a fertility ritual, celebrating life, rebirth, and again, the life-giving properties of the sun. So going back into pagan times in England, there has always been maypole dancing. We have a bank holiday, so-called, round about the 1st of May. It's known as the May Day holiday. And again, May Day is a term which is associated with distress, danger, when someone needs help. The call sign is May Day. So they're associating, again, this event which is about fertility and life with danger and peril. So there's more satanic inversion going on there in society. But the significance of the maypole event is effectively that it represents the male generative principle. It's phallic symbolism. And I've got here an excerpt from a very revelatory movie. This is the original Wicker Man film, directed by Robin Hardy from 1973, which spends its entire length just going into some of these ancient pagan fertility rituals and belief systems, which in the story are still being kept alive and well in this western Scottish island. And in this excerpt from the film, they reveal in no uncertain terms what's actually being symbolically depicted when these kids are dancing around the maypole with these ribbons coming out the top of it.
Very well, girls, that's enough. Now it's time to pay attention to me. Now, Daisy, will you tell us what it is, please, that the maypole represents? Really, Daisy, you've been told often enough.
Miss Rose, I know.
All right, then, anybody?
Phallic symbol.
The phallic symbol. That is correct. It is the image of the penis, which is venerated in religions such as ours, as symbolizing the generative force in nature. Oh, can I help you?
Edward Woodward's Copper character, who's a devout Christian, none too impressed with these ancient pagan ceremonies still being kept alive on this island, but seemingly unaware that his own religion, Christianity, is effectively astrotheology itself. The figure of Jesus is a representation of the sun, and it's all solar symbolism. It's that way in all the major world religions. Many striking scenes from this movie, including this fertility ritual in the stone circle. And it's really a film that's held its age very well. It contains a lot of ancient, arcane knowledge. And within the research circles that so many of us are involved in now, it tells us so much about why certain events still occur the way they do, because it's these timeless systems which are still being observed. So, among the many traditions alluded to in the Wicker Man are the orgiastic revels of May Day or Beltane, and in this article we're told that Beltane refers to the fires of Bel in honour of the Celtic sun god Belenus. In the pagan tradition, fire has the power to cleanse, purify and increase fertility. Also in the Wicker Man we have a memorable scene where Edward Woodward goes to the sweet shop and encounters the proprietor there. And in the window of the sweet shop, we've got this rather disturbing looking depiction of a human. Why is this significant? Well, this ties into research of recent years. It goes back to 2016, which is when we first learnt of the concept of spirit cooking. These events, curated by Marina Abramovich, a ceremonial witch, and said to be a spiritual advisor, what could possibly go wrong, to the likes of Jay-Z, Lady Gaga, and various other celebrities. So, images emerged around that time of these so-called spirit cooking dinners, where they would take the effigy of a human and cut into it in a mock human sacrifice. At least these ones were mock. We've got a picture here of Debbie Harry, Blondie, with Marina Abramovich, and they're about to cut into this cake which has been fashioned in the form of a woman. And it just put me in mind of this figure in the Wicker Man, and we're getting insights there into these ancient religious belief systems, and it seems to me that the same idea was being communicated in these events of 2016. We know so much more about all this now than we ever did before that point. So much of it continues to come out. 1st of May, Beltane, is a date on which many significant events have occurred, not least Tony B. Lyer's rise to power, or perceived power, in the 1997 general election, when New Labour knocked the Conservatives off the top spot and Blair was brought into power. Things can only get better. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Election took place on Thursday, the 1st of May, Beltane, May Day, 1997. And this ensured that Tony Blair had been manipulated into office, ready to preside over, in his first term in 1997, the ritual murder of Princess Diana on 31st of August that year. He then got a second term in office in 2001, which meant he was in place to preside over the events of 9/11 in that year and everything that followed in the aftermath, or the warmongering. And then in 2005, he got his third term. And this ensured he was in office, in place, ready for the 7/7 terror event in London on the 7th of July that year. He was obviously the man for the job, their man in office, and a man, if you can refer to him as that, with rather a large karmic burden to pay off, I would suggest, as he will discover. So here we are, Blair in the Cool Britannia era. This was a major psyop which was done on the British people in the mid-90s. And that whole Cool Britannia Britpop thing with Blur and Oasis, all these other key players, was a way of making Tony Blair palatable and cool, believe it or not, to the young people of Britain, to the point that they would be way more likely to vote for him in that all-important election of 1997. And if they hadn't voted for him, and that hadn't been the majority vote, they'd have just put him in anyway. This is what was launched in the wake of 9/11, the Wars of Conquest, in Afghanistan, Iraq, various other nations. And isn't it interesting that that war was announced around about the time of the spring equinox in March, and on May the 1st, there's that date again, 2003, US Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld announced an end to major combat in Afghanistan. That's the very end of that 40-day season of sacrifice that we've been looking at, and it's announced that that particular conflict is coming to an end on that day. Ritual, symbolic significance. May the 1st also figures in the story of Osama bin Laden, who was blamed for masterminding the 9/11 attacks back in 2001. He didn't do it, we were just told he did. And actually, bin Laden died in December of 2001, the very end of that same year. He'd been ill for some time, complications of the kidneys involving dialysis, and his death was reported by various Middle Eastern news sources at the end of 2001. But this didn't stop the United States from using the reported death of bin Laden as a way of boosting the approval ratings of Barack Obama, who was seeking another term in office. So they decided to convince gullible American people that a crack team of Navy SEALs was undertaking this dangerous, daring mission, taking out the compound in Pakistan where the dastardly villain bin Laden had been hiding out for the previous 10 years. And what was the date when we were told that he was eventually taken out? That would be May the 1st, May Day of 2011. They just forgot to mention that he'd already been dead for 10 years by that point, but didn't stop certain Americans from going on the lawn of the White House and chanting USA, 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 just the way the master social engineers and psychologists knew they would. So Weekend at Bin Laden's, you know, that movie where they just kept resurrecting the body of this guy Bernie in Weekend at Bernie's. This is just like the modern version of that. I think bin Laden's probably due another death by now, isn't he? So in that event in 2011, we're told that they took him out, they basically murdered him in cold blood, but then they buried his body at sea, in line with his Muslim belief system, out of, you know, respect and courtesy for him and his faith. Isn't that nice? Oh, and then a short while after this event, that crack team of Navy SEALs just happened to all get killed when their helicopter just happened to blow up. But, you know, it's just a coincidence. Just before we leave, 1st of May, another story connecting back into the music world. And this concerns Led Zeppelin, a group which was known for dabbling in the occult, particularly Jimmy Page, who was very much into the works of Aleister Crowley and was an amateur ceremonial magician himself, but appeared to get a lot of things wrong. And the group's most famous song, Stairway to Heaven, endlessly analysed, all kinds of meaning put on it, purports to have satanic backmasked messages within it, but also it has a very inspiring positive message if you take the lyrics in a particular way. However, most of the connotations around that track and around the group generally are unfortunately of the dark variety. And this brings in this individual who I mentioned in Musical Truth 3. She's known by the name of Somerset Belanoff, sometimes referred to as the Illuminati Queen. This is apparently the only picture which exists of her, if indeed it is her. Many people contend that she doesn't actually exist. She just maintains that mythical kind of status. Why is she relevant? Well, apparently she used to hang out with Led Zeppelin in their formative years, in the late 60s, early 70s. She was an occultist herself, used to practice sorcery and ceremonial magic. She was in a romantic relationship with Jimmy Page, according to lore. And also, she spent some time with Mark Bolan of T-Rex. But she's best known for her involvement with Led Zepp. In Musical Truth 3, I recount an anecdote told by Peter Grant, the group's longtime manager, of a particularly dark and disturbing event involving her. Anyway, there's a website called whoissomersetbellenoff.com, and it's a good question. So her full name is Elizabeth Somerset Fyodorovna Bowes-Lyon Belanoff. She's said to be connected, family-wise, to Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon, aka the Queen Mother. She's of Russian descent on one side of her family, said to be a descendant of the Mad Monk Rasputin of Boney M song fame, and also descended from Queen Victoria. She's a cousin, so we're told, of Queen Elizabeth II. The most important thing here, though, apart from a bit of backpedaling on the site of this website, which had previously mentioned that she was born at Glamis Castle in Scotland, the ancestral home of the Queen Mother, is her birth date, May the 1st, 1953. And according to music industry legend, owing to her connection to Jimmy Page and Led Zeppelin, she is the May Queen, being that she was born on May Day, referred to in the song Stairway to Heaven. So when you hear there's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold and she's buying a stairway to heaven, it's referring to Somerset Bellenoff and the apparent power and influence that she wields through her ancestry and her status. So we got the line in the song, if there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now, it's just a spring clean for the May Queen. That supposedly is a direct reference to Somerset Bellenoff, and interestingly, that's the point in the song where if you play it in reverse, you get those supposedly satanic backmasked messages coming through. We move on to the summer solstice, round about the 21st of June. Isn't it interesting that Prince William was born on this date? There are reports to suggest that his mother, Diana, was induced so that he would be born on this most important of ceremonial dates. They wanted him to be the Sun King, symbolically. So what better way of communicating that than for him to be born at the very point in the year that the sun is at its apex, its high point, at the very pinnacle of its life-giving strength. The summer solstice, where there are more hours of daylight than at any other point in the year, at least in the northern hemisphere. So staying with this date then, June 21st, in 2021, 21, right? The bloated Etonian told people in Britain, or at least England, that June 21st was going to be Freedom Day. Hey, how about that? We get granted freedom by our allotted leaders. A few crumbs from the table for the serfs. It wasn't, because they went back on that deal. It didn't happen for a few days after that, but the announcement was that all these ridiculous and outrageous COVID restrictions would finally all go on June 21st. So the entire COVID event was absolutely steeped in symbolism connected to dates. All the key events happened in line with dates. One of the initial lockdowns in 2020 took place on the anniversary of the Magna Carta being signed. Basically, Britain's constitution, which is all about our natural rights and freedom. And the government trampled all over that symbolically by plunging us into further incursions on our rights on the anniversary of the Magna Carta being signed. That would not be a coincidence. All of this stuff is done deliberately. Back to the 60s, the counterculture, that hippie flower power era in which so much social engineering got done. New attitudes were fomented towards culture, lifestyles, music, drugs, sex, family relationships. So much of that happened at the hands of the key bands that were pushing psychedelic culture in the mid to late 1960s. So, as previously discussed, in Britain, the Beatles played a key role in that in the second half of their career. The Rolling Stones did their bit. You had groups like Pink Floyd, the very earliest expression of Pink Floyd, which was all about trippy, experimental, psychedelic, acid-drenched music. LSD everywhere. This all happened in conjunction with MKUltra societal mind control. And in the States, you had many key bands such as the Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane, The Doors, all these groups that came out of Laurel Canyon, which has been endlessly documented in recent years. And one of those key events in the so-called Summer of Love, 1967, was the Monterey International Pop Festival in California. And look at the dates when this event took place: 16th, 17th and 18th of June. In other words, directly before the summer solstice. Would that be a coincidence? I would argue, from everything I've seen and researched, absolutely not. None of these events, none of these dates occur by accident. Then in the UK, a music festival which has played a major role in shaping societal values and attitudes would be the Glastonbury Festival, which is always documented by the BBC. It gets hours and hours of airtime when no other festival does. So what's so special about Glastonbury? Well, it always takes place at the end of June on the first weekend after the summer solstice. So there's solar symbolism all over it. There is the famous pyramid stage pictured here, complete with the pinnacle at the top, the apex. And this is where the major bands perform, all in ritualistic fashion. Pyramids, almost as if they're letting you know what control system is behind this event. This venue in Manhattan, New York, has a very dark and dubious history. I went into great detail on the Hotel Chelsea in my Musical Truth Volume 2 book. So many famous people in the performing arts have been involved with this facility at some point. Many playwrights, authors, filmmakers, musicians, poets hold themselves up in the Chelsea Hotel for some period or other. There are reports of satanic rituals having taken place in the basement with robed figures wandering around. And there have been many deaths associated with the Chelsea. I detail many of these in his amazing book Into Laurel Canyon and all the music makers that came out of there, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. The author and researcher Dave McGowan goes into some of these stories, and he mentions the Chelsea Hotel, in this case connected to the once socially conscious folk singer Phil Oakes. So McGowan writes, in the summer of 1975, Phil Oakes' public persona abruptly changed. Adopting the name John Butler Train, Oakes proclaimed himself a CIA operative and presented himself as a belligerent right-wing thug. He told an interviewer that on the first day of summer 1975, Phil Oakes was murdered in the Chelsea Hotel by John Train. That symbolic assassination on the summer solstice, here we go, took place at the same hotel that Devon Wilson had flown out of a few years earlier. One of so many stories connected to the Chelsea Hotel. Lots to know about this place. And when Elvis Costello sang in his song I Don't Want to Go to Chelsea, I don't think he was talking about Chelsea, London. I think he was probably talking about the Chelsea Hotel. And having learnt what I have about that place, I don't blame him. Directly after the summer solstice, on the 25th of June, we have a date which connects these two artists. So the 25th of June 2009 is the date on which Michael Jackson is said to have died at the hands of his physician Conrad Murray, because there's always a lone operative involved in these events, right? If it's down to one individual, then there's no hint of a conspiracy. So lots of controversy around this event. Many feel that Michael didn't actually die. It was a fake death. Whether it was or it wasn't, we've got the date 25th of June given for it. Again, directly after the summer solstice. 25th of June was also the birth date of George Michael, who, like Michael Jackson, was a recording artist for the Sony record label. And both these artists famously went up against Sony, took out legal action against them, tried to expose the controlling nature that that label held over its artists, and it didn't end well for either of them, if you take the official account to be true. So George Michael, as previously mentioned, was found dead on Christmas Day of 2016. So both these guys died in their 50s, according to the official record, 6 months apart, 25th of June, 25th of December. Summer solstice, winter solstice, represented by Christmas. The 25th of June is celebrated by Satanists, reportedly, as anti-Christmas, because whereas traditional Christmas is celebrating the rebirth of the sun from its low point in the sky, on the 25th of December, as it slowly begins its journey back towards its high point at the summer solstice, the summer solstice of June marks the opposite. After the 21st of June, the sun begins its descent very slowly. So symbolically, it's dying. And Satanists are celebrating that because they're all about death. They're all about anti-life. Very interesting these dates crop up when it comes to these two artists. Paul McCartney, or whoever he is, was born on the 18th of June. So again, right before the summer solstice. McCartney and the Beatles crop up endlessly in this type of research, so it's no surprise to find him in the story. Back to the world of rap and hip-hop, there was the artist known as Prodigy, who was the frontman of the group Mobb Deep. And within conspiracy realms, Prodigy was well known as someone who attempted to expose the so-called Illuminati power control system, which presides over the music industry. Supposedly, he came to some discoveries and realised that the industry that he was a part of was steeped in these occult secret societies, and they're all about ritual, symbolic assassinations, sacrifices. So Prodigy became very outspoken about that. Then he turned up dead. On the 20th of June, right before the summer solstice, 2017. There appears to be some occult morbid mockery around that event as well, given that Prodigy famously suffered from a form of sickle cell anemia, and the 20th of June in that particular year had been designated World Sickle Cell Awareness Day. What were the chances of him turning up dead on that very date if it was all just completely random and according to chance? So here we can see that he died June 20th, 2017. In Britain, in 1988, we had what was referred to as the second Summer of Love. This was the acid house scene, which gave birth to rave culture and eventually clubbing culture, nightlife culture. cultivated in the UK and then exported around the rest of the world. I would argue that this second summer of love, that whole acid house scene of the late 80s, occurred at the hands of social engineers coming out of the likes of Tavistock. It's more difficult to prove this with the British version than it is with the American version, having been a CIA-sponsored PSYOP to a very large extent. But it's interesting that the mainstream media of the late 80s referred to that whole scene as the second summer of love, almost as if they're letting you know that it's a reboot, a repackage of the first summer of love. This time around you had ecstasy, MDMA, replacing the LSD that had been around in the 60s. You had electronic dance music replacing the psychedelic rock music which had been there in the 60s. And you had these raves, these dance festivals, as the equivalent of those hippie festivals and those music events which had occurred in the 60s. So it's the same dynamics. It's large groups of young people being coerced into coming together in these communal settings, doing drugs together, listening to music together, and going on these journeys of consciousness. The only problem is that it was occurring at the hands of unknown parties. So while these young people in both events would have thought that they were expressing themselves freely and this was their culture, their scene, they wouldn't have been aware that it had been shaped and moulded for them by master social engineers and behavioural scientists. Moving forward, finally, in the solar year, to the point of the sun's darkness and symbolic death, at its low point in the sky, the winter solstice. We have a story from 21st of December 2014 of Elton John marrying his longtime partner David Furnish. Of all the dates it could have been, they chose the winter solstice and all that that symbolises. Joe Strummer, significant driving force behind the group The Clash, real name John Graham Mellor, the son of a diplomat, a government operative. We find out that he died on the 22nd of December, right around the time of the winter solstice, in 2002, at the ripe old age of 50. That's one connection from The Clash into the world of government. The other one comes from the singer Mick Jones, who turns out to be a cousin of Grant Shapps. Most recently, Transport Minister in Boris Johnson's cabinet. So there are two direct connections into government and the establishment from The Clash. Still think they were rebels and anti-establishment anarchists? Or was it all an act? Back to McCartney again. Take a swig. And this guy, Tara Brown. He was an heir to the Guinness empire, the brewing company. A very rich young socialite and playboy. He turned out to be the subject of the Beatles song A Day in the Life from the Sgt. Pepper album. So when you get the lyric, he blew his mind out in a car, he hadn't noticed that the lights had changed. It's referring to Tara Brown's death. So he is said to have been out speeding in his sports car in London, and he lost control of the vehicle, was involved in an accident, and died. And the Beatles were supposedly referencing him with those lyrics. But when we get into the Paul is Dead conspiracy, those are the very circumstances in which McCartney, the original, is said to have died himself in 1966. The date of this accident was right around the winter solstice of 66. And then that song appeared the following year. Judas Priest, the British heavy rock act, had an album in 1978 called Stained Class. Turned out to be quite notorious for all the wrong reasons. It ties into the so-called satanic panic of the following decade, the 1980s, the accusation that Satanism in heavy rock, heavy metal music was causing young people to do away with themselves. There was a very famous case involving these two youths, 18-year-old Raymond Belknap and 20-year-old James Vance. They had spent the night of 23rd of December 1985, right at the time of the winter solstice, drinking, smoking weed and allegedly listening to heavy metal music, significantly Judas Priest, and one of the tracks from that album. This case went to court in America, where the prosecution tried to argue that the reason these two lads tried to take their own lives is because they were influenced by a hidden subliminal message in one of those Judas Priest tracks, which simply said, "Do it, do it." And they'd interpreted that as kill yourselves. So we can see that Vance shot himself but survived, succumbing to his injuries 3 years later, whereas Belknap died instantly. It's just significant that that event happened right around the time of year that we're talking about here. And staying with the winter solstice, connections back into the world of entertainment, we go to the Lockerbie plane crash of 1988, this Pan Am airliner which exploded in the sky and came down in the Scottish town of Lockerbie. This happened right before the winter solstice of 1988, December, and it involves a handful, a ragtag bunch of famous people who claim that they narrowly escaped death because they were supposed to be on that flight, but for various reasons they didn't take it, and therefore their lives were saved. One of them is Johnny Rotten of the Sex Pistols, who says the only reason he missed that flight is because his wife hadn't packed in time. They had a big row and then took the next flight out. Then Kim Cattrall, the actress best known for Sex and the City, was booked on that very flight, but she spent so much time shopping for a teapot for her mother, she says, in Harrods, that she changed her flight at the last minute. The decision saved her life. Phew. And then the other act is the Four Tops, who were in London to record a Top of the Pops performance for their song Loco in Acapulco, and they ended up running late and missed the flight. Really, what are the chances of all these famous people being booked on that very flight? And if they weren't running late, imagine what those headlines would have been like in 1988. All these famous people die in a plane crash. But they didn't. Phew. Lucky for them. And it's not the only story of that nature we get. With 9/11, there are accounts of many people that were supposed to be on those planes. Famous people. But they escaped them for whatever reason. And we get it with various other shooting events as well. And I'm just not buying it, because the chances of this being the case accidentally just don't stack up. It's some kind of psyop. With us as the victims. Isn't it always that way? So we've reached the end of this presentation, and as we get to the conclusion, this is where the good news lies. I know you've been waiting for that. Obviously, a lot of this information is dark and devastating, but I feel it's very important for it to get out there. And that's why I do this, because I want as many people as possible to recognize the fact that these occultists, first of all, run these industries in the first place, and secondly, adhere to these ritualistic religious tenets. So the good news is simply the fact that we are now able to comprehend this information. because a few years ago, certainly 10 years ago, possibly even 5 years ago, it would not have been possible for me to put together a presentation of this nature, because I wouldn't have had access to the information myself. But the free flow of it is now in effect to such a degree that it's unstoppable. An exponential snowballing process has been set in place. Things are only headed in one direction, meaning that more and more of these secrets, this knowledge that's been closely guarded for centuries, much of it, is now being shared freely. Almost entirely because of the internet, because we can now communicate this stuff amongst ourselves all around the world instantly. And that's a good thing, because the controllers have sought to keep this stuff hidden, occulted from view for so very long. But the truth will set you free. There's so much truth to that statement. And so it becomes the personal responsibility of all of us, of everyone watching this, who's had their conscience awakened, to communicate information of this nature as widely as possible. And I've been very successful personally in engaging so many people on the path to truth discernment. And I know this because they write to me daily to tell me this is the case, by presenting information of this nature. It's a great way to engage people in that process, to get them to embark on critical thought by lighting a spark through this information about the music industry, about entertainment, about popular culture. People want to know about this. People want to know about their rock icons, their rock gods. It might shatter their illusions, but the minute you start talking about recognizable names and songs and music forms, people want to know. And if you can get them to see that the music industry and entertainment and popular culture generally is run by these sick, psychopathic, satanic abominations, it doesn't just stop there, because the entertainment industry couldn't flourish like that unless the rest of society and every other aspect of it is also controlled by people and groups of this nature, which of course it is. So this process has to continue, and it's only going to. It's not going back. These revelations are not going back inside the box. They're out there, and we have to continue. We have to ensure that this process continues to the point that more people know about this than don't. And once we've reached that tipping point, the occultists' days of enslaving the minds and the souls of humanity will be over. It's breaking the mind control spells. Symbolism will be their downfall. They like to do revelation of the method. May that revelation spell their demise. May their very own religious tenets be their undoing, as they surely will. Thanks for listening. There's many more videos on my YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey and Rumble channels. You can go to djmarkdevlin.com as the one-stop shop, the hub website to go to all these other links. I have my audio shows on Spreaker. I also have my Sound of Now and Sound of Freedom music shows on Mixcloud. My books, Musical Truth, Volumes 1, 2 and 3, and also my allegorical novel, The Cause and the Cure, are available on Amazon. And you can also get copies from me personally if you want to cut Amazon out of the picture. Just drop me an email to markdevlinuk@gmail.com and we can arrange that. My next book is the follow-up to The Cause and the Cure. It's going to be another allegorical novel titled The Gift and the Curse. That will be out towards the end of 2023. Much of the information contained in this presentation is in my first 3 Musical Truth books. Thanks for listening.
Well, that was an amazing presentation about occult information connected to the music and Hollywood industry. Mark Devlin does such a wonderful job at providing a very calm, collected approach to these topics. I highly recommend looking into more of his work. I've studied his work for years, and he is a very, very well-researched truth speaker out there, and I actually have 2 of his books. His books are amazing. So definitely would recommend like supporting him, or at least going and giving his videos a share, or sharing that with your friends or family or whoever you think may need to hear this. I think it's very important, and it's only one tier. Understanding the think tanks such as Tavistock Institution, the Bilderbergs, the Committee of 300, understanding all these giant conglomerate, occultists, dark occultists that are at the top echelons of our world, who are, programming really our children and programming our own likes. Have you really ever asked your question, are your likes your own? Do you even know if you've chosen your own likes, or were you culturally influenced into those likes? Better ask that question. That's for sure. I do know that 60s and 70s music has a big grip over people currently, and still to this day. People think of it as the top tier music of like everything, especially when it comes to electric guitar, right? So it's a powerful time period, and I recommend studying it more for people who are interested. I would like to give a little shameless plug here. I'm going to share my camera here. Let's see here. Share my screen. Let's see this one. Just for those who are interested in supporting this event, you can go to seedtruth.com. I do have some seed shirts available. If you go to the store over here, conference merch right here, click on this, and then we do have seed shirts available. There's all kinds of different ones. There's different logos, hoodies, all kinds of different stuff. And all this money goes directly to, making more events like this or paying for this event. So there's a few things on here: glasses, stickers, t-shirts. I'm going to be getting a few myself. And yeah, that would be amazing if any of you guys could help support that. And then there are other t-shirts on this site too, not on that specific page. I haven't changed this link yet, but if you just click on the store link right here, it actually takes you to a different store, and there's tons of old graphic designs and stuff like that. Some funny ones. Eat pussy, not animals is a good one I came up with. Fear is the passion of slaves, a great quote. Get as offended as you like. A bunch of, great thought-provoking t-shirts here for anybody. Nazi punks fuck off. A bunch of really cool stuff in here. And also just the seed logos, coffee mugs, whatever you need. There's a few things, some socks, Seed Truth Academy shirts. The word government means mind control. Some really awesome stuff in here. So if you guys want any of that, that's up to you. But yeah, that's all I wanted to share on that. Let me see if I can stop the screen sharing now. Yes, stickers. There are stickers there. And that is correct. So next up, we have, unfortunately, Mark Devlin could not make it here. He sends his blessings. He has to take care of his family right now. He's super busy, and we were very blessed that he even got that presentation in. It was a pre-recorded presentation, but he did donate that, and it fit really well with what's going on, with the timing. It was very synchronistic, and I love supporting his work. He spoke at the last S.E.E.D conference, so if you can reach out to him through email or whatever and thank him for presenting or getting that work over to us, that would be awesome as well. Our next presenter, he is a young up-and-comer abolitionist. He's also an author, a speaker, inventor, a voluntarist. He's just a really well-rounded, really highly thoughtful, philosophical individual. He's certified in nutrition as a nutritional health or coach teacher, and he's a teacher of natural law. He does video content. His name is Corey Indralat, and he is one of my favorites right now. I really love his work. You can find his work at theliberator.us and then nita.one. So that's NITA.1. And he does a lot of really good work. He's also the host of the End of the Slavery Summit, which is kind of like a conference similar to this, which is really awesome. And he also manages the Liberator 2 newspaper, which is kind of like an abolitionist newspaper, which is really amazing. So I highly recommend checking that out. And, he just has tons of work. This kid, he's putting out a lot of really, really good work. So I really recommend checking his stuff out. His presentation is called Abolition and Integration. So without waiting any longer, let's get right into his work.
Welcome to this simplistic and very practical action steps based presentation so you can apply real change in your own life for true freedom mentally and physically in every aspect regarding life. That is what the whole focus of this presentation is, and it's called Abolition and Integration. It's bringing together many of the concepts that I talk about throughout a lot of my works and hitting the key points. So we're going to be talking about abolition and integration and understanding what each one of those means, because I call myself an abolitionist. Abolitionist typically in history is regarded as somebody who wants to end slavery. I would hope that the individual listening to this right now, that is yourself, wants to end slavery. But we might be enslaved ourselves in ways we don't understand, and we might get stuck in places where we feel like we're enslaved. Well, no longer, because there's ways we can experiment and different action steps that we can partake in our own life to perhaps create more freedom, because we're thinking outside the box, we're trying new things, and we're adding in new things. That's where integration comes in. Let's get started. Why abolition and integration? Well, we must know what to do and what not to do in our lives. We must know what we should add in and what we should get rid of. We live our lives making choices every day. So do we know our choices? Notice the word know is very much abbreviated here because you need to know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, of course you're going to get results you probably don't want, or results that, well, you don't really know what you're getting. And most people, they want to be healthy. They want to be happy. They don't want a violent world. They don't want a world full of war or chaos. Most people are generally sane in the sense of that is what they want. The problem is they don't know how to actually get it. The problem is they attach themselves to ideas and denial and fear that says I can't get it. But it's absolutely possible, and it all simply requires knowledge, because our minds create this universe and everything that is around us. So if we set our minds on the right track with the right knowledge, we can really set us up for success. So this is the key of this presentation. Do we know what we're doing? It is our choice if we want to make conscious choices or unconscious choices. Now, there is room for the unconscious, because you can't have the conscious without the unconscious, in the sense that you need to be able to reflect and see the parts that you don't see about yourself. You need to look into the unconscious and use the unconscious for your conscious advantage. It's using the yin for the yang, essentially. It's not that we just throw it away, especially since our conscious choices, our real or right actions, the choices we say are great actions, we might want to do them consistently, where it becomes habit, where we start to do them unconsciously. It's not necessarily a bad thing if they're good choices. So unconscious is not necessarily, by definition, a bad thing. But when I say we want to make conscious choices, it means that even those unconscious choices, those choices we're just doing by habit, the Taoists call wu wei, we are doing so because we have knowledge that we know it is right to do for ourselves. We're doing essentially everything in our life to the best of our ability. Okay, so the only good is knowledge, Socrates says. The only evil is ignorance. This is what he's telling us, that it's important we know what we're doing in our life, and that is what makes it good. Whereas if we don't know what we're doing in our life, well, we're ignoring the fact of truth, of the consequences, of the fact of reality that's going to kick us back in the butt and whip us into shape because we're not listening to our environment. We're not listening. We can't listen in order to speak. You know, we need to be able to listen in order to learn. So having that moment of yin, or the unconscious for the conscious, is very, very important. Seeing our ignorance is the very first step toward knowledge, recognizing what we don't know. And so we all are ignorant in some ways, and then recognizing that ignorance allows us to move toward knowledge, allows us to move toward good, which we're ever striving for. There isn't this perfect label of this is good, that's it. No, we're always striving to make better choices and do better every single day of our lives. This is integrating good and abolishing evil, essentially. So if we recognize ignorance as evil, what do we do with ignorance? If we recognize knowledge as good, what do we do with knowledge? We would abolish ignorance and integrate knowledge. Okay? Now, maybe there's knowledge that is actually keeping you ignorant. What would you say to that? Well, then it's ignorance, right? It's not knowledge. And maybe there's ignorance that's actually quite knowledgeable, quite reasonable. In the sense of somebody might not be partaking in society. Somebody will call them ignorant because they're not partaking in society. But they know what they're doing. And if they know what they're doing, then perhaps they're not so ignorant, right? And so the question then becomes, what are we ignoring? What do we know? We have to get very specific. So if we really look at abolition, abolitionism is a moral change. Because again, we're trying to create better things in our life, so we want to know what to get rid of. Abolitionism, it's the principle of abolishing something. That's from 1790 in a purely anti-slavery sense. The 19th century individuals against slavery in America coined the term abolitionist to represent their moral cause for freedom. And this is quite significant because they could have called themselves a gradualist, but they weren't. They were immediatists. They were abolitionists because they saw slavery was wrong. So they weren't going to just make slavery a better condition. They said it's wrong, therefore we should abolish it. We should get rid of it. Why have it in our lives at all? If it's wrong, it's wrong. And so they stood on a principle. And that principle was their movement and became their title, but they're simply themselves. It became abolitionism. So why would we want to get rid of something in our life? Why would we want abolitionism? Well, in the case of the 1800s, it became apparent. Because, well, we recognize these other human beings are just like us. Why should we enslave them? Why should we have slavery at all? If it's wrong, we recognize that it's wrong. We can try to create justifications, but it's wrong. Let's get rid of it. People try to find all sorts of justifications for their evil doing, even in their personal life. Well, it's just one drink. Oh, it's just this drug. Well, I kind of need this drug. I need this thing in my life, even though I know it's not really that great. I need it. Right? They create all these mental justifications, and then people call them out and say, well, why are you doing this? This contradicts your own belief system. Well, you know, because I had no choice at the time, and this and that. They try to jump for every single justification they can look for. But standing on principle, there is no justification. There's only action. Action that is right or action that is wrong. And you understand that which is wrong, and that allows us to know what action is right. And so we want to get rid of something in our life to create a better life, because we recognize some things might be holding us down, like a weight on our shoulders, a common expression. We don't want it on us because it doesn't need to be on us. And we see that intent within the universe, essentially, the same way the abolitionists look at the universe and said, these people are meant to be free. Now, we could argue and say that the world would be better off if these people are free, but no, these people are meant to be free because that condition was imposed upon them. So how many conditions in your life was imposed upon you that isn't naturally there, that was imposed upon you since perhaps a very young age? It's a weight on your shoulder that you can absolutely get off your shoulder because it's not there naturally with you. It's something you may think is naturally with you because you were having this weight on your shoulder so long in your life, but it doesn't need to be on your shoulder because you're much more than that. You're a human being who doesn't need to have that weight on your shoulder. And so the conscious choice to abolish something is not ignorance, but abnegation. Because you may say it's ignorance of, well, I'm ignoring this. So to get more specific, like I said before, now we can understand abnegation versus ignorance. Abnegation says, hey, I don't want this thing in my life, okay? Now, it's not ignorance if you know why, because you're making a conscious choice to abolish something, to get rid of it out of your life. Now, the mass conscious choice to abolish something is not abnegation, but abolitionism, because now you're adding an ism to it, you're creating a movement, and this is an effort which requires integrating in education, because not just now for you, it's not just educating yourself, it's educating other people, because it's now a mass conscious choice. You want the world to be conscious, you don't just want yourself to be conscious. Well, then you don't partake in certain acts, but then you encourage others not to partake in certain acts. And perhaps it's more of what we should not do rather than what we should do. A lot of people say, do this, do this, do this, do this. Perhaps doing less. Lao Tzu tells us this, a famous philosopher back 2,000 plus years. He says to unlearn is actually learning, right? And even Socrates tells us that the more he knows, the less he knows, really. Because you realize all the programming, all the illusions, and all the things that you put on yourself, all these weights on your shoulders that don't need to be there. Their attachments, their desires, their expectations, their egos, their identities, and they keep you away from your honest, original self, which the Taoists call the uncarved block. And so, are we abolishing evil? And how do we get rid of evil? These are two questions I'm going to keep with you in your own mind, hopefully, throughout the rest of this presentation. And so, we can start off with understanding statism, because this is core concept for a lot of the work that I talk about, and even in the cause for abolitionism. You know, again, going back, how are we abolishing evil? How do we get rid of evil? Are we doing it right now? I mean, if we were to look at evil on the mass scale of things, all the people in the world, what are they partaking in unconsciously? What are they born into and don't even think about? What is this burden on their shoulders that is constantly affecting them all the time within their life? Well, I'll give you a hint. It has to do with politics. The very nature of politics is which to impose your will on other human beings, to say you have the whole world figured out and that you have a structure for that world and that you want everybody to conform to that structure. And so that conformist mindset is statism. That order-following mindset is statism. Statism is the belief that there is such a thing as human vested authority vested in certain human beings, magically giving them the right to rule over other people. This authority means that certain people who we call government have the moral right to issue commands to those whom they rule, those under their jurisdiction, all these terms that they just make up, and that their subjects or slaves have a moral obligation to obey the arbitrary dictates or laws set by their masters. These laws are merely just opinions on pieces of paper. And so most simply put, a statist is someone who believes in the legitimacy of slavery, since they're putting other human beings above other human beings. They're giving them special rights to commit actions which everybody else doesn't have the right to do themselves. And they're saying this person, given this authority, is allowed to do it because they're an authority figure. And that we must obey them because they're an authority figure. We must do everything they say. And if we say, no, we should not do everything they say, then we're using our conscience. So then you would recognize our conscience is above this fake man-made authority. You're saying our conscience would be our natural authority within ourselves, then we don't really need any other external authority. We don't need these man-made governments and politicians. We don't need those man-made laws telling us how to live our lives because we're following some sort of natural law or natural rules within the universe that most people actually understand, such as murder is wrong, theft is wrong. Most people know this. They only give that an exception in this belief system because they say certain people are authority figures, so they have the right to tax the public, for instance. They have the right to coerce them for whatever they think is for the greater good, common good, and they make this big, arbitrary justification. But you're guaranteeing a wrong for a possible good. It inherently is logically fallacious. And so if you don't think that's the case, answer these 5 questions on the screen. And if you're watching this, and if you need to, if you're watching it live, and it's kind of hard to, but if you're watching the record video, I want you to pause and ask yourself these questions because you're never going to understand what I'm saying until you ask yourself these questions and think about it with your own mind, which you were given by nature, by God, by natural authority. That's the last thing man-made authority wants you to do, is use what you were given. Because that obligation, that burden that they put on your shoulders, they want you to keep it there and think it's part of who you are until it basically drags you out into death later in your life. Whereas you can be free and away from that once you recognize your own power, that you can take off that weight off your shoulders. It doesn't need to be there. You can be free. You're meant to be free. Okay, ask yourself these questions. They don't want you asking these questions. I say they, guess what? It's you and I. It's most people who don't want to ask these questions because most people don't want to confront themselves. So it's not even that other people are really telling you not to. It's ourselves. We want to keep ourselves ignorant. We want to keep ourselves making unconscious choices because we think it's too hard to make conscious choices. Well, guess what? That's how you make the most evolutionary progress in history. The abolitionists had to go against thousands of years of programming. Thousands of years to end chattel slavery. Do you think that was an easy endeavor? People say, well, you can't get rid of these systems that be. They're there for thousands of years. Well, what is evolution, my friend? What is moral progression? What did Henry David Thoreau say? He said that government is best that governs not at all. And he says that's a goal that can be attained with enough moral education. The same exact understanding of the abolitionist, including himself, the same exact understanding as the Taoist many thousands of years ago, including Mencius, who says, hey, moral education, we can't make someone good, they have to learn for themselves, right? And what we can do in the meanwhile is learn to control ourselves. We can't change people from being people. People will always be people. We learn to live with them. If we try to change them, it's counterintuitive. We make problems worse. So what is integration? Integration is also moral change. It is, from the 1610s, the act of bringing together the parts of a whole. From French integration and directly from late Latin integrationem, nominative integratio, renewal or restoration, noun of action from past participle stem of Latin integrare, meaning to make whole, also renew, begin again. So we're asking, how do we return to our uncarved block, our simplistic childlike state where we're free and we don't have all these obligations and attachments on our shoulders? Perhaps it starts with integration. Instead of a to-do list of what to do, what not to do, how about integrating? Just adding in naturally to crowd out the bad naturally. Because as we add in the good, the bad will just cease to exist. It really is that simple. If you said, hey, I don't need the current food system by Walmart, by any of these big supermarkets because I grow my own food right now and it tastes better, it's more nutritious, it's easier to get, well, gosh, I don't need that system anymore. How did I get to that conclusion other than by introducing a better solution? In the same way, when it comes to government affairs, if we want a better system, guess what? The market will help individuals do that, because the market allows competition. Free markets allow individuals to find out the best products. We're going to be talking about that. Okay, but why would we want to add something into our life? Because in the same way, you know, in the market, there's different products being added. Why would those new products exist? Because there's a new demand, because there's something that needs to be done, because people want change, because people are fed up with what is currently going on. And so the conscious choice to integrate something is not just knowledge, but wisdom. Questions become answers, micro becomes macro. That's essentially what's happening. What we think and what we think commonly and connect the dots, ultimately now we form something new, right? And our knowledge now becomes wisdom. And what we once had, you know, the little leaf now turned into a huge plant, and now it's a tree. Oh my gosh. And so now the mass conscious choice, not just one individual, not just one tree, but many trees, which, by the way, one individual, two individuals gives way to three individuals gives way to 4 or 5, and it just keeps multiplicating, just like anything in nature, just like bacteria, just like plants. The mass conscious choice to integrate something is not wisdom, but integration. Okay, so knowledge, wisdom, integration. Okay, and so we learn here, we're learning. We learn from our ignorance for abnegation, for abolitionism. We understand our knowledge for our wisdom, for our integration. This is an effort which requires abolishing ignorance. You must recognize your ignorance in order to attain knowledge. So it requires abolitionism. Integration and abolitionism is essentially working together here. So are we integrating good? How do we add in the good? Again, keep these questions with you throughout this presentation. Let's start with our first example and see how we can practically add action steps within our own life. Our known options, law. So we're going to first look at law, man-made law versus natural law. Man-made law is based upon belief. It's complied with due to fear and punishment. It differs with location. It changes with time. This is every law man creates for all time. Natural law, well, it's based upon knowledge. We're always learning natural laws. Oh, gravity, thermodynamics, what is it, right? They're always happening. They're universal. They're harmonized with due to understanding and applying them. Trial and error sometimes, right? Oh, I jumped off a cliff. I got hurt. Whoops. It's universal. It's eternal. It's amazing. Our ancestors can pass down this knowledge, and it cannot be changed, right? It doesn't need to be written on a piece of paper. It doesn't need to be granted upon by some authority. It doesn't need some church to represent it. Everybody can understand it because they're all within nature. Natural laws are all present for each and every single individual. Up to that individual if they want to learn, become conscious of that. If they want to remain in ignorance, they might be under man-made law because someone's taking advantage of them. Someone's saying, I can impose my will on you. You're just going to do anything I say. You're a slave. Okay? And just like Henry David Thoreau, Ralph Waldo Emerson says, again, the only obligation I have is to do what I think is right all the time. That's the only true obligation I have in this life, to do what is right. So which are you obligated to follow? Are you obligated to follow man-made law or natural law? You think you're obligated to follow man-made law, you're lying to yourself. Because again, it's just some opinions, piece of paper. Some people who think that that's legitimate, okay, through statism. But you're actually obligated to follow natural law. You have no choice. It's nature. It's going to kick humans in their butt if they don't learn their lesson. If they don't realize man-made law is the illusion the entire time. That's not reality. So stop thinking that's reality. Stop calling it naturalization, by the way. Naturalize means to make natural. So every time you say someone's naturalized into a country, you're saying it's natural for them to be born into a government? No. It's natural for them to just exist and be a human being, and they can live anywhere they want. Because this whole world belongs for everybody. Stop trying to be a racist in terms of you don't want certain people in your country. This is the true religion everybody follows. Okay, everybody cries of racism and social justice. This is the one true divide between the individual who wants to tell others how to live their own life and the individual who just wants to leave other people alone. I just want to leave people alone. You don't have to agree with me. Just leave people alone. That's it. And that's you not having to agree with me. You having to agree with whoever you want to agree with, but not making me agree with you. And so why does man-made law exist? Man-made law exists to do exactly that, to force compliance. It exists because some people think they know everything about the world compared to other people. It exists because somebody wants a paycheck along with their knowledge, right? Rather than learning and teaching others, inspiring others to be their own leaders, and people willingly, voluntarily work with them and voluntarily emulate their actions. So man-made law does not exist. It's just opinions. It's just pieces of paper. Why follow it? You have actually no obligation to follow it. How does morality or truth relate to natural law? Well, guess what? Morality and truth are not man-made concepts. Now you say, well, what do you mean? Well, morality, it is a man-made concept to the sense that we put terms and labels on of it. But clearly, there's rules within the universe. If we don't follow them, we're going to lose our very being. We won't even be able to talk about morality or truth. See, when people talk about a natural law and relate it to morality or truth, the reason why they would do that is because they have no choice but to follow nature. So natural law really is just nature, and that is the only moral standard. Now, there's a lot of standards that we can say, yeah, they're pretty darn man-made, including morality many times, because we say, man, you're just drawing lines in the sand of what you think is right and wrong. But there's one thing that all of us have to comply to, and that's nature. The problem is people try to put words and labels on it. It's the same thing man-made law does. It can't really work like that. But the difference is, let's say you do. Let's say you say, natural law says you cannot do harm to other people. It doesn't really hurt anybody because, well, guess what? It's voluntary. It's not something that man-made law says, well, this is what's wrong, and if you don't agree with what is wrong, we're going to punish you. Natural law is learning. And again, trial and error and practice. And not everybody's going to have the perfect vision of it. And it's going to encourage more discernment and be able to see that definitions can change throughout time. Let us recognize that it's not just limited to harm then in that case, because that will limit our own understanding of nature and our understanding of natural law. But we can start from a premises that we know of. Most people may agree, yeah, it's wrong to harm others. Yeah, it's wrong to do something involuntary to others. So you build upon that premises. And then you see, okay, are there other gaps that need to be filled in here? What is actually then the moral standard? And again, trying to perhaps capsulate it is maybe part of the problem. But we can understand, again, that the conscience is above man-made law, because if you disagree with a law, are you morally obliged to follow the law? Or are you obliged to follow your conscience? I mean, because if you're going to say, well, you have to follow the law, then I guess you're just like one of those soldiers who bring the soldiers to the people to the camps in Nazi Germany. You're just one of the soldiers who bring the people to the gulags in Soviet Russia or China or the millions of dictatorships all around the world that all had the same exact result happen because of order followers. People ignoring their conscience. They know what they're doing is wrong, but they just completely ignore it. So, okay, let's just ignore our conscience. The fact we have it, the fact that we teach morals, well, that doesn't matter because authority, human authority, man-made law, that matters more. No, it doesn't. That you're propagandized, indoctrinated into through the schooling system. So what should you integrate and what should you abolish? Should you integrate knowledge and truth and morality, or should you integrate just do what you're told? Authority. Oh, because some founding father said so 300 years ago, you never knew and you weren't even there. Oh, because the Constitution says so, that some piece of paper that somebody wrote on some fancy piece of parchment that says they can take your money. Yeah, no. I don't think that's one I want to have in my life. So you can make that decision for yourself. If we're abolishing man-made law, that means stop thinking about the temporary world. And if we're integrating natural law, start thinking about the ever-present world, because it's nature, has always been here. Man-made law, it's temporary, it's based on whims, it's not universal. So if you want to apply a practical action step, this is the first one. Think about the ever-present rather than the temporary. That includes a lot of material things, by the way. Okay? And if you can think in terms of that long-term progression, you can help humanity in its evolution. So, speaking of evolution, speaking of knowledge and truth and morality, let's talk about it. Learning. You have two options here. You have systemic schools and individualized schools. Okay, systemic schools are based upon indoctrination. It teaches authority as virtue. We're typically talking here about state-run schools, by the way, if you haven't noticed. It offers unhealthy food. It creates stress, and students can learn unwanted subjects. Whereas individualized schools, they're based upon creative interest. They teach virtue as authority. Not authority as virtue, but virtue, morality itself as authority. It offers more homemade food. There's more care, there's more attention on the individuals. There's an interactive and valued environment. People like being there. The kids might want to learn. So which would you want your child to do? Be part of some system that a bunch of people are part of? Oh yeah, they get to be with other people. They can still be with other people. They don't need to have propaganda pushed upon them. Okay? They don't need to be taught that authority matters higher than their own moral view of the world. Okay? They can want to develop their own moral view and understand its importance, but you can't emphasize its importance of thinking for themselves and making their own right actions unless you recognize, hey, I need to take control of myself. I need to be responsible for myself. And guess what? Now they can become an entrepreneur. Now they can create their own projects, be a unique philosopher throughout history. Who knows what they'll do, because they'll be thinking outside the box now. They're not stuck in the box with the systemic schools that everyone else is doing because it's conformity, because it creates stress and they're always in fear. Do you think it's a good state for your kid, for your children? I mean, gosh. And you say, well, I did that in my school. Well, then don't replicate it to your children. Just because you did it does not mean your children have to do it. This is how trauma replicates generation after generation. Well, I did this, my parents did this, and so you should do that too. But at the same time, they'll say, enjoy your youth and have fun and don't worry. And oh my gosh, I wish I was young like you. They contradict themselves. Good job, adults. You want to blame the kids for all their faults. What about you raising the kids? Okay? The kids are, yeah, they're at fault, but guess what? They're kids. And so you can't blame them if they make wrong actions. They're learning. Help them learn. Don't try to just push them off into the school system. Oh, they'll learn hopefully eventually, maybe on their own. Yeah, no. How about you help them? That's what a parent is supposed to do. That's why you're their parent. Okay, they're supposed to be kind of like you. Okay, they have your genetics. Kind of want to nurture that. And so what would you want your child to do? Be part of this, brick in the wall Pink Floyd system, or be part of a supportive, nurturing system? I mean, gosh, how would a child learn in nature? A child would be, creative, exploring, not necessarily given a set curriculum. They'd be probably with their parents, as we see a lot of tribes in nature do. And so why do systemic schools exist? They exist because that's what the state primarily uses to push statism, to push their ideology, to push man-made law, to push narratives of history. Does that really even matter? All the things you learn in school, do you even apply to the real world? Okay, it can help you with some critical thinking. You can't do that on your own. Oh, what's the point of the internet? What's the point of books? What's the point, again, of your parents? Of being raised, of spending time together, of having fun. Even Plato said you can learn more in having fun with somebody, in an hour of fun than, several hours of talking with them or doing something else. Because fun and play is what kids want to do. Stop trying to make kids cultured and trying to put them in the man-made world. There's a reason why the term adulterated exists, because adults are being taken away from their natural state. The kids want to explore because they're creative. More than adults because they're less programmed. They're able to see more. They ask questions. They're curious. If you allow them to, you push that down, guess what? They're going to become depressed. You wonder why this generation's having mental issues? Has nothing to do with the governments that be? Absurd. It absolutely does. Has everything to do with the systems that we create. Okay? We need to go back to nature in the sense of recognizing parents should always be there for their own children. Okay? And children, human beings, should always be there for their own selves. Self-ownership, the key for understanding our own power. And we cannot unlock that power if we're always pushing our responsibility and our ownership onto others. And guess what? If you're pushing your own responsibility, your own ownership onto others, you're now a slave. So what should you integrate and what should you abolish? If we're abolishing systemic schools, we will stop teaching authority. We will stop dictating. We will stop degrading human beings. We will empower everybody. If instead we want to integrate individualized schools, we will start teaching morality. We will start learning from the students and respecting them. You know, adults can learn from the youth. Actually, don't forget that part. Oh, I have so much to teach them. I need to teach them everything I know and make sure that they have exactly what I think. Nope. Counterintuitive. Work with the individual. Just as a doctor should work with the patient. Otherwise, the patient's going to be like, man, this doctor knows nothing about me and they're just throwing drugs in my face. How about the doctor works with the patient and listens to them? Listen to your kid, okay? They're not dumb. They come from your bloodline. Respect that. See the beauty in it. Nurture it where it currently is at, because nature will grow them in their mind and soon they will have the ability to think for themselves. Okay? They want to have that ability to think because nature destines it for them. So nurture that. Allow them to have that. Teach morality. Stop teaching authority as morality. There's a reason why, we, again, choose what to do in our own lives every day. But if we really nurture that, then we can make really wise choices for the future, prevent cancer, prevent all the problems that we see in the world. And so, similarly, when we're talking about health, we can talk about diet. The natural diet versus the processed diet. The natural diet would be based upon foods unaltered from their original form. It is most timeless, or what people may call ancestral. It includes whole, raw, fresh, seasonal, local, nutritious, or healthy food. Okay? A processed diet is based upon foods altered from their original form. It is not timeless. They're often man-made, we call them, heavily denatured, exported. We usually even use the word diet, which implies it's already very much processed because we have to say it needs to fit under this box and way of doing things. You don't see animals necessarily saying, well, I'm on a diet. I'm going to lose weight. No, they're so in tune with nature, they don't have to worry about this garbage and this billion-dollar industry that basically feeds on people being dependent, having to be on a diet to be healthy. Diets are literally restrictive by their nature. It's the abolition without the integration. And so it's malnourishment because an individual will just count calories all day or give themselves foods that they don't want to eat. Well, you should actually like what you eat. It shouldn't be a hard process. Yeah, there's some discipline involved, but at the same time, again, if you're working with your body, working with your nature, you're going to find solutions that are better, not worse. Things should work more effective and be healthier, okay, at the same time, right? So safe and effective. If it's effective but not safe, then it's not really that effective, is it? If it's safe but not effective, then it needs to work together. Everything needs to work together. An individual can grow a food forest, start eating food from their own food forest. They're not getting just their own nutrition. They're also interacting with the soil, with the microbes. They're interacting with the environment. They're growing it seasonally. There's so many things that work together because it's natural. Now, yes, they're growing the food, so that may not be as natural because there's human input. But how long have we been growing food versus how long have we been processing food? Processing is a new phenomenon that totally changes the form of food, and it makes it more addictive and tricks our taste buds on purpose. And if we know that, then we can create more conscious actions for ourselves in the future. So which would you take part in for your own body? Would you partake in a natural diet or a processed diet? Your body, you want it to be healthy, right? You want it to be functional. Well, what does that even mean? It means that your nature is fulfilled. Your nature is acting optimally. So feed your nature. Well, what feeds the nature? Well, what is natural? And so what variations exist about diets? There's many different types of diets. Can we look between all the lines, be able to distinguish, be able to learn from all of them, be able to also look outside of all of them? What's in your diet? Your diet can simply be your lifestyle. It should be long-term sustainable if it's actually something that's optimal, right? It shouldn't be something you're just on for a month and then you get off and then you gain weight again and then, now you have to go back on it. That's not sustainable. Something that you enjoy, that you don't have to worry about because it's effortless. It's Wu Wei, again, the Taoist concept, because it's effortless intelligence. You know what you're doing, it becomes unconscious, even though it's conscious. And so why do different diets exist? Different diets exist because they teach us that there's problems in the world, there's imbalances, and those imbalances are leading to different ways of eating. And there's also many different types of people. There's many different types of seasons. There's many different types of seasonings. I mean, there's so many different types of things we can consume out there, even information. So we have to question, are we stuck in a loop where we constantly need those things, or are we fulfilled? And if we become fulfilled, then we're not so much dependent. We don't even need to really talk about it. If we're constantly talking about it, then you maybe know it's part of a problem. Like many people are now talking about teeth issues. Well, maybe you wouldn't have that issue if we weren't so malnourished or had minerals in our diet, perhaps. You ever think about that? Oh, but we're never going to treat the root cause. We just want to keep doing symptom management. Well, in that case, then we're just going to keep creating more diets because we're never finding out the root cause of the problem, which may be completely outside of the dieting sphere. Well, what does that mean? Do I have to just breathe and eat nothing all day? No, that's another diet, right? Do I have to eat all ancestral? I don't know. Maybe you should try it. Maybe you should try not eating one day. Maybe you should try fasting a little bit. Maybe you should see why other countries don't even have to worry about this mess. Do detoxes help integrate? Well, they take out in the body, but they don't really integrate. So maybe they allow our natural functions to work more, so in that way it's integrating. But realize that detoxes can also be limiting, and the fact that it's the abolition without the integration. So if you're taking something out, realize you need to add something in. Okay? There's people, right, who go through chemotherapy and all these cancer treatments. Oh, I lost this, I lost that. Well, I hope you're doing something to replenish that, even though there probably would have been natural treatments that you probably just ignored because you thought they wouldn't work and because you want to do what your doctor tells you to do. No. Think for yourself. Do research. You have the internet, right? A lot of that is also censored. Not surprised. Think for yourself and realize that nature is beyond all the man-made standards, all the diets, all the laws. Okay? And if you have that mindset, you will always try to find the best solution for yourself. You will experiment, and you're not going to limit your options to say, well, I have to be vegan. I have to do carnivore. I have to do this. No, you don't. Experiment. Find out what works and what agrees with your own body. You live in this mass world. There's food, abundance, all this stuff. Use it to your advantage. Some people and a lot of people don't have that, especially all throughout history. Maybe that's part of the problem, though, because we have so much of a mess. That's why we don't know what mess we're in. And so if we're abolishing a processed diet, here's a simple action step. Stop consuming high glycemic foods. Stop doing diets. Stop doing the things that you know are going to excite your body too much. Stimulants, for instance, that bring you out of your natural state, that keep you away from your honest self. I even did a documentary about how veganism can be unnatural and immoral. I go into all of it. I have yet for anybody to really challenge this. Okay? High glycemic food. So what does that mean? It's foods that are breads, carbs, that are basically turned into sugar immediately in the body. Now, you can consume ancient grains. Okay, that's better, but you still have the anti-nutrients. Oh, okay, so we can sprout them, we can soak them. Well, there goes all the nutrients. And you're cooking them. There goes even more nutrients. Maybe what we can do is start integrating a natural diet. So start consuming quality raw animal products. There's a reason, guys, why they are illegal in many places. Because they're very beneficial for humans. Very beneficial for all beings on Earth. Raw animal products. Okay? Now, it's not to say that you should not cook at all. It's recognizing to start consuming. I'm not saying that's the only thing you consume. I'm not saying that's the answer to everything in your life. I'm saying start experimenting with it, because most people are just going to say, oh, I can't do that. Ew, that sounds disgusting. Yeah, you want to be ignorant because you don't want to try it. When there's people who have tried it, and I have tried it, and it's amazing what it can do for you. And it's healed people out of so many different health conditions. Why? Because it's the most nutritious form of food in the entire earth, especially raw liver. Now, you can cook liver, okay? I'm not saying you have to buy raw liver, okay? But make sure it's grass-fed. Make sure it's good quality. Always question everything you're doing. Just something to add in, something you probably never heard of. That's why I had to mention it. And so if we understand even more as to a natural diet, it's working with our own nature, integrative nutrition. And it's the secret to total health, bio-individuality, finding out what works for our individual self. Everybody is different because of all the many different types of characteristics we all have, the many different types of environments, like I said before. So we have to really be able to start listening. Even if you see and what you think you see is the truth, it still isn't the truth. Be able to be flexible and integrative. That's what integrative means. Be able to share your experience. Be able to share in this marketplace of ideas, because there's so much out there. Look at this: conventional medicine, alternative medicine, complementary medicine, functional medicine, integrative medicine. It's all there, right? But the reason why integrative medicine is particularly useful, that I'm highlighting here, is because it combines conventional and alternative medicines in a coordinated way. It has an emphasis on data-driven solutions that are safe and patient-focused. So we're not imposing our will on others. I simply say, add in raw animal products to see how it is. Currency. So when I talk about a free market and sharing these ideas and people being open to it, that's where we see the free market versus the controlled market, because the controlled market is based upon individuals involuntarily trading with one another. So it's basically third-party interference. Real tolerance is allowing people to pursue their own life. A controlled market creates monopolies, black markets, and it creates fewer choices. Whereas a free market is based upon individuals voluntarily trading with one another, finding out what is the best solution. There's no need for third-party interference. There is supply and demand, and there's natural competition. There's no interference. There's people simply trading with other people. This is what's considered real capitalism, okay? But I don't like to use that term because it's been thrown all over the place throughout history for more controlled ways of controlling people, okay? But communism too can be voluntary. Socialism can be voluntary. Capitalism can be voluntary. But that's if we're looking at morality. We're adding it to the equation instead of just focusing on just economics. So which one would allow everyone to share their own products, a controlled market or a free market? Well, a free market would allow people to share their own stuff, okay? And if it's a really good product, people are going to be, wow, I need to make this, I need to buy it, oh my gosh, and now the world can benefit. Now, why do controlled markets exist? Is it because certain people want to have certain products that other people don't want to have? Is it because there's collectivism present? It must be this way and it can't be any other way? That's the only reason why it would be controlled. Right? You can say, oh, well, in this free market, this guy's taking up all this land, he's taking up all this. Well, people are voluntarily participating in it. If they don't want to, they don't have to. Okay? And there's many ways to say, hey, I don't want this, or I think something should change, but it's all voluntary. Otherwise, if it isn't voluntary, guess what? You got a controlled market, you got a government. Okay, so which is more sustainable, a free market or a controlled market? Controlled markets are just a matter of time to fall apart because, well, just as the Tao teaches us, we understand that the individual who's imposing their will on others, it's going to backfire on them. Because individuals want to be free, they want to have autonomy. And so how does each operate over time? We see free markets lead to further innovation. We see that they lead to individuals creating more products, and they may create corporations, but guess what? Those corporations are always going to have competition. Unless they claim to be the only way, guess what? Now it becomes controlled. But they can only do so using violence, adding a government into the equation, adding a system of legitimate violence or authority. So a free market is without the government interference. A controlled market is with that government interference. So what should you integrate and what should you abolish? Many people say, well, we need to regulate this. We need to regulate that. How are the regulations going so far? How about that? Is the FDA really keeping you safe? Are these three-letter agencies really keeping you safe, dumping stuff into the oceans, not regulating most of the stuff anyways? Okay? I'd rather people are obligated to be more conscious of their choices, rather than just doing what they're told because of some standard, some trusted corporation that they don't even have control over, that steals their money, okay? That's the FDA, that's all these government agencies. They're not in it for your health, they're a business. They want you sick, keeping you not too healthy but not too sick, so you're stuck in the middle dependent on them for their services. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. So that is what they rely on, okay? And you can say the same thing for a lot of businesses. They exist primarily because of some sort of problem that is there. But guess what? You can't take that out of existence. There's always going to be people saying, man, we got to create a solution to this. But the problem is, and when you have government, they can totally limit those options and eliminate the options that can really help people. Because they'll use violence. They'll add violence to the equation. Every time you add government into the equation, you're adding violence. Leo Tolstoy said this. So if we're going to abolish a controlled market, we stop forcibly controlling others. If we're going to integrate a free market, we're going to start voluntarily trading with others. And you can see I did a video on how money is perhaps not the most important for freedom and happiness, but it's not the focus, to say the least. Although, again, in the free market, there's always going to be some form of money or currency, and seeing that free market still implies that currency can be used for something good, because, again, like apple for an apple, there's always going to be that sort of trade in human beings. Even if you gave trading cards to kids, they're just going to do it naturally on their own. There still are problems with money, even though it can be seen in a natural light. It can be seen in a light that is basically unavoidable, okay, by human nature. So we can voluntarily share with each other just as we do every day, and we can stop forcibly controlling others through the use of the state and government. And that will allow people to freely go about their own lives, making their own choices for themselves and reaping their own consequences. So what is then leadership? Controlling leadership is based upon expectation for designated authority. It is overruling those of whom must look up to you, and it is dismantling opposition and free choice. Whereas emulative leadership is based upon proving oneself, listening to those of whom look up to you. It's empowering others to be leaders. It is encouraging question and alternative. So there's a big difference here between an emulative leader and a controlling leader. And you know, there's also a difference between the terms we use. We say this person's a master. Well, they can be a karate master or they can be a slave master. They're two completely different types, right? We can say they're a ruler or we can say they're a leader, but a ruler implies they're controlling the nation and telling others what to do. A leader might be someone who's like really inspiring, somebody you want to follow. So this is the very difference between someone who's controlling and someone who is emulative. So which type of leader would you look up to? If you're looking up to them and you want to look up, then it's emulative. But if you have no choice but to look up, then it's controlling. Could anyone become a leader? How? In any case, right? I mean, you know, it takes a good amount of skill to be a leader, somebody who wants to be emulated by other people. It's because they've accomplished something in life, not because they have some title, some authority. No. If it's emulative, it's because they are worth following. They have some sense of value that people see in them, or their ideas more particularly, which is what actually matters. So how special are leaders to be compared to other people? If we say they're super special, that they should be an authority, be crowned, to be given special rights and the ability to create actions that other people can't, then we're really putting them up on a pedestal. They will become controlling because we literally give them control of our own lives. We're literally passing up our own responsibility, saying, just here, take my life, right? Whereas if we have some sense of self-empowerment and self-responsibility, we will recognize, okay, they're great to follow, but for myself, I'm not going to worship them and treat them like a religion. Because most people treat government as a religion and they pray for things to change and they look up to them as deities to sort of change their reality, which again isn't reality if it's based on man-made law and man-made opinion. So government has basically twisted the very nature of nature itself. This is the whole point of my book, Government is Unnatural, Anarchy is Natural. And so what are we integrating and what are we abolishing? Are we integrating leaders who we want to follow, or are we integrating leaders who tell us that we have to follow them? If we're abolishing a controlling leader, we stop following orders for authority. And if we're integrating an emulative leader, we start voluntarily following an inspiration. So there is a big difference there. Again, voluntary interaction. You see this common trend among all the action steps we're talking about, creating a voluntary, working, nurturing system for everybody through everything they do. And that's totally possible. But if you create an overarching controlling system for everything that people do, then don't be surprised if everything within that system starts becoming controlling as well, including the diet, including health, including relationships. It's all going to become controlling because of this overarching controlling mechanism, the government, i.e. statism, that is being permitted into life, that everybody just thinks is normal, natural, and perfectly moral. And so what about change? You have political action and moral action. Political action is based upon involuntary hierarchies. It's creating new authority figures. It's through elections, majority voting, imposing their will on the minority, no matter what, percentage it is, 99% and the 1%, they get to impose their will on them. It's still immoral because it's still the same action. It's imposition against people who do not want that for their own life. And there's paperwork, there's legalese. This is political action. And even people who say we need paperwork to free ourselves, that's still political action because it's still playing into the system and playing into this man-made illusion of we must do this. Moral action, on the other hand, is based upon voluntary hierarchies. It is long-term progression, looking past all the illusions. It's education or enlightenment of the masses. It has emulative leaders, as we said before, with no authority. Okay, so we want to follow people, we want to inspire them, we follow people voluntarily, we don't force other people to go along with what we think the world should be. We're educating others instead of saying we need to do elections and all these fancy rituals and processes just so we get to impose our will on the masses. No, it's immoral, right? Let's do away with all the immoral justifications and all the rituals that try to hide it. No taxation, it's just theft. No elections, it's still just slavery and control. We don't need that in our life. Let's just promote morality, what is right at all times, have people use their own mind, use their own conscience because they're given it for a reason and not just throw it away because of some politician and some proclaimed authority. So why do people partake in political action? Does it work? I think history tells us it does not work. And do you require permission to be free? If you require permission, you're not free. And if you give way into the sense of you need permission and you need to do certain things with paperwork and this and that, then you're giving way into that illusion again of you need permission. And if you need permission, you're not free morally or inside your own head mentally. And that is the key to freedom. Freedom is a mental state. Mahatma Gandhi said this. Martin Luther King Jr. said this. Many philosophers said this because, again, your mind creates this reality. So if you believe in pieces of paper having magical powers, that's literally going to come true because humans all made it up and create a whole system around it. So can you vote for freedom, or is freedom learned or exercised? Freedom cannot be voted for. It cannot be written down on a piece of paper. It must be practiced. Individuals have to become self-sustainable and realize the power within themselves and, again, take off that burden that has been on their life. That is moral action, recognizing I can do right. I can get rid of this wrong that's taking hold of me. And so what should you integrate and what should you abolish? If we're abolishing political action, we would stop voting and emphasizing authority. Again, common trend here. And if we're integrating moral action, we would start educating and emphasizing voluntarism. Voluntarism is the only alternative to statism. Statism includes democracy, republics, communism, capitalism, whatever. It includes all the isms, the ideologies of controlling other people and telling them how to live their own lives. Voluntarism is the only one that acknowledges just let people be people. As long as it's all voluntary, you can partake in your capitalist utopia, your communist utopia, your whatever world you want to create for yourself. Awesome. Just don't make other people follow it involuntarily using violence or force, against them, against their will. So, if you want 2 videos that really describe this in detail, The Ugly Truth About Politics, I did a documentary on this. It's by far one of my most favorite videos I've ever produced. And What Nobody in Politics Wants You to Know. That's also for all you folks out there who think voting and paperwork is actually helpful, or why not just do both? Why not promote moral action and vote and do paperwork? No. Voting and paperwork is still political action, and that video describes a lot more about that. Abolitionism by Larkin Rose. So here's a chart that basically compares statism and voluntarism so you can see the difference. Very big difference because, again, voluntarism says, hey, let's support individuals. Statism says, let's dominate over individuals. So be sure to, again, pause if you need to. Check that out. And when we talk about moral power, I'm not the only person who would talk about it, because Aidan Ballou, an abolitionist, again, from the 1800s, says moral power always wins and always evolves. He says it's therefore incomparably superior to political power in respect to their general objects, to the numbers that exercise them, to the prominent details of their operation, to their instrumentalities, to priority and independence of action, to their freedom and elasticity, to their disinterestedness, their expense, their influence on their devotees, the service they have rendered mankind, and their very nature and tendency throughout. I recommend reading Aidan Ballou in his text, Moral Power versus Political Power. He goes into detail with that whole common notion, because again, you see how it connects schooling and leadership and law and food and diet, how this all connects to this idea of leave people alone, let them live their lives, and become the person you want to be voluntarily without having to push others down so you can try to get yourself up. It's not going to work. You can try to stand on tiptoes. You're not going to hold yourself long, okay? You depend on others for your existence. You're never going to be free in your own head, okay? You think you can become free by enslaving others? It doesn't work like that, okay? That's why they need to create new systems to try to keep that system up. And guess what? It's going to keep falling and resulting in death because of it. I don't consider the people in power smart. I consider them dumb, because they fall for that just as much as the people who follow them, as above, so below, because they fall into that same notion of involution or entropy. You can see the chart on the bottom here telling us essentially how we evolve as a species overall. We help each other. Truth, complexity, consciousness, goodness, morality, freedom, life, survival, creation, advancement, all these ideas. Beautiful. It creates order. Freedom creates order. Many people will say freedom creates chaos. And if you think like that, you fear freedom, you're never going to obtain it. And freedom allows you, again, to create, to be creative, to express yourself. And without that, you don't have your humanity. So, concluding, abolition and integration. Ignorance is control, disunion with nature. Knowledge is freedom, union with nature, because you want to harmonize your actions to the world you live in. You want to keep learning. Ignorance is control, because you want to shut off your mind. You don't want to harmonize your mindset with the world around you, maybe only the man-made world that you serve. And because you serve that, you aren't really thinking. You just want to give your mind away. You want to be ignorant. You recognize perhaps your ignorance, and you just want to succumb to it and see that it may lead you to some unknown paths. And you say, well, I trust it because I've always lived it, and it's safe because I've always lived it. It's not safe, because democide is the #1 cause of unnatural death, and that is death by government. So your safety is false safety. And just because you don't see violence right in front of you does not mean it isn't happening. It happens every day. Police brutality and all the many problems. And people will do nothing about it. And it's mostly because people just don't know how to treat it. People will say defund the police and yada yada. And it doesn't make anything better either. What makes it better is recognizing the root cause to this problem is ignorance versus knowledge. Statism versus voluntarism. So do we abolish ignorance? Do we integrate ignorance? Do we abolish knowledge? Do we integrate knowledge? Well, we integrate to integrate. This is our union. This is us coming together. We build up ourselves to help others. We show by example. We create communities voluntarily. We create those systems that those old barbaric, brutal, violent systems, those governments, don't need to be there anymore, because we've integrated ourselves with the natural systems that help humanity. When we abolish to not abolish. This is disunion. Why would we abolish to not abolish? Well, C.S. Lewis is going to tell us what that means. Disunion, however, is the whole point of abolishing. So if we're not abolishing our nature, perhaps it's because we're abolishing a system that's keeping our nature from being our nature. So we're disuniting from the things that aren't supposed to be there and uniting with the things that are supposed to be there, because our humanity depends upon our humanity. Our integration, our being, our sense of living with each other depends on our ability to do so. Our very ability to speak, to have conversations, to have our own opinions depends on our very ability to speak, to have that in the very first place. And that is being challenged in our world. And so in order to get rid of that, I say, if a common phrase for this, use your nature or lose your nature. And so C.S. Lewis tells us the abolition of man will happen if we do not recognize this very simple truth. He says, what we call man's power over nature turns out to be a power exercised by some men over other men with nature as its instrument. They're manipulating, they're keeping knowledge hidden. They want people to be ignorant so they can keep their control. And then people want to remain ignorant so they can keep their safety, so they can keep their slavery. Their peaceful slavery, as Thomas Jefferson said. C.S. Lewis then tells us we remove the organ and demand the function. We make men without chests and expect of them virtue and enterprise. We expect the world to be harmonious and orderly and everybody to live happily and kind, and then we wonder why we aren't getting that, even though most people say they want that. It's because we remove the organ and demand the function. We give away our humanity. We take away what makes us human. And then we wonder why we're becoming detached from nature. We wonder why society is going crazy. It's because we're abolishing ourselves, our very, very being. And so here's a quote about the book, The Abolition of Man by C.S. Lewis, where he talks in depth about this. Throughout the book, Lewis makes the case that the abandonment of objective moral truths and the embrace of moral relativism, which is the idea that you can just do whatever you want and it doesn't matter, and that morality doesn't matter. You don't need to think about what is right or wrong or what you should do. You should just be ignorant. He says that that embrace of ignorance will ultimately lead to the destruction of civilization and the abolition of man. He argues that we must return to a focus on timeless moral virtues in the natural moral law if we hope to preserve the best of what it means to be human. And this is why the Tao was very, very important, because C.S. Lewis says the Tao, which others may call natural law or traditional morality or the first principles of practical reason or the first platitudes, notice there's many different names for it, is not one among a series of possible systems of value. It is the sole source of all value judgments. It is simply humans aligning to nature. I said this is the standard beyond all standards, and that's why he's saying this. Because if we lose our variability, we won't even be able to talk about politics. We won't even be able to discuss what better systems exist out there. We won't even be able to watch this presentation. We wouldn't be able to live our lives because our nature has been so inhibited, and we just kept abolishing ourselves over time by removing our organs and demanding them to function. It's not how we actually heal. We have to work with what we already have and build ourselves up. Just like the plant that we might want to propagate, meaning we want to take a plant, maybe a stem, like one stem of the plant, and put it into new soil. That soil, it's going to cause a little bit of shock for a bit, but then that soil, because it helps the plant's going to grow back up. Okay, the plant is going to be a new plant because we put it in the right soil. Unless we tug on the plant, unless we make the conditions worse, then it's never going to grow. So it's all about this practice then of intelligence and effortlessness, the path of least resistance, the conscious and the unconscious, the cold cognition for the hot cognition. The Taoists call this Wu Wei for Ziran. So this teaches us that abolition is integration, because as we add in, we get rid of what should not be there. As we are ourselves and we are honest, we fulfill the honest reality. We become and we see more of the honest around us because we embrace what we know to be true. So Wu Wei means effortless. It means embrace. And so Ziran means self-regulating or natural. So if we embrace the natural, we have the Wu Wei and the Ziran, and that is what allows us to fulfill our lives. Because we don't have to try to look for what will fulfill it. We're fulfilling what is already there. We're respecting the natural inherent authority within ourselves. The yin and yang already within the universe. We don't need to try to overshadow our steps, try to stand on tiptoe and try to create a yang-based world. Nor do we need to meditate all day and do nothing and think everything will come about on its own in the yin-based world. But we can recognize both and realizing they're all here for a reason. Everybody's here for a reason. All the moral views are all here for a reason. Everything. And so being able to let go and being able to know what to do This is an art. This is a practice. And so when we know the whole, we see the bigger picture, then we can best know what to do. This is what allows us to best integrate so we can best abolish. Thank you very much for watching. I hope the practical tips do help you within your own personal life and you can share it with others through your own actions, okay? If you need to, go back and apply it to your life, maybe create some action steps, break it down and journal it, and that can really help further that process. The Liberator 2, the liberator.us, join that project. There's so much going on there. I mean, gosh, we got articles every single week, a newsletter that you should definitely join, tons of shareable stuff that you can share with other people, strategies that you can use for your own content creation. You can also reach out to me. I'll help you out. There's networking. There's also a radio for truth music. There's events that show there. There's an activism section and activism ideas. There's also interviews where you can share your own personal experiences. And there's also a summit, several summits, where you get to produce content for big events like the conference S.E.E.D 5 Metamorphosis, which is what I'm doing this presentation for. Definitely recommend going to all the other great speakers part of this event. I'm glad to be a part of this event, seedtruth.com. Okay, the End of Slavery Summit was nita.one/summit or endofslavery.org. Nature is the answer. I created a movement to help share a lot of all these ideas, unifying ideas around nature. Nita.one, NITA.ONE. Naturosophy, the philosophy I developed around all of this, nita.one/naturosophy. My books, you'll see the links on the screen for that too, and all the links, taplink.cc/Corey Health. I even released a health book, The Aura Diet. You can feel free to check that out. You can see also my presentation on Taoism if you want a full in-depth understanding of Wu Wei and Zoran and all the many great concepts in an ancient philosophy that nobody basically is talking about in the West, yet is helping so many individuals. It is not a religion, it is a philosophy that can be applied universally and scientifically backed. I think it is gigantically important for this universe. So, gigantic beyond words, because that literally is the Tao. It admits to its own ignorance, and that's what makes it beautiful. It does not say it's the only way. It does not say you must agree with it. That's what makes it so humbling. That's what makes it last throughout all of time. It is known as the oldest, one of the first anarchist texts in history, and yet it's a bunch of people who just love to go fishing, a bunch of old philosophers who really just want to live their own lives and live in simplicity and peace among each other. I mean, they're not people with masks on throwing fire in the streets. They're the individuals that dreamed of a world that could be better, and now we live in an age of mass information where we can bring their ideas en masse. Just as we said, from conscious effort to mass conscious effort, I am an abolitionist. I encourage you to be an abolitionist with me. I'm also an integrative nutrition health coach, but as I integrate, so I also abolish. Thank you very much for watching.
I'm gonna get my mic turned on there. Welcome, Corey.
What's up?
How's it going, man? You're a little low. Can you turn up? Or that might be me. I got it.
I don't know. Is it me?
No, it's me. That was
All
me.
right.
I turned it down a little bit. That was a great presentation. Just like a machine gun, back to back to back. Great information. I loved everything that you had to say there, man.
Yeah, thank you. I've been watching the chat here and there and seeing if anybody has any questions or anything that they want to address. But yeah, shots fired. I love that part. That
Yeah,
comment.
yeah, that was a good one. That definitely was a good one. Do you have anything you would like to bring to the table besides what you just, laid down?
Yeah, I don't think I emphasized the project that is coming up, if you don't mind me sharing, for
go
the
right
Liberator
ahead.
2 show.
Yeah,
Right?
go right ahead. Yes.
Okay, so it's just like basically anybody can participate. I would love if everybody in this chat participated because I made it as simple as possible. Literally, it's 1 minute, but it's on a question that like a lot of us are like overthinking because we're like super analytical about everything. but like it's
That was
asking
my
what is the
problem.
most important thing in the world? Like what's the most important thing that people must know? If you can answer that in 1 minute, I will make a compilation of all the people with all their answers, and it could be unique, something on your own end, right? That no one else is probably going to say. We're going to make a compilation. We're going to turn it into a series of shows. We'll be talking about the clips. It'll be quite interesting. So that's called the Liberator 2 show. It's a different type of format. It's meant to increase engagement and allow more people to participate because it's only 1 minute. And I will even do the editing for you. So if anybody wants to record with their phone or any camera, it's totally fine. Just be honest, just share your answer, like even if it is cliche, like I don't care, just be yourself because we can also interview you after the clip and then you can share more, so like it's going to be a whole format dedicated around like getting to the big platforms, TikTok, Instagram, and all the ones that I try to stay off of. But they reach a lot of people. Okay,
Right.
the 1 minute clips reach a lot of people. So if everybody here in this community, everybody in the natural law community, any other community that cares about these ideas, send us a 1 minute clip. Literally, it could be about anything that you care about in regards to what's the most important thing that people need to know. Okay, so
Absolutely.
it's called the Liberator 2 show. Go to deliberator.us for that. Okay, it's at the very top. We also have a newsletter that we publish every single week. Today's Saturday, so I just released the 20th edition of the Liberator 2. And so anybody can send us an article. I turn into a video for them. I also network and bring it to more places. Rockfin, BitChute, Brighteon, Odyssey, all of the platforms, Rumble. And so I try to just bring people together. There's also a networking section on the website. So for all you people out there who are like, I want to meet more truth people, I want to find out what Discords, what Telegram servers, Skype, Facebook servers, whatever it is, they can go to the website and there's a networking tab. So I try to create everything that is there to help people create action. Even if you like did some on the street stuff, send me some photos of your on the street activism. I'll feature it on the website. I want everybody to share.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful the way that you're approaching that. It's very egalitarian, and I think we do need more of that. That's kind of why I did this presentation to Q&A back to back
Yeah.
to kind of not only engage with the audience more, but also to give the speakers a little bit more time and be more open to their own lifestyles because they may not be able to show up at 10 or 11 at night whenever we have the Q&A, obviously. So yes, I think it's great. I actually tried to get a 1 minute clip over to you and ended up being like 5 minutes. And I was like, oh, I got to edit this down, and it's the same problem. It's just because I'm so analytical. I'm like, got to simplify this, in the 1 minute.
Yes.
So I will get that done for you.
I intentionally did this as like a way to challenge ourselves and get
It's
this
a good
community more
challenge.
on board with like this modern day use of production. Not only that, it gets people started with production in case they've never done video production ever. Not only that, it's also a showcase. So if people want to share like, hey, I'm a content creator and this is what I do, they can just send a small little clip and then they can introduce their works and I'll be like, hey, check out this guy's channel. So a showcase will allow me to be like, look at all these great content creators. And that's kind of like the goal is just mass networking, mass action.
Yeah, that's a great goal. It's very inspirational and aspiring. I think we need to see more of that in the community because we do need more networking when it comes to what we're trying to do here, especially as abolitionists. So you're getting all kinds of great comments on your presentation. I don't think anybody had any questions. You were very clear and very precise with all your words. I think it came off exactly the way that it should have came off. It was fire. I think fire is the theme today.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got some comments on your headphones there, by the way. They liked your headphones. I don't know if you
This headphones? I mean,
so
I
yeah.
don't know.
Got some alien headphones going on.
It does look like that. Yeah, pretty much.
Right. So my question to you is what got you into all this work, Corey? And what was the transitional point for you to actually get activated into doing this type of content?
That's always a tough question for me
Right.
because I just naturally always questioned everything and journaled my whole life. I truly am somebody who strongly believes using journaling
Mhm.
to help yourself reflect on the universe and reflect on yourself, your own thoughts. And I had a policy in my journal to never delete what I wrote. So I can look back on my journal like 3 years ago and cringe, and I could like laugh at myself or think I'm totally wrong. And I have no choice but to keep it there because it allows me to see my own mindset and where it was at, because those were my honest thoughts. And so anything, it's a way to release, it's a way to reflect, it's a way to organize thoughts, it's a way to learn how to write, it's a way to learn how to read. It's a way to learn how to use better terminology. And I think all of that came as literally the natural result of journaling. And I'm not kidding. It's just becoming more of the producer rather than the consumer. If anybody takes a little bit of effort into producing rather than consuming, they may find themselves in many places. And same thing, for instance, for growing food. If people want to know a good networking opportunity in this community, especially, a great way to make impact, what's happening lately with the food forest communities is monumental. You know, I'm connected to Jim Gale down here in Florida. If any of you guys don't know who Jim Gale is in Food Forest Abundance, he has a 50-acre food forest, and he's setting up literally everything: airplane runways, a whole resort, literally everything you can think of, Airbnbs, all off-grid, solar. He's got animals and cattle grazing the land with bees, and then he wants to have other animals. He wants to create the literal Garden of Eden on Earth. And he is. It literally, not even within a year, he built on top of sand a whole food forest, which, by the way, is not so easy to do. But it is easy. He's like, look, nature does all the work. And people think it's difficult. He's like, no, electroculture, permaculture, all these systems work together. And he's got all this amazing technology that is really simple, just harnessing from nature. And anybody can do it. So I literally have copper wires, and I started up a food forest. I just been down here in Florida for not even 3 months. I have over 50 plants, and I'm already getting a lot of, growth out of these plants. And I'm not even touching them. I'm letting them be. It's like the Wu Wei common concept in Taoism, which is like, don't tug on the plant to make it grow. Just let it grow. As long as you're intelligent, you work with nature. Nature does all the work. And the same thing when you consume the food. Nature's doing all the work again. You're not thinking about how your body's consuming. You're not thinking about how your body is breathing. It's just doing it effortlessly on its own. So the goal in the truth community is to become effortless at sharing the truth, to where it's so easy. So if you have a food forest and you bring people, anybody, to your food forest, who's going to disagree with growing food? If you can grow food forest, it doesn't matter where you live, you can inspire people by simply bringing them there. And I've seen this at Jim Gale's place. We had a guy just deliver pizza literally to the place. I didn't eat the pizza because I don't eat pizza. But the guy, it was just like a kid my age. And he went to the food forest. He's like, what is this? And he was fascinated. Right. And because of just that experience, he was like, man, I want to learn more. What is this place? And everybody who goes to the food forest has the same exact experience. We don't have to ask of it to them. We don't have to bring it to them. They come to us. Everybody who wants the truth comes to the people who are sharing the truth naturally, merely because the people who are sharing the truth are doing so effortlessly as Wu Wei. If you're trying too hard, I think that is greatly counterintuitive to the effort of truth. And I know this isn't talked about quite a lot, but I am introducing this perhaps to the community, like the concept of Wu Wei. I saw you did a poll. 63% of people never even heard of it or looked into it.
Right.
I mean, it is what it is, right? I don't expect everybody to understand it. That's why I created it.
Yep.
But the West is mostly unaware of Eastern concepts.
Absolutely.
I'm friends with like Christians. I'm friends with a lot of people who are of like Western religions or cultures, and they're fascinated by what I have to share about the East because they were never taught it.
Right.
Simple.
Yeah, I grew up on Buddhism and Taoism, and I just had a lot of great influences around me. So when you started bringing out stuff about Wu Wei, I was like, oh yeah. And actually, I did connect it to when I was growing a lot of food myself, because it's just like what you said. You just let it go. You just plant your seeds and you let it go. The more you do with it is actually you cause a lot of damage to it. And it's not natural for that, so you put it in its natural habitat and it will naturally do what it's meant to do. And I think that's very important. I'm really inspired by what you're talking about with Wu Wei. I'm glad that you brought that into the freedom community, because I think a lot of people need to hear that. And as far as your journaling, I've always journaled as well for a long time. I also journal my dreams. I think journaling your dreams is really good. Did you journal your dreams as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I personally always I didn't journal my dreams all the time because the way my mind works is I sort of consider it as just a different form of reality.
Right.
I don't know sometimes the difference between reality and dream like worlds. I'll be honest, because my dreams get pretty lucid, like pretty
Right.
So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. I think that's a whole discussion on its own, but But yeah, dreams are definitely powerful. I think they're significant when it comes to the idea of memory. Like
Right.
if
Absolutely.
you, it's amazing. I've made movies like in my dreams. I
Mhm.
hear songs and the whole song. And I'm like, how did I even do that? I question all the time when I dream. I'm like, how is it possible that our brains are able to do this? Like, is it our brains? Is it something deeper? Right. And so I usually refer to it as like the subconscious, but
Yeah.
there is definitely a greater sense of something we're intaking that we're not realizing consciously. Right.
Absolutely.
That's why symbolism and all this stuff is very powerful more than we realize. And Carl Jung and a lot of psychologists were talking about that through
That's
history.
right. You nailed it. Very well said. Very well said. Yeah, I lucid dream as well, and I've always just found it fascinating. That's actually what got me into Carl Jung's work, was looking into his dream, studies and
Mm.
therapy as well, which is really awesome. I don't think we have any questions for you, which is wild. Like no
I
questions for
saw
this guy. Come on.
I
Was
saw
there
Chris
one
Jansen
question?
had one before. I think he popped it on the screen.
Did he?
Yeah, he
Okay.
said, "Is
Let's see.
freedom free?"
Oh yeah, is
Yeah.
freedom free? Yeah. What do you have to say to that?
Well, you should answer the question too, but
Well,
because I consider
you're the
you,
guest here,
yeah,
so
but I
yeah.
consider you just as knowledgeable, my friend. Seriously, let's be real. But I think most people know here it's not actually free. But like nothing
Yeah.
in reality is free. Everything has dependencies. So
Right.
naturally we can say we are meant to be free, but it doesn't mean that we are free. Now, if we say that we are free, then we have to get past all the barriers that are preventing our freedom,
Right.
right? So either way you look at it, whether you say we are meant to be free or we were born free or we are not free, whatever, freedom is a desired gain for humanity. And every time you see freedom, as I said in my presentation, you're going to see innovation, you're going to see order, and
Yep.
all the things that really allow humans to express themselves. Otherwise, is life worth living, right?
Absolutely.
Freedom, it
Yeah.
gives you the ability, and Mark Passio says it's the most important thing. Like there's freedom, then there's property, and then there's he had like several different layers, and he said freedom's the most important because without freedom you can't enjoy your property, you can't live your life. So
Yep.
life, liberty, and property, it's like guess what,
Yeah.
liberty comes first.
Right there. You said it very well again. I would add to that usually when people say that, they're having a categorical error with the context of the word free and the way that we use it with transactional economics, right? So when they say, is it free? They're usually talking about it in an economic form rather than like an actual
Right.
natural form of freedom, right? Where we would be in a natural transactional based voluntarist society between individuals with their behaviors and the consequences, and they're
Yes.
just looking at it as money,
Right.
and that's the whole thing. That's usually where their statement's coming from, which it is connected, it overlaps, but I think that that's where people get confused with that a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. I wish I could keep you on here forever. I've been saying that about everybody because everybody is such good speakers, and I should just start a podcast now and bring everybody on because I want to sit here and just talk with you guys. But we're running a little bit behind. So
All
we are
good.
going to jump to the next one. Thank you so much, Corey, for being a part of
Yeah.
this.
Thank you.
And we will share all your links and keep up the great work, man. It's very inspiring.
Thank you. I'll probably join on later, right?
Oh, yeah. Come on. The
All
round
right.
table is going to be up, and I can't wait for that. I'm really excited for that. It's
Cool.
going to be
Thank you,
fun.
everybody. Thank you, Brandon, so much for the event and everybody who's watching and supporting the stream.
Absolutely.
Peace out, guys.
Peace out. All right. Well, that was Corey. He did an amazing job. I'm surprised you guys don't have any more questions for him. Come on. Where's your thinking caps at? Where's your thinking caps at? Bring it up. Challenge these people. What do you got going on in your heads? All right. So we're going to move right along here. We have Logan Hart coming up next, a good friend of mine. He is a great spiritual teacher, podcaster, musician, entrepreneur. He just does all kinds of great stuff. He's another Jungian, actually, and he's not the psychological Jungian, you could say that, but he's just a young person, and he's come up, and I've followed his work for a long time. He is the founder of the Wizard Factory. You can find his work at the wizardfactory.com, and Heartfire Vision. He does other work at Heartfire Vision. And his presentation is called Breaking Beyond the Box from Dogma to Holistic Freedom. So make sure you got your thinking caps on. Write some notes. Take some notes down whenever you're watching these presentations. Write some stuff, whatever questions you have. I know this is like very direct, very straightforward, and it's hard to come up with questions. be a devil's advocate, try to play the other side a little bit. That's what they teach you in debate, try to play the status and see why they think the way that they do, and challenge these people, get out here and challenge these people. What are you doing? All right, well, let's get right into Logan's presentation.
Welcome to the Wizard Factory YouTube channel, the primary platform for our weekly video podcast, where together we explore deeper understanding of the universe and ourselves. This channel focuses on teaching the foundational spiritual concepts required for accurately perceiving our world through the study of human psychology and cosmic law, the inner and outer worlds of our reality. Our mission is to empower, inspire, and encourage others to heal and transform themselves and the world by aligning our will and our actions with the objective principles of true morality, personal sovereignty, and the immutable laws of nature. And ultimately, we want to assist our human family to remember the tribe by connecting with each other and our ancestors in the spirit of cooperation and community. Join us every week for rich and balanced commentary and engaging interviews with prolific thinkers as we explore a diverse and holistic array of topics related to spirituality and philosophy, esoteric psychology, individual sovereignty and freedom, healing and health, the arts of self-gnosis, paganism, ancient traditions, the occult, and much more. Our content is freely available to those seeking to actualize the full potential of their own personal power, sovereignty, and creativity. Please subscribe to our channel and opt in for notifications so you never miss an episode. And follow our audio podcast, available on Spotify, iTunes, and other major platforms. To find out more about us, our mission, and other products and services, please visit our website at thewizardfactory.com. Hello, and thank you for choosing to spend some of your precious time listening to me today. My name is Logan Hart, and it is an honor to be invited to speak and present among so many legendary truth warriors. Let's give it up for the other amazing speakers who are sharing their wisdom at this amazing event here today. I can't hear you. I'm always blown away at the amount of dedication and care these people have for truth and freedom, and I am tremendously honored to be among them. And I love the feeling of my mind being expanded by all the profound knowledge and wisdom these events put forth. Again, my name is Logan Hart. I am the creator of the Wizard Factory channel, as well as Heartfire Visions, and I am a featured speaker on the One Great Work Network. So if you enjoy what I share with you here today, please feel free to go and follow me on my various platforms, especially Wizard Factory, as it's a lot more of this type of material. So today I will be presenting Breaking Beyond the Box, From Dogma to Holistic Freedom. This presentation is intended to highlight a very specific aspect of the broader topic of mind control, a topic which I'm very passionate about illuminating. And for anyone interested, I recommend my presentation called Trivium Hacking on my YouTube channel and other video channels. But this presentation will be a focused expansion on a specific facet of this, going into much greater depth and finishing with how we can liberate our minds to operate with a pure mindset with which to experience this magical thing we call life. Dogma is the greatest obstacle of true knowledge, morality, and spirituality. It is the scourge of consciousness, cancer of the mind, and the bane of our higher potential. So, a quick overview of what we're going to be covering here. The spiritual landscape. We will be defining dogma. We'll be covering some of the symbolism of the box. Looking at the source of all dogma. Looking at the big three, what I call the big three of dogmatic belief. We'll be expanding the box-free mindsets for holistic being, and then the concept of breaking beyond the box. So again, we're going to spend some time looking at the negative, the dogmatic side, and then I will describe the positive alternative, the natural and free states of thinking, being, and exploring this reality free of those boxes. In the vast garden of human consciousness, imagine the mind as a delicate plant. It is a plant with boundless potential, equipped with roots that thirst for knowledge and branches reaching out for new perspectives from the light of truth. In its natural state, this plant thrives, absorbing wisdom from the rich soil of diverse experiences and basking in the sunlight of free thought. However, there exists a box, a narrow container representing dogmatic thinking. This box restricts the growth of the plant's roots, trapping them in a confined space. These roots, symbolic of one's beliefs and ideologies, can no longer explore the expansive garden of ideas. They become entangled within the limited space, root-bound, and unable to connect with the greater tapestry of knowledge and understanding. The branches, which should reach out to the skies of creativity and innovation, are stunted within the box of dogma. They cannot flourish or stretch towards new horizons because of the confines of rigid thinking preventing their expansion. As this plant remains isolated within its box, it becomes disconnected from nature as a larger unified system. It loses touch with the intricate web of interconnected ideas, perspectives, and the ever-changing environment of human knowledge. It withers in the shadow of its full potential. We are all spiritual beings, as this is in our inherent nature and the nature of our existence and purpose here. Those who don't realize this are no less spiritual. They simply aren't conscious of it. For spirituality, just like consciousness, is a scale. It's all the same thing, only varying in degrees. This is the law of polarity. So just as darkness itself is not actually a thing, but merely the absence of light, ignorance is merely the absence of awareness. Shadows in the mind of the all. So what is spirituality? I think it's important to define terms so that you as the listener know exactly what I mean when I'm using terms. So I define spirituality as the transcendent personal exploration of one's self, purpose, and connection to something greater than oneself. The divine, universal consciousness, nature, and the cosmos. Inner and outer exploration. The microcosm and the macrocosm. This is done via the subjective incarnation of consciousness into a physical body with the capacity for sentience. Using this vessel, we actualize our universal cosmic purpose of expansion into higher conscious awareness through the ability to choose our actions and experiences and learn to grow through those experiences. As spiritual beings, having a clean and clear interface with the universe is not just important, it's everything. In order to fulfill this universal purpose, certain conditions must be present. Holistic freedom, right? We must have a mental, spiritual, and physical freedom in order to navigate by way of our thoughts, feelings, choices, and actions in order to create our personal experiences freely. This next part is extremely important. Freedom isn't just about the absence of imposed limitations and harm from external forces. This is essential, but it's only the base layer. Higher spiritual freedom is about liberation from ignorance, erroneous and false beliefs which objectively limit our ability to understand, navigate, and create reality. We must have a pure mindset and proper filters by which to accurately receive, process, and learn from those experiences. A mind aligned with truth and natural law. And this is the natural state of mind. We are born with this. And so, that word natural will be a very recurring theme throughout this work. So let's go ahead and define that now. Natural, that which exists or occurs in the physical world as a result of natural processes without human intervention or artificial alteration. Characteristic of the inherent qualities and behaviors of the natural world. So, think of the mind of a child. Eyes and mind wide open, ready to receive, full of curiosity and wonderment about the world. The simplest objects and feats seem like magic. No programs or indoctrination running, just pure experience met with a playful spirit and an eagerness to explore this seemingly endless playground of possibilities. So then, if we are born with this natural mindset, what are the obstacles and traps we get caught in along the way which confine, block, and distort our perception, cloud our ability to think and process, and stifle us from actualizing our best and most aware selves? Simply put, mind control. The annihilation of sovereignty, individuality, free will, and free thought. And the installation of programs, constructs, indoctrination, and false beliefs. Dogmatism, which is what we're focusing on with this presentation. Your consciousness in a box. So, defining dogma. There are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true. The other is to refuse to believe what is true. Dogma refers to a set of axioms, principles, or beliefs that are adhered and rigidly clung to by an individual or group without being questioned or doubted. And sometimes, more often than you might think, people are part of invisible groups or organizations without even realizing it. This is the magic of mind control. A doctrine or tenet that is considered to be authoritative and indisputable within the context of that group or belief system, whether realized or unrealized. That's very important. Dogmas are often presented as absolute truths or fundamental principles that must be followed or adhered to without deviation. Dogmas are associated with religious, philosophical, or ideological beliefs. They can be established by religious institutions, political ideologies, cultural and societal norms, or even scientific communities. Mind control targets and caters to different psychological profiles, personality types, and social demographics. These programs then activate and exploit our social instincts and psychological traumas, and aggregate those with certain beliefs or predispositions to those beliefs into collectivist mental frameworks. Dogmatism refers to the tendency of individuals or groups to adhere rigidly to their beliefs, rejecting contradictory evidence or differing viewpoints. This can lead to closed-mindedness and an unwillingness to consider new information or change one's beliefs when presented with compelling evidence. The result is a severe limitation of individual critical thinking and openness to alternative perspectives. The whole problem with the world is that fools and fanatics are always so certain of themselves, and wiser people so full of doubts. So cognitive dissonance is a psychological phenomenon that occurs when an individual holds contradictory beliefs, attitudes, or values. This inconsistency creates a sense of discomfort and psychological tension. To reduce this discomfort, individuals may try to resolve the dissonance by changing their beliefs, avoiding acknowledgement, modifying their behaviors, or rationalizing their attitudes. So this may show up as ignorance and avoidance, right? Individuals with dogmatic beliefs may experience cognitive dissonance when they encounter information that challenges or conflicts with their current held beliefs. And then to avoid the discomfort of this dissonance, they might actively avoid situations, people, or information that could trigger conflicting thoughts or this uncomfortable feeling. Rationalization and minimization. When faced with cognitive dissonance, individuals may rationalize or minimize the conflicting information. They might reinterpret evidence to fit within their existing belief system, downplay the importance of conflicting information, or convince themselves that the dissonance isn't significant. With the confirmation bias, the individual may have selective awareness and an acknowledgement on different information. They will seek out information which supports and confirms their beliefs while ignoring or denying that which conflicts with them. Socially, this manifests as an echo chamber where people will surround themselves with people who share similar beliefs and avoid those with differing beliefs. In some cases, they might adopt a form of doublethink, a term coined by George Orwell in the book 1984. This refers to holding two contradictory beliefs simultaneously while accepting both as true. This mental compartmentalization can alleviate cognitive dissonance, allowing individuals to continue believing in dogma without directly confronting conflicting evidence or the discrepancy within their minds. Individuals will often have a strong attachment to a certain idea or axiom, a trauma bond which supports or corroborates a deeper wounded core belief that a person holds about themselves, the world, or both. This is why dogma can be so sticky, right? It goes beyond the belief at face value into the depths of the subconscious mind, and you're dealing with their very sense of self. These are very deep-seated beliefs, and they're not going to be taken well when that is challenged. The discomfort of cognitive dissonance can also drive individuals to either reject the conflicting information or find ways to reconcile it with their dogmatic beliefs, further reinforcing the dogma itself. When pressed on the contradictions, the individual will often double down on their belief, digging in deeper rather than acknowledging and confronting the fallacy. People often react the same way to challenging their beliefs and identities as an addiction or vice, because psychologically, they're the same. They've trauma bonded to a belief or idea that somehow validates or protects an underlying wound and fills the void left in its wake. much like an addict will use a chemical or gambling or something like that to fill this internal psychological wound. So let's look at the purpose of dogma. Dogma is one of the fundamental hallmarks of any cult. Leaders and teachers within the cult are usually well aware of its true purpose: to stifle free and critical thinking and open inquiry, and to foster obedience and indoctrination to serve the agenda of the organization. On a mass scale, the organization being the entire global slave system, the control matrix, with the agenda being the suppression of consciousness and the domination of free will in order to serve the master class of social engineers. To me, one of the fascinating aspects about cults is it can be quite difficult to tell who is actually aware that it's all BS, that it's lies and manipulation, and is constantly peddling it for power, and who is themselves drinking the Kool-Aid and are just as duped as their followers. But ultimately, the result is the same. Everyone ends up kind of being victimized by it. Travis Walton said, "I've come to realize that the biggest problem anywhere in the world is that people's perceptions of reality are compulsively filtered through the screening mesh of what they want and do not want to be true." Very, very powerful statement. Dogmatic beliefs first originate from the upper hierarchies of the institutions in order to serve their purpose. They are then perpetuated by its adherents via trauma bonding. This occurs when an individual becomes deeply identified with a particular belief system because that identity gives them a sense of power, belonging, and wholeness that they were lacking within themselves due to some psychological exploits which the cult is preying upon. Therefore, when a new idea, fact, or anecdote changes the narrative, it is rejected, often with hostility, because not only does it threaten the person's beliefs, but their very identity and internal source of power, and is therefore interpreted as a direct personal attack upon them. So in the interest of the institutions or organizations which deliberately exploit dogmatic thinking, it serves several distinct functions to that organization. Dogmatic thinking provides a shared vision and purpose for the cult, aligning members' actions and efforts towards common goals. This unity allows the group to pursue its agenda more effectively. By controlling what someone thinks, you subsequently control what they feel and care about, and therefore how they act, which again, I go into much greater depth in my presentation, Trivium Hacking, so I definitely recommend checking that out. Cults use dogma to establish a rigid belief system that discourages questioning or dissent. This control ensures that members stay devoted to the ideology and are less likely to challenge the authority or leave the group. Dogmatic thinking promotes a shared set of beliefs and values within the cult, leading to a strong sense of group identity and belonging amongst its members. This is, the dynamic of collectivism. This cohesion can create a tightly knit community that is resistant to external influences. And the certainty and absoluteness of dogmatic beliefs can attract individuals seeking clarity, purpose, and answers. This is particularly effective and predatory upon people who feel lost, alone, broken, and confused. You know, you see these billboards all over the place, like the For Truth, the Christian billboards. It's always some guy with like his head buried in his hands and he's just desperate, and it's just like, are you in despair? Jesus is your hope. Jesus will solve all your problems. This is just one example of the predatory nature of cults. It's looking to target broken and hopeless people that will cling to that false light like a moth to flame. And finally, dogmatic thinking can reinforce the cult's hierarchical structure, where leaders hold absolute authority of truth and dictate all aspects of the members' lives. So dogmatic thinking has several universal techniques, methods, and hallmarks. So once you become familiar with these, dogmatic beliefs can be much easier to recognize. That is, if you're actually paying attention, if you're actually being honest with yourself. Now, we will get into what I call the big three later. Some of you may already be familiar with this concept of mine, but the big three are known as statism, religion, and culture. These are the biggest three boxes for the mind, the biggest three dogmatic belief systems. Now keep these all in mind as I move through each one of these individually. Religion, government, and culture, okay? Monopoly on truth, discouragement of questioning, fear of punishment, shame and guilt, intellectual suppression, limited access to information, thought-stopping techniques, appeal to authority, groupthink and conformity, emotional manipulation, black and white thinking, this is a big one, isolation from outsiders, selective use of scripture or text, censorship, demonization of outsiders, us and them mentality, control over language, and finally, rewards for conformity. So this, I'm sure something in here will sound very familiar to you. If you criticize Trump, they'll assume, oh, you must be a Hillary supporter. Criticize religion, and they assume you're an atheist. Criticize government, they assume you just want chaos. Express yourself authentically, and they'll say you just want attention. Speak truth, and they'll say you don't respect other people's beliefs, or that you must want to be some kind of guru. Refuse to wear a mask or give up your guns, and they'll say you must want people to die. Criticize bad behavior, and they call you a racist, sexist, bigot. These are all examples of the polarized thinking and lack of critical thinking skills when you're dealing with a blockhead. So, with that term, blockhead, that's a nice segue into this next section where we're going to look at some of the actual symbolism of the box. So we're looking at anything, these are all tied together. And think of it going from, single dimensional to two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and so forth. So you've got the line, which forms a square, was two-dimensional. And then the cube becomes 3D, as well as a box, a block, a brick, and even the hypercube or the tesseract, which even goes into the 4D. So what is this symbol? If you look at this all as kind of one package, what does this represent? It represents suppression, closed-mindedness, stagnation, materialism, conformity, confinement, separation, repression, rigidity, slavery, death, borders, boundaries, and order. So you could look at this as the left brain programming, the masculine side of the brain imbalance, where you're stuck in that. This is bypassing holistic intelligence, where you're using both hemispheres of the brain. So you're going to be stuck in these left brain modalities here and cut off from the right brain, which is why you won't have holistic intelligence, right? These over here are forms of intelligence, but until you can combine them together, your mental cognitive capacity will be severely limited and stunted. So think of the left brain and the right brain, the masculine and feminine, as the forest versus the trees, right? Left brain is specific, right? Individual trees. It's about splitting hairs and cutting things apart and breaking them down and looking at the individual parts. And then the right brain is about seeing the bigger patterns, putting that all back together, right? If you You have a group of trees, it becomes a forest. If you're only in left brain intelligence, you literally cannot see the forest, which is ironic. We're talking about symbolism here. So if you're a blockhead, if you're in a left brain modality, you cannot actually extrapolate these patterns. You can't understand, you can't correlate allegory to the literal. And that's going to be very important when we get into the later sections of this presentation where I'm talking about paganism and animism as a mindset. So, without that collaborative thought process, you cannot think creatively or formulate new ideas. Your pattern recognition ability is severely impaired, like a computer that only knows how to follow the commands of the code running it. So getting into some of the dangers of this box mindset. Conformity. One of the biggest pitfalls with mental boxes is the aspect of conformity and labels. A box is a container. It contains, it limits. What do you do with a container? You slap a label on it. Be very cautious of labeling yourself and your beliefs. Words and language have a profound impact on how you think. Christian, Muslim, Democrat, Republican, feminist, communist, putting yourself in a box. Even if you don't 100% agree with every stance within this, if you're going to label yourself but then say you make your own rules, then why even bother with the label? Why put yourself in that box? Just stay free. Labels give people a false sense of security, making them feel like they're tethered to something, to some path or belief system that is validated, preordained, true by consensus, which is a fallacy. Every single person could believe in something and it would still be false. It feels much more comfortable to cling to an idea or system that's identified, formalized, and socially validated, following the beaten path, and then try to pigeonhole their own individuality within the confines of that box rather than being untethered and forging your own path. The law, right, man's law, the Bible, the Quran, etc., are centralized and monolithic, definitive authority. There's no centralized authority on how to be pagan, say, for example. Hundreds of different cultures have done it differently throughout history. Freedom or anarchy has no such thing. There is no right way to freedom, so long as freedom is actually present, right? You could try to point to the Constitution, but that's missing the point anyway. That is creating a monolithic source of freedom, but freedom doesn't come from a document. It doesn't come from a book. Freedom is based on moral principles that are based in truth. They are inherent to nature, based in truth, and self-evident, right? You could create a law that states the sun shall rise tomorrow. It's meaningless. It doesn't make anything true or untrue, right? You could create another document that declares gravity to be nullified, right? Gravity is no longer a law. What good would that do? Right? Or say let's all make murder legal. Does that actually make it okay? Does it make it moral? Absolutely not. And ultimately, programming and indoctrination is a false proxy for direct experience. A proxy is a person, thing, or entity that is used as a stand-in or a replacement for something authentic, genuine, or legitimate. So it's literally like slipping a VR headset over your eyes without you knowing it and let you go on thinking you're having a direct, real experience, right? Direct interface with reality. The Matrix is actually very real, but it doesn't live inside a computer. It lives in your mind, in your consciousness. It's your false belief system. So the box is the program. Imaginary borders of thought constructed to contain and suppress your consciousness. Stagnant, static belief. not dynamic, but static, and often rife with false dialectics, polarized ideas, and rigid dogmatic belief. It's also important to note that the cube or the square is not an inherently evil or negative symbol. It represents the divine masculine. It must be balanced with the feminine or it will become a cage. In esoteric astrology and occult traditions, Saturn can be linked to the concept of limitation and control. The cube or square is seen as an expression of Saturn's restrictive and confining influence. Saturn's role as the taskmaster is associated with karmic lessons and the challenges that can inhibit or catalyze, that's very important, personal growth and self-awareness. The square is sometimes connected to Saturn's role as the Lord of Time, emphasizing the notion of being trapped or confined within the boundaries of linear time and limited perspectives. Again, many may think of Saturn as a malefic planet, but I fully disagree with this. Saturn represents karma and natural law, the pressure that creates diamonds. This can be the source of your greatest lessons. So we can see the box symbolism in many common phrases that really kind of iterate these concepts that are tied to this symbol that we've been talking about. So to think outside the box, clearly, that's self-explanatory. Don't be a square means, don't be no fun, right? A stick in the mud. It's kind of like saying that. It's like, a square is somebody that's very uptight, they can't let loose, they can't have fun. Blockhead. So if you have mental blockage or if you have writer's block, there's that cutting off from your creativity. If we're square, that means we're even or we're tied. Think about it. Tied. We're tied. We're bound up. Cornered. If you're feeling cornered, right, you feel trapped. You feel confined. Same as if you're boxed in, right? A stumbling block. Is more of this kind of inhibition. And if you've been around the block, that means you're actually experienced, right? You've gotten some real world knowledge. You're around the block. And if you're back to square one, you're thwarted from forward progress, right? You're brought right back to square one. Again, I'm going to point out that the cube is not inherently negative or malefic. Ironically, this would be a black and white dogmatic way of thinking of it, as like the square is bad, the circle is good, right? It's about imbalance and the exploitation of the law of polarity and gender. So in this case, you see the cube and the sphere. This is, again, the masculine and the feminine principle. But before we get into the three-dimensional, let's take it back to the line, the square, and then the cube. 1D, 2D, 3D with the line is the same kind of thing, right? Where you draw the line, that's where it stops, right? And then when you've crossed the line, that's your boundary. Reading between the lines, right? That's using your right brain, holistic intelligence. If someone tells you to get in line, that's like telling you, get on the square, right? Get in line, fall in line, conform, obey, do what you're told. And then if you have a deadline, there's that death aspect. The deadline is like, this is where it ends, right? You're confined by this deadline. You have to get stuff done in time. It's also that time aspect as well of Saturn. So moving back to the cube and sphere, again, the cube is masculine, the sphere is feminine. And together, that creates the holistic intelligence. So looking for a moment into some Masonic symbolism. First, you have the square and compass, right? These two go together. The square is the ruler, right? The ruler, like Saturn. The right angle. That's the karma, natural law. And then the compass, it draws the circle. So that's the masculine and the feminine aspects. And together, you have the G, the generative principle. This is what literally creates life. When the masculine and feminine come together, this creates life. This is the secret formula or force of creation in the universe. And then over here on the right, you have the Masonic tracing board, where you're moving from the square, which is base consciousness, right? It is the blockhead, up to these celestial orbs, which are circular. All right, so now taking this idea of the checkerboard, and here is an amazing piece of art by Nate Cap, who's another presenter here, who's also a very talented artist, and this is called Fluoride, which is a very clever name as well. So you can see the pillars are broken, right? There's no polarity, and the third eye is asleep. It's complacent. Everything is, the kingdom is in shambles, right? This is again the base consciousness and the black and white thinking. Now taking this checkerboard, and we look at the British law enforcement. Not only do they use this all over the place, they literally put it on their heads, right on their third eye. Proudly, yet ignorantly, displaying for the whole world that they are a blockhead, that they are in base consciousness. Because they're mindless order followers. They do not have their consciousness truly online to exercise true morality, true conscience. Then you have the Jack in the Box, which, you know, what is the Jack in the Box? He's a clown. He's a fool. You also see this in the Fool card, is the jester archetype, mindlessly walking off of a cliff, right? And the Jack, he's in the box, right? You get him wound up and he pops out, right? And of course, they use this in marketing. You know, if you eat food that looks like this, you're probably a Jack in the Box. You're probably very low consciousness. More cases here. You have a homeless person, a hobo, that lives in a box, right? The derelict of society, someone with no purpose. Penalty box, right? When you're bad, when you do something bad, they put you in the naughty box, right? And you can't play the game, right? You're limited, you're stifled. And of course, the Skinner box, which is a device for basically controlling people's behavior, or, you know, it's testing for animals, but B.F. Skinner was one of the godfathers of modern mind control, basically, and he used this device to figure out these techniques that they then eventually will use on humans. One of my personal favorites, the block button, right? There's your boundary. You block them, they're, you know, banished from your space. Then with the TV, or you can look at phones as well, you've got the black mirror, the box, right? The cable box, the box office, where you go and, you know, buy your movies, which is all mind control devices. In religion, you have the Kaaba in Mecca. This is an Islamic symbol and a holy place, which is a giant black cube of Saturn. The Shel Rosh is a form of tefillin in the Judaic tradition, where they literally put a black box full of scriptures written on them right over their third eye. And of course, you've got all of these different cube statues, structures throughout the world: Australia, Denmark, Manhattan. And then taking back from the curve to the line, you've got globe Earth versus flat Earth, which is very interesting, right? The sphere is feminine, as we've talked about earlier. The Earth is the mother. So to flatten the curve, as they love to say, is to disrespect and disgrace the divine feminine. Also, where else have we heard this phrase, flatten the curve? Then you have the tesseract, as I said, is the four-dimensional cube, known as the hypercube. And this can be seen from a certain perspective as an octagon. So when you see this 8-sided octagon shape, that is also another version of this same symbol that we're looking at here. So where do you see the octagon? The UFC. So you get in the octagon, or you get in the boxing ring to see how many rounds you can go, right? Which ironically, the boxing ring is a square too. And what are you trying to do? You're trying to punch his lights out, right? Knock him unconscious, or knock his block off. Or maybe you want to try to block your opponent's punches. Every time you see a stop sign, you're getting subliminal messaging telling you, stop, right? Inhibition, blockage. And also, you in the 8-pointed police cap, which is again putting this hypercube symbolism right on the head. So let's take a day in the life of a modern human. You wake up, your rectangular phone is going off, and you get up out of your rectangular bed. You go ahead and pack your lunch box, right? Your little square sandwiches, so you can get 3 square meals a day. You live in your square house, which is ironic, the pagan huts and yurts back in in the ancient times, all living spaces, teepees, they were all around. You get in your car, maybe you drive a Nissan Cube or something, and then you drive through the city blocks, however many blocks to get to the town square, so that you can go to your job, and you sit in a cubicle, which is a form of basically a stall, right? What is a stall? Somewhere you keep animals, right? Livestock. What does stall also mean? To come to a standstill, right? Your engine stalls out. And you spend your life trying to not go to jail, right? To go into a jail cell, which is the ultimate symbol of confinement. And you got to make sure you pay your electric bill to keep the power grid online. Grid is another form of the cube matrix, right? Unless you want to eventually try to go off grid, right? Or think about the word gridlock is another, right? Stoppage, blockage. Until eventually you end up in a box, right? The coffin. This is a spiritual death. You can see here through the allegory, the Masonic allegory of Hiram Abiff, where his consciousness, or he represents consciousness, is put to death by the 3 ruffians, which are ignorance, apathy, and cowardice. This is the antithetical to the Holy Trinity: thoughts, emotions, and actions, right? The ignorance is the death of your intelligence, the apathy is the death of your care, and cowardice is the death of your will. This is total spiritual death. And so there's looking at that, you're putting your consciousness on the chopping block, right? The Grim Reaper, which is Saturn. And black, by the way, is associated, that's why it's a black cube, also associated with Saturn. So this is why a judge wears black robes, because he is the arbiter, right? The judge. Natural law. And then carrying this concept forward with the block, the Saturn being a symbol of death. When you go to a ballot box, You put your free will to death by putting your vote in a coffin, in a box, right? And then you get a little sticker. Also, the pyramid is composed of blocks, right? You have to have every unit created the same so you can stack it and create the system of control, the pyramid, right? That's on the dollar bill. This is conformity, right? Everyone's the same, building up the structure of control. And, and here we have the mortarboard, which is another square on the head. They love those, don't they? And what is a mortarboard? But a way to build, you're using the mortar to stack the bricks in the wall, right? Until this covers up the light of truth, the light of consciousness, and blocks it out. It blocks it out. So quickly, let's go through the source of all dogma. Where does it actually come out of? The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. So when we're looking, this section is all about how they fill the mind as a vessel. Mind control via the trivium is primarily perpetrated via the control of information. Information dictates thought, which dictates emotion, and care, which dictates actions. So you control the information, you control the mind. This is primarily, by way of this highly controlled and carefully crafted information matrix that constructs the mental boxes which entraps the consciousness of the global population. Remember that the primary function of these indivisible cults is to act as an external authority and false proxy for truth and first-hand experience. The majority of all information which is disseminated to the masses comes from only a handful of sources, nearly all of which are highly centralized, monopolized, and controlled. When information is published or mass distributed in some way, it automatically gives the illusion of being more trustworthy and legitimate. This dynamic is absolutely exploited by these media outlets. All truth comes directly from nature. So all dogma comes from this false information matrix to con you into believing it over your own direct experiences. Pay no attention to what's right in front of you. We will tell you all you need to know about truth. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Now, on the topic of sources of information, the fear or dismissal of the occult is easily one of the most damaging and limiting dogmatic beliefs. Assuming that it is either inherently evil, contains nothing of value, or superstitious nonsense, keeps the vast majority of people from ever even looking into it, while ironically holding these strong opinions around it despite their own willful and proud ignorance. The occult, in a nutshell, is the hidden knowledge of human and cosmic psychology, human behavior, cosmic law, and the dynamics of achieving true freedom. I would only ask this one question. Who would these dogmatic beliefs, causing most people to ignore the totality of this information, most benefit? This next slide is extremely important. The only true source of knowledge is nature, via personal gnosis. The only way to truly know something is to test, verify, or experience it for yourself in the great laboratory called reality. Religion, or even pseudo-spirituality, will make many claims about things that cannot be verified, pertaining to claims beyond the realm of observation, and expecting you to simply accept them as truth on blind faith alone. Science may apply to the physical realm, but only be testable using equipment or technology that only selective labs or organizations have access to, such as space travel, special microscopes, particle accelerators, things like this. making it very difficult for the average normal person to actually test the theories that they're putting out there as proven fact. Now with this, I'm not ignoring the intuitive inner knowing, but even that still needs to be verified in some way eventually. It's important to listen to that, to be in tune and in touch with that, but if it's not practical, then what good is it? If you can't actually test it, then you don't truly know that you know. So now we get to the big three that I've been sort of alluding to. I call these the big three because they are by far the three largest and most widespread mental boxes in the world, with at least one affecting nearly every person, and put together they are suppressing and confining the consciousness of most people on the planet to some degree or another, with the majority being hopelessly lost within all three and even more. The unholy trinity of mind control. They are religion, statism, and culture. And all three are based in the concept of some form of false external authority. Each of these are a box for the mind, body, and spirit, respectively. And part of the PSYOP is compartmentalizing these, mind, body, and spirit, and treating them as separate. This keeps people fragmented and misaligned internally, and their consciousness in a state of confusion and discord. The enemy of the truth is very often not the lie, deliberate, contrived, and dishonest, but the myth, persistent, persuasive, and unrealistic. John F. Kennedy. So religion is the belief in authority of a false god, scripture, and the church or papacy over you. It is dominion over your spirit or soul. That is the soul box of your Holy Trinity, which is mind, body, and spirit. This is the spirit box, right? Great band, by the way. Authority is backed by coercion, okay, through religion, via plagues, curses, damnation, and hellfire, things of this nature, these threats of punishment and harm. This includes cultural religions like Christianity, Islam, doesn't matter, but it also, I'm putting scientism and atheism into this box. So the purpose of religion is to give you an artificial and false spiritual construct for the nature of your existence, your purpose, and how reality works. So, science can just as much be this. It's giving you a worldview, like the grand macro framework. Freedom of thought is the only guarantee against an infection of people by mass myths, which in the hands of treacherous hypocrites and demagogues can be transformed into bloody dictatorships. Now we get to statism. Statism is the belief in authority of government over you and its necessity in order to organize society, maintain order, and protect human rights, when in fact they are the biggest violators of rights by far. They exercise dominion over your body. It's your body box. And your authority is also backed by coercion and physical violence via taxation, fines, police, jail, right? You must understand that it's not the left versus the right. This is another box. It's the state versus you. It's not Democrats versus Republicans. It's tyranny versus freedom. Statism is based on the fictitious belief that some individuals possess special rights that others do not possess, that some have the magical right to extort, coerce, counterfeit, assault, kidnap, and even murder, and everyone else will be criminalized for doing the same, that some have the right to create laws while everyone else has an obligation to follow them. Statism gives you the illusion that rights and freedom come from government, and that violence and coercion is the only viable means for getting things done and maintaining order in society. But only government has that right, not you. So it creates a master class and therefore by default a slave class. The scam of this is that all power that government has comes from the people. Yet they've convinced us that the people must give this power away for democracy to work. If the people already have all the power, then why do we need to give that power away in order to be free? The purpose of statism is to give you a false idea of how society should be structured and organized, usually as an extension of whatever religious worldview is held as well. Ultimately, the purpose of statism is to legitimize and legalize slavery. Culture is not your friend. Culture is for other people's convenience and the convenience of various institutions, churches, companies, tax collection schemes, what have you. It is not your friend. It insults you. It disempowers you. It uses and abuses you. None of us are well treated by culture. It invites people to diminish themselves and dehumanize themselves by behaving like machines. Terence McKenna. So, with culture, it is the belief in authority of society or consensus over you. It claims dominion over your mind, your sense of self, and society. Its authority is backed by coercion via judgment, bullying, ostracization, shaming, and mob rule. It is rooted in collectivism and conformity, and is another form of social engineering. And it's all rooted in the lie of the greater good, right? Where the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the individual, or the rights of the individual. The purpose of culture, as mind control, is to socially condition you into adopting certain beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors which align to the control system. This is popularity, norms, fads, peer pressure, taboos, traditions, and social expectations. Most people are not even aware of their need to conform. They live under the illusion that they follow their own ideas and inclinations, that they are individualists, that they have arrived at their opinions as a result of their own thinking, and that it just happens that their ideas are the same as those of the majority. So to reiterate, culture is there to shape your views about yourself and social dynamics. Politics is there to shape your beliefs about how society should be structured, regulated, and organized to maintain order. And religion gives you a false existential worldview of the universe and your place in it. It is the mental, physical, and spiritual mind control. And you can see the hierarchical nature of these structures as each an extension of the next. It kind of starts with religion. The state is a product of that religious framework, and then culture is kind of a combination of all of those. All three teach you that fundamental and ultimate truth comes from authority via religion, government, and society, and not the individual, nor nature and reality. It is systemic gaslighting designed to get you to trust external authority of what is right and true above your own senses and rationality. And we'll look at a few more dogmatic programs that are the main, besides the big three, these are kind of like the main ones that people can become very, very dogmatic about. False identity constructs. So isms can create schisms that become prisons, right? So all these isms that people get really tied up in can really create a lot of division and discord. Remember that behavior is aligned with identity, so having a strict and artificial conception of self restricts free will expression, self-exploration, imagination, and creativity. Social narratives like racism, sexism, climate change, environmentalism, these are things that people become very, very dogmatic about. Education, clearly. Money, money can go both ways. Either money is the root of all evil, and only the poor, ragged person has any hope of being truly spiritual and enlightened, right? If you want money whatsoever, if you try to actually develop wealth in your lower consciousness or something, or you are consumed with greed, you're obsessed with money, you'll do anything for money, you'll sell your soul and your morals for money. Both of these are dogmatic imbalances. Parenting styles, obviously. People can be very dogmatic about morality and ethics, health and lifestyle, right? What diet to eat, what type of medicine you should take, how to be healthy, and, technology, right? Apple or Android, things like this, or even just technology's all bad. We need to go back and just live like primitively. Things like this. There's so many different ways people can go this way or that and become very, very dogmatic with things. All right, so this next section is a fun one. Don't do the psi-hop. Okay. There are psyops for every layer and stage of consciousness. They've already mapped out the entire human mind and designed programs for everyone, for every psychological profile. So you might think you're waking up, but actually you're just hopping from one box to the next along a spectrum, psyop to psyhop. You're doing the psyhop. So here's just one example of this. You go from statism, right? Government is good and necessary, and we trust the government, right? To, well, I don't know. We really need to, limited government. The government's way too big. We got to just have a constitutional republic, the minarchist perspective, right? It's closer to truth, but it's just another cul-de-sac to keep you trapped and stuck. And then you go to QAnon, right? You get even more down the conspiracy rabbit hole of, it's kind of the middle ground where, clearly things are wrong, but we've got this insider information coming in, and we don't have to do anything because the white hats got it, right? They're gonna fix everything. Okay, that didn't work out. Now we're full-blown conspiracy. They're turning the frickin' frogs gay, but then as you know, Alex Jones is very pro-Trump. Trump's gonna drain the swamp, and it's another limited. It's closer to truth. There's a lot of truth in it and mixed in it, but it's not a real solution. It's not actually going to create any change, and that's the point of a psyop, is to give you a little taste of truth because something's wrong, but then it doesn't actually fix the problem. And then, of course, you go full-blown conspiracy. You're a flat earther now, right? So you've went from being a government-worshipping statist to a flat earther. It's a whole spectrum where you're like, oh, government's totally evil. That part, you're on a good timeline, a good trajectory, but you're getting confused and diverted from a true, actual path that leads to true solutions. So don't do the psy-hop. And you know what, to be fair, I think everybody kind of does this to some degree. I was raised statist, I was raised Christian, and I went through phases where I thought, oh, the occult is all evil, or New Age is like true spirituality. And while these are psyops and control, cul-de-sacs, they are stepping stones towards truth. So the main key takeaway here is, change your mind, but continue to move closer to truth. Don't get stuck in these false boxes. I think it's very important to acknowledge why people seek out and cling to belief systems so tightly. Freedom is extremely terrifying to most people. They've been conditioned beyond belief to simply follow and obey. Free thought and critical thinking have been radically suppressed in the collective consciousness. Due to programming, ultimately people just want to be told what to think and what to do. The stress and responsibility of figuring out everything on their own is just too much. The bottom line is that most people are in spiritual infancy. I mean, they haven't even been born yet. So sometimes when freedom is overwhelming and you're just trying to learn, having a system and a script to follow can actually be very useful. It's like having training wheels on a bike. But eventually it becomes a crutch. Eventually it becomes a box. Eventually you must take the training wheels off and learn to balance all by yourself to form your own thoughts and beliefs, values, and principles. Think of it as the stages of growing up. Children need firm rules and structure because they have such a limited understanding of the world. When they reach adolescence, they become defiant, resentful, and angsty of the teachings because they're ready for autonomy. They're feeling restricted and stifled by all the rules. But then when they fully mature into their spiritual adulthood, perhaps they'll come back full circle and realize that maybe some of the teachings and rules were for good reasons and others not so much. They'll have tested and felt out what works and what doesn't and come to their own direct understanding. So, we've basically covered the dogmatic side of things and really defined and explored the dogmatic mindset, right? So, what is the alternative? What are we going to replace that with? Where are we going to go when we get outside the box? So, we're going to look at the box-free mindsets for holistic being. So, we're going to go through these individually and unpack them further. But a quick overview, you have to put truth first. You have to have true principles to navigate. You have to adopt open-mindedness as well as discernment, because those two things have to go together. You have the alternative mindsets to the big three, which is anarchism, animism, and individualism, and then tie that all together through what's called syncretism. So let's go through these one by one. Dogma is the antithesis of truth. So long as dogma is present in the mind, truth cannot dwell there. All dogma must be shed for the mind to become free and allow truth to enter. Truth must be held as the highest authority. If not, all other ideas and principles completely break down. It is the foundation upon all other knowledge is built. Truth must be held as more important than your beliefs, your feelings, your preferences, or any other subjective notions that may conflict with truth. Truth first, then everything else follows. Truth is supreme. This hierarchy must be in place. So when you're looking at truth discovery, you have to put experience first, then form your conclusions around that. Most people have it totally backwards. They have their conclusions first via the indoctrination that they've been installed, they've been filled with, and then either look for experience to validate that via confirmation bias, or simply just take it on faith alone, blind faith, and outright ignore and deny conflicting evidence. We are born with this natural experience-based mindset, with our minds like a sponge, a never-ending flow of questions and curiosity, exploration and experimentation. But over the early years, it becomes overridden with indoctrination and programming. This order becomes inverted. Information must pass through many layers of your consciousness before fully being processed and determine what to do with it. So you have first the pure input, the experience itself, and then it's going to go through your biological filters, the social and cultural conditioning, language and semantics, mental models, beliefs, biases, emotional filters, your traumas and past experiences, and your identity. So that input, that experience is going to bounce off of all of those things and get filtered through before you actually come to your analysis, your conclusion about that experience. And most of this is all very just automatic. It's subconscious and unconsciously done. So this is why self-awareness is very important. And also having each layer of that be pure and aligned to truth. right? Your filter is working. It's not allowing impurities and filth to come through. So again, truth is the only true authority, right? Think of that word, authority. What is authoring reality? Truth is authoring reality. We get to interact with reality and create different situations, but truth is what it is. Truth does not bend to your whims, your preferences, or fallacies. It is what it is, has been, and always will be. Truth and natural law are not dogmatic, they're just consistent. Oftentimes, people will confuse truth for dogma because truth doesn't change. So, if you possess true knowledge, you might seem rigid. But it's not you being rigid, it's truth itself. And this is where things can get tricky. Dogmatic thinking is so stubborn because it is held as absolute truth. This is why true discernment and critical thinking is so vital. Without it, one will become lost in endless epistemological cul-de-sacs. There is no religion higher than truth. Even truth can be turned into a dogmatic belief if a person clings so tightly to an axiom or belief that they become rigid and unable to account for nuance, exceptions, and gradients. This is that black and white mindset we were talking about. And when someone has been raised in programming rather than truth their whole life, until they heal and integrate, they will carry that mindset into any new paradigms they move into. This is the difference between knowledge and understanding. And when looking at objective versus subjective, the experience is not truth itself. It is the experience of truth. That's what you are experiencing. So they must be two separate things. There's the experience, and then there's the truth that you are experiencing. So there's no such thing as my truth, your truth, etc. There is my experience, my opinion, my perception, my belief. The truth is the truth. It just is. No one owns it. There's only one. There's not all these different truths that everybody has a different one. This is the dangers of conflating all of these terms, which I hear all the time, and it drives me nuts because it literally is creating so much confusion. The words you use create the mental models that you're operating on. So when you are not distinguishing the difference between perception and reality, you won't be able to tell the difference. And suddenly you're lost in your own fantasies. And you're expecting truth to just be whatever you want it to be, or whatever you think it is, or whatever. So that's why truth must be first, and you must always be seeking to align your perception to be as close to truth as possible. So let's go ahead and get into the essential principles of freedom. It's essential to note that these are not belief systems. They are simple ideas which are based on fundamental principles. A principle is not a path. These are two different things. A path tells you where to go. It's already walked by many before you. It's something you follow. Principles are more like your lantern. You use it to guide and illuminate as you find and navigate your own way through the darkness of ignorance towards truth and actualization. This is freedom. Following a path is exactly that. It's following. It's safe. The known. Or at least that's what they tell you. It's known. You can navigate by following a path or by using the lantern of truth, natural law, and principles. The lantern doesn't tell you where to go. It's illuminating and informing your direction, allowing you to avoid pitfalls and cliffs, trusting yourself rather than the path, because that path could lead you straight off a cliff. Following a path tells you exactly what to do and what to think, just the same as everyone else who follows it. It removes your ability to discover, to come to your own conclusions. Everything is just prepackaged and fed to you. Following the light of principles allows you to bring that wisdom wherever you go. They show you how to think rather than telling you what to think. One thing to note is while I have used terms or labels to describe these things, there is one key difference. All of these terms refer to an approach which inherently entails forging your own personal path to truth. They are fundamentally anti-conformity, non-collectivist, and do not externalize authority, self-reliant and autonomous. Now, while labels can be dangerous, some are very useful for basic communication of ideas, for understanding concepts. Even the word label is a label. All words are labels which communicate ideas and concepts. Words can be flawed, clunky, and fall short of the essence of an idea, but this is the nature of subjectivity. They are meant to merely be a pointer towards your own discovery. Mental models are essential to efficient truth discovery. The key factor is whether that model is testable in the real world and to not become too rigid and dogmatic with them. All constructs have their limitations. This is why personal gnosis is so fundamentally important. It's been said that all models are wrong, some are useful. So that's one way you can kind of look at this idea of concepts. So let's look at, let's explore freedom, consciousness beyond the box. Freedom means not contained, unconfined. Holistic freedom includes physical as well as mental and spiritual freedom. The only limitations are the bounds of natural law and the finality of present and past reality. The only box is natural law. We are confined by karma and the consequences of our choices, cause and effect. There is no escaping this box, but to even want to do so is insanity, for natural law is the only thing that gives order, consistency, and rationality to reality and makes freedom possible. Just like we discussed Saturn earlier, meaning natural law. It's not a negative thing. It's actually there for your benefit to evolve. A paradox, but this box is actually freedom. So to achieve freedom, you must first know and then meet the requirements. So we will look at first physical freedom and then mental freedom. So the principles of physical freedom are, first, principles themselves. The first and primary requirement of freedom is a set of reasonable, truth-based principles to guide choices and behavior. Morality and ethics are fundamental to a free society based on the non-aggression and self-defense principles and a framework rooted in natural law. Individual sovereignty. No masters, no slaves. All are equal in rights under natural law. Individual autonomy. True freedom respects and upholds individual autonomy, which means self-governance. It recognizes that individuals have the right to make choices for themselves as long as those choices do not infringe upon the rights and freedoms of others. Autonomy allows individuals to lead their lives according to their own values and beliefs. And with this must come personal responsibility. If you are self-governing, then you are responsible for how you think, what you do, right? There are no middlemen, there are no intermediaries, and there are no saviors. You are completely on your own. There is no higher authority than the individual unless that authority is given consensually or rightful via property. And there's no codependence, because if you're codependent, then you are not truly free. The next principle and requirement for physical freedom is knowing and defending your rights. A right is any action which does not initiate harm against another or their property. Knowing your own rights or freedoms is absolutely essential to preserving those rights and freedoms, and being willing to protect them with force up to the lethal level if necessary will set a strong standard and message to any who would dare attempt to usurp your rights. Access to education and information. Freedom thrives where individuals have access to education and information. Again, remember the word liber in Latin means both book and freedom. So you cannot have freedom without knowledge. An informed and educated populace is better equipped to make rational decisions, engage in critical thinking, and participate consciously in the collective human effort. And finally, eternal vigilance. Freedom is not a static state. It requires constant vigilance to protect and preserve it. Every individual must remain educated and aware of their rights, and active in the relentless preservation of them in all aspects of life. It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. Source unknown. Now you might be thinking to yourself, wait, it was Aristotle that said that, right? No. This is a great example of not being dogmatic. Well, I saw it on the internet. It must be true. But if you actually research this, this was falsely attributed to Aristotle by early writings. And then, much like the Mandela effect, once some sort of false idea gets put out there, it becomes part of the collective consciousness, and people start sharing it around without even questioning it. So, they see it on a meme, it must be true, they spread it around, and so I made sure that my source was correct here. The important thing is to not stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing, Albert Einstein. So we'll get into the mental freedom principles. And there are quite a few, but I think this is a very good, comprehensive list of everything that must be in place to keep your consciousness out of a box, to maintain your spiritual sovereignty and autonomy. So we'll just go through these quickly one by one. Open-mindedness. Be open to new ideas and different viewpoints. Avoid forming rigid, closed-minded judgments, and be willing to revise your beliefs when presented with compelling evidence or alternative viewpoints. Critical thinking. Question, analyze, and evaluate information, beliefs, and ideas. Seek rational and evidence-based explanations. Encourage a healthy skepticism and willingness to explore multiple perspectives. Curiosity. Open-minded individuals are naturally curious. They have a thirst for knowledge and actively seek to learn from others and explore new ideas. Complexity and nuance. Open-mindedness involves an appreciation for the complexity of issues, a perceptiveness to nuance, and an understanding that many problems do not have simple explanations or solutions. Flexibility. They are adaptable and open to change. Open-minded people are willing to modify their beliefs or viewpoints in response to new evidence or compelling arguments. Self-awareness. Develop self-awareness to understand your own biases, prejudices, and cognitive blind spots. Recognize how your personal experiences, biases, and beliefs may influence your thinking. Develop mindfulness and self-reflective practices to better understand your thoughts, emotions, and reactions. This can help you manage your impulses and make more conscious decisions. Commitment to growth. Commit to lifelong learning and perpetual intellectual curiosity. Seek out knowledge, explore different subjects and opposing viewpoints, and engage in intellectual pursuits that continuously challenge your thinking. Embrace personal growth as a lifelong journey. Continually strive to better understand yourself and the world around you, and be open to change and personal transformation. There are always new layers to uncover, new perspectives to discover. The journey never ends. Emotional intelligence. Cultivate emotional resilience and balance to cope with challenges, criticism, and uncertainty. Resilience and maturity enables you to adapt and maintain mental freedom even in difficult situations. Balance of emotion and reason. Discernment involves a balance between emotional intelligence and rational thinking. It enables individuals to consider both their emotions and logical analysis when making judgments. Healthy boundaries. Set healthy boundaries to protect your mental well-being. This includes boundaries in relationships, in managing your time and energy, and in controlling the information you consume. And this even means healthy boundaries in your beliefs. Never accept any belief system that attempts to diminish or gaslight your own autonomy, power, authenticity, or mental or spiritual efficacy. Do not tolerate people who are more concerned with being right than learning together, or are out to attack you rather than have an honest conversation. A willingness to listen. Open-minded people are willing to listen attentively to others, giving them a fair chance to express their viewpoints without immediately dismissing or judging them. Suspending judgment. They refrain from forming hasty judgments or opinions before fully understanding a situation or argument. Instead, they consider all available information before drawing conclusions. Notice this does not say avoiding judgment. It says suspending judgment. So just waiting, holding off, taking in more information first. Empathy. Open-mindedness often goes hand in hand with empathy. Open-minded individuals make an effort to understand the feelings, perspectives, and motivations of others, even if they don't agree with them. Respect for diversity. They respect and value diversity in thought, culture, and experience. They recognize that differences among people can enrich our understanding of the world. Humility. They maintain a humble attitude, recognizing that no one has all the answers and that they too are subject to biases and limitations. Embrace uncertainty. Open-mindedness involves tolerating and embracing ambiguity and uncertainty. It's an acknowledgement that not all questions have easy answers and that some issues may remain unsolved. Integrity. Consider the ethical implications of your beliefs, choices, and actions. Strive to make decisions that align with your values and principles and reinforce your honor and self-respect. Wisdom and insight. Discernment is associated with wisdom and insight. It reflects a deep understanding of natural law, human nature, motivation, and the consequences of actions that goes well beyond the mere intellect. Media and technology. Be mindful of your media and technology consumption. Limit exposure to content that may manipulate or polarize your thinking, and curate your online environment to reduce negativity and misinformation. Experience and learning. Discernment often improves with experience and learning from past decisions. It can be honed over time through exposure to different situations and challenges. And time in nature. Engage your senses in the real world and natural world. Touch grass. Observe the cycles, systems, and patterns of nature. Watch and learn from animals. Conduct your own experiments. Build a personal relationship with natural law, reality, and yourself. I would rather have a mind opened by wonder than one closed by belief. The trouble with the world is not that people know too little, it is that they know so many things that just aren't so. So now we're going to get into the actual mindsets for holistic freedom. And these are based upon the triad, the trinity, and the trivium. Now, I'm not going to spend much time on these because that would take all day, and I really just want to touch on them very briefly. Again, if you want to cover this in more depth, Trivium Hacking does that very well. But this is a hierarchical system that are built upon one another. You have mind, body, spirit, which correspond to thoughts, emotions, and actions. That is the Trinity. And then the Trivium is knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. So these three all perfectly overlay with each other to form a master system for discerning truth as well as properly aligned action. So without going into great detail, I highly encourage you to familiarize yourself with these. The usage and alignment of these systems are absolutely vital to living a life in a functional and purposeful way. So again, the big three are the biggest mind control programs for confining and boxing in your mind, body, and spirit, and keep all three in discord with each other. In order to restore unity and internal integrity, they must be uprooted and replaced with the natural mindsets. So I will now give you what I consider to be the box-free and natural states of being to the big three. They are animism, anarchism, and individualism. So, animism is the mindset or worldview that all is mind. The entire universe is consciousness, and that all living beings, including animals, plants, and even inanimate objects, possess a spiritual essence or soul. Nature is seen as a web of interconnected spiritual forces, and each element of the natural world is considered to have its own consciousness or spirit. It underscores the idea that humans are just one part of the larger tapestry of existence and are interconnected with all living beings and elements of nature. Animism is based upon the natural laws of spirituality, the universe, and our place in it. It represents the freedom of free will expression and exploration without the threat of eternal torture and damnation. Only self-imposed karma for not respecting the freedom of others. It is about developing a direct, living relationship with nature, the universe, reality itself, and cosmic law, and your own personal magic, without any intermediary or doctrine. It is about no longer seeing yourself as separate from nature and God. Every single thing in existence is literal, as well as an archetype, symbolic, and a tool for developing consciousness, from the magic to the mundane. This is the pagan perspective. So, for example, all of the box, the plant, the lantern, and the path, all of these allegories that I've been using, and the narrative behind it is actually paganism. It's extrapolating lessons and wisdom from observing things from a symbolic or allegorical perspective. This is one of the necessary perspectives to becoming a truly spiritual being. All pure occult knowledge is of pagan origins via direct interface with nature, by having this mindset, by observing. And much of it has been corrupted by the Abrahamic mind virus. So things like Kabbalism, Rosicrucianism, they are rife and fraught with Abrahamic programs. This is why I prefer the more pure pagan practices such as Norse spirituality, for example, or Cometian, because they are pre-Christian. It is vitally important to acknowledge that animism is not a religion. Anyone trying to make it one is bringing their bullshit cult programming into it and haven't done enough work, and they're missing the point, right? You need to shed that mindset. It's still running in the subconscious mind, and that's going to cause problems. And animism is the only true scientific perspective, because what is science? Direct observation and experimentation, right? So if you're operating from dogmatism, then that's not true science. That's not a true truth discovery process. In ancient Egyptian or Cometian cosmology and spirituality, the concept of NTR, pronounced Neter or Neter, holds significant importance. Neter is often translated as God or divine force, but its meaning in the context of the ancient Egyptian thought goes beyond these simplistic translations. Neter represents multiplicity and unity. The ancient Egyptians recognized a multitude of Neter, each representing different aspects of the divine. These Neter could be associated with natural elements, abstract concepts, or animal symbolism. Despite this diversity, there was also an understanding of an underlying unity connecting all. Nature were considered manifestations of cosmic principles that governed both the physical and metaphysical realms. They represented the force and energies that sustained the universe, natural law. The Nature were seen as upholders of Ma'at, the cosmic principle of order, balance, and truth. Their roles included maintaining the harmony of the cosmos and ensuring the stability of the natural world. Within the ancient Egyptian pantheon, there was a hierarchy of Nature, ranging from major deities like Ra, Osiris, and Isis to lesser-known ones associated with specific places or concepts. The ancient Egyptians recognized the divine presence in the natural world. Animals, plants, and natural phenomena were often associated with specific nature, reflecting a deep understanding of the interconnectedness between humans, nature, and the environment. Nature were understood as both transcendent and immanent forces. They existed beyond the visible world, but also played a direct role in shaping earthly existence. And the nature were believed to be eternal and everlasting, reflecting the cyclical nature of existence and the continuity of divine principles. Again, principles are eternal. The concept of nature in Comitian spirituality encapsulated a profound understanding of the divine forces that shape the world and human experience. It was not a matter of religious belief, but a comprehensive worldview that influenced all aspects of life, culture, and society in ancient Egypt. If you see the universe and self as reflections of itself in the mind of God, not separate but one, interacting through a unified sacred system of nature, you are an animist. See how there's no initiation, there's no something you have to do to qualify. No, it's simply the name to describe the mindset. So if you have this mindset, then that's what you are. And all three of these will have this. So moving to the next one, we have anarchism. So anarchy is the understanding that all individuals are inherently free and sovereign beings, that their rights and freedoms are inalienable, and that no one has authority over them. It is based on the natural laws of human interaction, the non-aggression and self-defense principles. Freedom of free will expression without the threat of physical violence, coercion, theft, and kidnapping, etc. It is the state of no masters and no slaves. This includes government, as well as petty criminals and abusive relationships. Literally anyone who would violate your sovereignty. Anarchy does not mean chaos. That is a psyop, that is a obfuscation of truth and the true meaning of the word. It simply means no rulers, no masters. Voluntary interaction is the only moral way to conduct civilization and actually produces far better results than violence. Anything else is de facto slavery, and its practicality is irrelevant. But peaceful cooperation always works better than violent domination. If you believe in self-ownership and condemn slavery, you are an anarchist. And finally, we have individualism, the last of the big three replacement mindsets. Individualism is an existential philosophy that every person is distinct, possessing innate rights and autonomy, and should prioritize their own aspiration, values, and self-expression. In contrast to cultural conformity, individualism values personal agency, self-reliance, and the pursuit of individual happiness and fulfillment within a framework that respects personal liberties and rights. It stands in opposition to cultural norms that may stifle individuality in favor of herd mentality. It is based upon the natural laws of personal development and self-exploration. It is the freedom of free will expression without the threat of ostracization, public shaming, gaslighting, condemnation, etc. It is based in self-discovery and actualization, not conformity. Now, I would like to note, in the context of culture, there is nothing inherently wrong with certain aspects of culture or tradition. I think these things can actually be very beneficial in certain contexts. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be part of a whole, a community, or being proud of your lineage or your heritage. But it is prudent to be very cognizant of their place in our minds and our identities, especially when many of these ideas come from media, religion, etc. In other words, are forms of social engineering. If you develop your identity, formulate opinions, and make choices based on your own authentic individual preferences, tastes, and conscience, rather than what is popular, taboo, normalized, etc., you are an individualist. To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment. Now, for tying it all together, we have syncretism. Syncretism is an alternative and holistic approach to finding truth. Rather than following a set system and conforming to the rigid axioms of that tradition, a syncretist takes ideas and concepts from a wide scope of belief systems, religions, cultural practices, or philosophical ideas and blends them into a unified, holistic viewpoint, personal and unique to that individual. Everyone's version will be different, yet ideally they all lead to the same truth. This has also been called omnism. This is what spirituality is all about. You chose to incarnate here as an individual, right? Why would you do that? Because you are God consciousness wanting to have a unique experience, to discover and explore itself through the individual. So you can see how all these different people following the exact same practice and tradition and rules and everything, that's going to create not a very diverse a range of experiences or ways to discover truth, as opposed to the syncretic approach, which makes every single incarnation unique and individual. So the key distinction here is learning from and integrating aspects from many paths or traditions and not labeling yourself as one thing, putting yourself into that box and strictly following that one singular path. Syncretism is based upon the idea that truth itself is consistent no matter the pathway used to reach it, right? It's not about this gatekeeping nonsense that religions have of like, this is the only way to truth and everything else is a lie, right? All paths lead to truth because truth is what it is. There is no such thing as one path. With this in mind, the true parts of any system will overlap and harmonize, and the untrue aspects will conflict with one another. This approach creates a very useful and effective methodology for weeding out inconsistencies in one's beliefs and highlighting ideas which align across multiple traditions as well as reality itself. So again, paganism is the root of all occult knowledge, which is basically the roots of all syncretism. So why not go directly to the source instead of sifting and filtering through all the twists, traps, and snares? The age of the internet makes syncretism more accessible than ever, as you no longer even need to follow a exclusive lodge system to access this knowledge. Again, with the gatekeeping, right? This is the apocalypse where everything is just out in the open now. The syncretic mindset should be applied to all aspects of freedom, all aspects of self. It represents holistic non-conformity, total freedom to change and align yourself in any way you so choose, whether it be how to exercise your freedom, organize and structure your community, shape and actualize your identity, and navigate your spiritual experience and worldview. So long as these things are all aligned with truth and rooted firmly in real cosmic principles. So hopefully, I have helped to illuminate the ways to liberate any stifled consciousness from the box of dogma. So, in conclusion, I'd like to just kind of reiterate some of the key points that I'm really trying to get across in my message here today. Acknowledge both profundity and fallibility. That is to say, the ability to know things and the ability to be wrong about things. Acknowledge that we as human beings are fallible and cannot know everything, but that does not mean that we know nothing, as many philosophers and gurus have said. We can know many things, deep, profound truths about ourselves and the universe. A belief which is true is called knowledge. A belief which is untrue is called dogma. And the only way to know the difference is to constantly put your beliefs to the test. Be confident, but not rigid. Be intelligent, but not godlike. Live by the principles of freedom. Know them deeply and fully integrate them into every aspect of your mind and being. Use them to navigate this spiritual experience. Never stop exploring, questioning, and growing. Never become stagnant or rigid in your beliefs. Keep questioning and questioning again. New information and asking questions can only do one of two things. Either you follow that rabbit hole and build even more conviction in your position by exploring that, or you find flaws and contradictions which will lead you closer to truth. It's a win-win, as long as you get your ego out of the way and be okay being wrong. So with that, be okay saying, I don't know. Some things we simply can't know, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with speculation and hypothetical exploration, but so many just have to have an opinion on everything, instead of simply saying, I don't know, I don't know enough to form an opinion, or I need to research that further before I say anything about it. It's okay to not know or to not have an opinion without sufficient information. This one is absolutely important. Do the inner work. Heal yourself from trauma. Do the shadow work, and therefore freeing yourself from the mental chains of unstable or irrational emotions and beliefs. Release trauma-bonded identity constructs. Reconcile the schisms of your worldview. Develop a deep reverence and respect for truth. Realize and stand in your own personal sovereignty and free yourself from mental slavery. Develop holistic intelligence. Learn to use your intellect and your intuition, your logic and your creativity. Use them together. You are so much more intelligent and powerful when you're using all of that instead of just being locked into one side. And be okay letting go. You don't need a system. You don't need to live your life on rails. Learn the principles and let go of closed and formulaic systems. And adopt a syncretic mindset. Avoid labeling yourself or subscribing to rigid belief systems, especially when they deal with things that cannot be directly observed. Be a syncretist and an individualist. Build your own tapestry of knowledge and explore off the beaten path. Navigate by the light of your own mind, curiosity, courage, passion, and principles. Cultivate a direct relationship with nature and reality. Be your own scientist and question and test everything, even what you already hold to be true. To teach how to live without certainty and yet be without being paralyzed by hesitation is perhaps the chief thing that philosophy in our age can still do for those who study it. So in the garden of consciousness, there is hope. Just as a plant can be transplanted into more fertile soil to thrive, the mind can break free from the box of dogma. By embracing open-mindedness, critical thinking, and a willingness to explore beyond the confines of preconceived notions, the box can be shattered. The roots of the mind can grow freely once more. It can reconnect with the nourishing soil of diverse ideas and its branches can reach for the limitless sky of intellectual growth. In this allegory, the message is clear. Break free from the constraints of dogmatic thinking, allow your mental roots to explore, and let the branches of your mind stretch towards the boundless horizons of knowledge and understanding that await beyond the box. We are each born here into this world with an incredible gift, the gift of consciousness. To blindly follow another's words, truth, and directives is a tragic disgrace to that sacred gift. We are meant to explore the universe with our own senses and our own minds, hearts, and spirit, to discover truth and actualize our gifts to become the greatest, most expansive, and powerful version of our potential. That can never happen so long as we are abdicating that personal responsibility of being the stewards and captains of our own consciousness to any external authority. Only when we have reclaimed that autonomy and responsibility will we be able to shift the trajectory of humanity away from enslavement and destruction into freedom, abundance, and prosperity. So that's my presentation. I hope you've enjoyed it and learned hopefully a thing or two. Don't forget to like the video, and if you want to learn more about the concepts I covered here, you can find me at the Wizard Factory on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, with YouTube being where I put most of my focus, especially with the long-form content and in-depth material. So thank you so much for sharing your time and attention with me today, and I hope to see you again over on my channel. Thank you very much.
Mike is muted again. All right. What's up, Logan?
What's going on? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly. How you doing, my friend?
Beautiful, man. Happy to be alive.
Are you still in your box?
I'm right here, dude, and live in the pad, man. The little mobile condo.
Nice. Hell yeah. You had the chat on fire about the box. I was really digging that.
Yeah, that was really great seeing everybody riffing and, you know, coming up with their own little like connections and everything. That's the beauty of symbolism.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was really good. I think everybody really felt the meaning of your presentation. You really hit home with it. I really enjoyed it, especially your comedian knowledge, especially when you're talking about the nature. That's going to connect to a lot of my work for tomorrow. So, and I'm sure a couple other people's work. So that's real awesome that you kind of laid that little foundation for the more complex subjects that I'll be talking about tomorrow. So thank you for that. This is the great thing about synchronicity, is that it always falls together. You get like-minded people, and next thing you know, you're just building things, and you're not even necessarily super, you know, methodically organizing like every little detail with each other, and it just falls together, right? And it just comes and makes this masterpiece.
Yeah, it's almost like truth is singular and we're all just here experiencing the same thing together. It's
Right.
so
Oh
weird,
my
right?
God.
Who'd have thought?
Right. Who would have thought
no,
that? No way. Yeah, I
I've
mean,
really,
you
I've really
destroyed my
enjoyed
wokeism.
seeing the.
Yeah.
As they say, that which can be destroyed by truth, let it be destroyed.
Let it be
So,
destroyed.
it is.
That's right.
But yeah, I was going to say I've really enjoyed seeing all those little parallels and synchronicities between the different presentations, even though none of us have really coordinated or planned any of that. There's like these little like kind of wink and a nod to different topics. You know, I had the hermit in mine, and that use the lantern symbolism, which Brandon Spencer touched on earlier. Stuff like
Right.
that. Really cool.
Right. It just shows that symbolism is the universal language, and that if you start to have pattern correlation and pattern literacy, symbolic literacy, then you're going to be able to really synchronize and integrate with other spiritual beings. And when you understand that archetypal language, like it transcends any kind of language that we normally use, obviously, around the whole world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damien asked you, is syncretism like Thelema? Now, if you can't answer that, I can. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Thelema, but
It's an interesting question. I would say it's kind of apples and oranges, because Thelema is one path, and as if I spoke about in my presentation, syncretism is where you can walk. Maybe you walk this path for a little while, and it gets you somewhere, and then you're like, oh, where does this lead? And you walk through the trees and jump onto a different path. So that would be an example of where you could study Thelema, take what's useful for you, and then move on. So I like to think of syncretism kind of like a spiritual buffet, right? It's all
Right.
there, and you can just take your plate and just get a little bit of whatever you like and leave the rest.
Right. It's interesting because when you study the history of syncretism, it starts out that way. And what I've noticed is that we have these occult organizations that pop up over a long period of time, right? And they're like, oh, yeah, we're taking little bits of pieces from all different types of religious traditions or esoteric traditions from all cultures and all over the world, right? And then they formulate that into a system at some point, right? So that's kind of how Thelema came together. It was taking bits of Hermeticism, Chemedian science, the Egyptian sciences, alchemy, all kinds of stuff, and
Or like
meshing it together. And we find that a
Theosophy
lot.
would
Yeah,
be, I would think, was the same kind of similar way. Theosophy was a kind of that
absolutely.
amalgamation, and that's the beauty of it, is like, anybody could really start their own religion, but like, I use that word, very carefully. Let's not turn it into a religion, but it's an
Yes.
optional path from which others can use, like a template. Like I was saying, it's like the training wheels. Like, eventually you want to take them off and learn to ride your bike, and in having them on, you can't really call yourself like a pro BMX rider, and you're just like teetering along on your training wheel, like
Yeah.
you want to kind of come into your own that way. So it would be like, again, with syncretism, it's like being a mercenary in a way. It's like you don't work
Mhm.
for one specific company where you're bound by their policies. You have to wear their uniform. That would be like putting yourself in the box. Whereas a
Right.
mercenary is like, well, I just, I do this job, I do that one. If one doesn't really tickle my fancy, then I just don't do it, right? And you just kind of follow your own compass.
Absolutely. Very well said. Very well said. I think we got a few questions for you here.
Mhm.
Is there a relationship to Saturn and our homeostasis? I think he meant between Saturn and our homeostasis. Yeah.
Yeah, that was also an interesting question. I saw that and I was like, I had to kind of think on that. What came up for me is the relationship between Saturn and Jupiter. So
Mm.
astrologically, I like to look at these two almost like they're brothers, almost like Thor and Loki or something, where they have very different energies, but they work together. So Jupiter is all about expansion, right? Wherever Jupiter's at, it just blows that energy up and expands it and intensifies it in a like a growth way. Jupiter is the guru, he's the teacher. Whereas Saturn, he's more like that harsh teacher, like Professor Snape, where he's kind of like dark and scary but
Mhm.
misunderstood. And like it's that pressure, because it's that counterbalance of Jupiter's expansion. Saturn gives you that pressure to kind of force you to rise above it. It's like that gravity that's pulling you down. That's how you
Mm.
get really strong legs, and you can carry your own weight, for example. So to me, those two planets together is kind of like what I would think of as like a homeostasis, where it's kind of like they sort of balance each other out. They're always going through phases and cycles, and you can tap into those heavily, almost like waking and resting. Like the more you go into rest, the better when you become active, you're stronger, right? And then the more you do and exert yourself, the harder you go back to rest because you're exerted, you're exhausted. You know what I mean? So it's kind of
Right.
like that's how the universe works. It's like a piston engine, like everything's in motion, and you want to tap into those energies. Oh, we're going this way, let me lean into that and really like pull from that energy. It's like, you're tapping into the charge, like a magical charge of the universe to get that energy out. And then things start going back this way, and it's like you're following it instead of trying to work against these huge, big, massive energies.
Mhm.
And that's what most people do. They're constantly fighting against natural law, and it's like, no, this is what I want. My little ego wants this thing, and the
Right.
universe is trying to tell me no, and I don't want that, like a petulant child,
Yep.
instead of just
Petulant
like,
child.
it's like, I was going to go for a walk today, but it's raining, and instead of getting mad, I can stay inside and record some, shorts, or practice my guitar. And like, then you're using that to your advantage, instead of fighting against it. You just use that energy. It's like whatever is happening, you can alchemize that, to your
Right.
advantage. That's really what I think is being like in your power, and being a true magician is you're tapping into what's already there, and kind of leveraging it.
Right. Musicians are magicians too.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, sound magic.
Yeah, sound magic. How can we help empower each other to freedom?
That's a great question.
Mhm.
Definitely. So how much time do we have? No. There's a lot to it,
Honestly,
but
not a lot, but
as succinctly as I
simplify
can,
it.
yeah, as like bare bones as I could make that, I would say the best way is to live it, right? To be the
Mhm.
example that can inspire people. So when they see you living so freely, you're not forcing it on anyone. You're not causing their walls to go up and triggering all their sensibilities. They see that and they're inspired because something deep within them, maybe they want that too, and then they'll come to you. It's like a magnetic power instead of just like cramming it down people's throats. And then, but I would say to use that mercurial energy to speak and to teach, but again, respecting sovereignty, like we do, right? We put information out, but on our own platforms. People are free to come and go as they please. We're not forcing anyone to listen, but we're just sort of being that embodiment of freedom, and just being willing to help those that are willing to help themselves. Being kind of critical about how you spend your energy is important. Like, you could spend all this time trying to help one person that's just like, fighting you, and they don't want to do the work, and they're just stuck in the mud, when you could have helped 100 people over here that are ready, and they're ready to do the work, and they want to learn and move forward and evolve. So, kind of like try to find save your energy for those who actually will value it and appreciate it and use it, and don't just kind of throw it away needlessly.
Right. Choosing your battle wisely, right? Choosing those battles wisely.
Mm,
Be the living definition of freedom and be the change that you want to see in the world. And hopefully that will
absolutely.
inspire other people.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, being okay with saying, I don't know, that was a big thing. Oh, we have another
That's
question here from Moment Podcast. How do you feel about psychological complexes when it comes to this and the relation to dogma?
I'm assuming, like a psychological complex, you mean conditions of the mind
Right.
that
Probably like
that
BPD or things like that.
yeah, again, well, first I would say go watch my trivium hacking presentation.
Mhm.
I go really into depth on this, the relationship of it all starts with trauma, and you have like vertical trauma that's systemic, that comes from the hierarchy, from the power, pyramid, and then horizontal trauma of like hurt people, and
Right.
therefore you hurt the people that are, your friends and family, and just people on the street or whatever. And basically that is like the root. It's where the programming is all running the show, and that trauma takes many forms. That's really what it comes down to, is the trauma is the base layer, and even the programming and indoctrination that we go through in school and stuff, that's all encompassed in what I'm talking about here. And then that manifests as many different ways. Some people might be schizophrenic, some people just might be one of those raging lefty purple hair people, or they could be they could go be a strong right person and join the Marine Corps and go blow up brown people, or what. Like the root cause is the trauma and the indoctrination and the programming. That's the kind of the universal core layer, and then it takes all these different forms throughout the tapestry of consciousness, like I touched on in this one, as far as like the different psychological profiles and demographics that they've already anticipated. They know the human mind like like a map, and they've already created all these programs tailored for each kind of person that's going to further trigger out and usurp these dysfunctional neurotic states of existence, states of mind, and then they can basically utilize, leverage, and exploit that towards their own gains. Whether you're just a useful idiot, you're help perpetuating the chaos and traumatizing other people, which all fuels the system, or you go and join the system, right? Become an order follower, or a doctor jabbing people. I mean, there's just all these different ways that it could kind of play out, from mentalism into the action aspect.
Absolutely. Well, I will finish off with my question. How did you get into this work, Logan? Where did you come from? Like, what set you off on this path, and when did that happen for you?
Well, I was coerced by a violent system, just like everyone else, but I chose to transmute that into a positive form of action. I'm being kind of cheeky, but my journey there was no like one huge aha moment. I've always been sort of a truth seeker, and so I went through many phases. I did the psi hop for a while, jumping from thing to thing, but I like to think that I'm getting closer to the mark, closer to the bullseye as I go along. And at a certain point, I started kind of putting myself out there. It was, in a way, part of my own healing process of like overcoming my self-confidence issues, my self-consciousness, things like that, and just kind of putting myself out there, doing little interviews on Facebook and stuff. And then that was getting really good feedback, so I just kind of started formalizing it more. And the more that I've gotten involved, the more I'm in love with it, and I'm completely convinced that it's at least one of my primary purpose in life. Music is a big part of my life as well, but at this point, this has kind of become like my primary focus, and don't plan on stopping anytime soon.
Nice. Do you have any recommendations for the viewing audience, especially the layman's, where they could get started with some of this work?
As far as my work, absolutely. If you do go check out my YouTube channel, that's kind of my main focus, as I said, where I can go into more depth and lay out these very complex and nuanced topics. And if you do that, first of all, subscribe and hit the bell. That way you see all the new stuff that's coming out. But if you really want to get that backdrop, that tapestry to the foundational aspects, there's a playlist called Laying the Foundation. That's all the essential videos that I've kind of handpicked for that very reason of like, this is how you're going to get the beeline straight to getting the full picture of what it is that I'm trying to put forth and help people to understand, as far as I, based on my knowledge, my approach, my perspectives, all that.
Nice. Well, thank you so much, Logan. We really appreciate what you've brought to the table. I really appreciate the friendship that we've built over the many years. And it's just so nice to be working with you. Thank you for presenting at this conference. And if you want to, you can join the roundtable afterwards. Maybe we can get some more questions with you. I hope that you enjoyed, presenting and getting this together. And hopefully this information will reach a lot more people because of this. That's the whole plan. That's the goal, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Likewise, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. Really happy with how it turned out, and glad to see that it's been pretty well received. Obviously, just really impressed with all of the other presentations so far, and you guys who've put on the event have absolutely knocked it out of the park. So great job to you, and thank you for all that you do as well. Big love and respect to you, man.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that compliment.
Absolutely.
Don't get stuck in the box.
Right. Exactly.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Peace, man.